And now, Wailing Death had regained its brilliance and could be considered a divine artifact. However, as powerful as the effect of Wailing Death is, it also has the flaw of needing to make direct contact. If it weren't for this flaw, if every skill of Undead itself had the effect of absolute decline, it would then be a divine skill. Moreover, the enhancement from Wailing Death was merely a perk. Notification. Your hero, Undead, has evolved to Legend 2-star position and awakened the legend power, Deathmark. Deathmark, Explanation 1. When a living being steps into the third stage of mastering a conceptual power, it can leave its own mark at the land of world origin, which is called World Seal. Each World Seal is unique, and marks formed by similar powers also vastly differ. This is a symbol of a strong individual's self. Explanation 2. A few legendary lives are born revered and can possess their own World Seal even before their conceptual powers step into the third stage. When such legendary lives possess third-stage conceptual powers, their personal World Seal will be enhanced. Ability 1. Undead possesses Deathmark, which increases the efficiency of understanding death-related laws by 100-fold. For non-death-related laws, the efficiency is increased 10-fold. Ability 2. Undead possesses Deathmark, significantly enhancing its death-related conceptual power. Moreover, Undead's concept of death can slightly interfere with an enemy's concept, causing other concepts to die. Discover more abilities on your own. Third stage of concept? Mu Yuan focused his mind. He had never heard of this term, nor had he heard of something called World Seal. In Tai Zan, the law realm does not have a direct ladder ranking since the strength of concepts and powers varies from person to person. The skills carrying concepts, whether concepts are combined, the compatibility and incompatibility of concepts, and whether there is an epic treasure vessel, all affect the combat power of the law realm. Nevertheless, Tai Zan has some rudimentary classifications for the strength of conceptual power. That is a thread, a strand, a bundle. 100 threads of concept can converge into a strand. 100 strands can converge into a bundle. When a strong person controls more and larger concepts, these grand concepts would form a scale like streams or rivers. This is what defines a strong person. The concept of undead was already like a stream, not weak at all. Right then, at the center of the secret realm, the conceptual power around undead materialized, threads and strands and bundles drifting about. New threads of concept were being born, with a rapid rate of creation. Threads converged. Misty clouds converged. Bundle after bundle of fresh concepts appeared, merging into the river of concepts swirling around undead. 3,000 bundles, 6,000 bundles, 9,000 bundles, 9,999 bundles. Only then did it stop increasing, halted just before a bottleneck. Approximately, undead's conceptual power is still in the first stage, and 10,000 bundles is the threshold from the first stage to the second stage. Indeed, the world is vast, and we are still so frail. Ice Burial Duke? Some second-rate character in the law realm? On the ceremonial dais, undead also awakened from the aftereffects of evolution. It probably understood what had happened, however. This enhancement was too fierce. Bone Ascetic for more than 200 days had only raised its conceptual power to just over 2,000 bundles. But now, in the blink of an eye, it skyrocketed to 9,999 bundles? The Lord had given too much. Just like the previous surge in the domain, it had risen too quickly, and it felt a bit unstable. We need to further solidify the foundation. Although the foundation was actually quite solid, it still needed to be fortified. Suddenly, the consciousness of undead ascended indefinitely, entering a mysterious place. There was no sky here, no earth, not even the concept of time or space. There were no elements, no laws, it was utter emptiness. Only, a mysterious mark slowly appeared, branding itself here. Deathmark. Left at the land of world origin, symbolizing its own mark. At the same time, Mu Yuan's consciousness also entered this mysterious space. As the deathmark set, he vaguely felt a spark of realization. This is, one. But what this, one, represented, he couldn't yet comprehend. Is this the land of origin? Mu Yuan's consciousness could roam about, but it couldn't stray from the death mark. He explored habitually, but nothing happened. Here, his consciousness was also somewhat obscured, as if falling into a dream. Suddenly, from afar, presumably from afar, a voice arose. A new world seal has been born. Which old friend has finally broken through their constraints? An aged voice echoed, lingering long in the wind. Suddenly, another voice emerged. This voice was young, as gentle as the wind. This mark symbolizes death. Could it be that the boundary-breaking powerhouse is an undead? The undead race has been practically extinct, only propped up by the silent sovereign. A fiery voice snorted coldly. The gentle voice said, I heard recently a young undead emerged out of nowhere and annihilated a high hunting duke in the Dragonsleep Valley. Something ice. What was it, Duke? HMPH, the fiery one said, even if they can slay a high duke, this undead is far from reaching this realm. 300 years of arduous cultivation might still not suffice. Moreover, death marks don't equate solely to the undead. Decline, quiet annihilation, and other conceptual powers also gravitate towards death marks. The path of the death mark is merely less trodden, not non-existent. Another light-hearted voice spoke up. Hey, is the newcomer there? Mind giving a peep so we can have a look? It seemed multiple gazes were fixated on the death mark. After a while, the light-hearted voice expressed in disappointment. Ah, the newcomer isn't here? Sister is disappointed. The fiery one said, HMPH, the newcomer has probably left. If I were bothered as you lot, I'd leave too. Let's go, this land of origin is useless anyway, as one cannot truly enter it. The various voices gradually faded away, and the entire land of origin returned to its original state of absolute silence. It seemed that no one was present anymore. Mu Yuan didn't speak, his consciousness leaving this mystical land. The land of origin. He murmured, the ones who just spoke, are they beings who have mastered the power of concept to the third stage? What realm might such beings inhabit? It was hard even to guess. Because, even in the top-secret database of the Pioneer Group, Law Realm was already the highest revealed level. Beyond that, there were descriptions like Saint Realm or Transcendence Realm. And Great Lords, true kings seemed to be even higher beings. But undoubtedly, beings that could enter the land of origin were truly mighty entities, towering at the summit of the world. Us, mere minnows, dare not provoke, cannot provoke. Thus Mu Yuan had no intention of speaking, preferring silence. After all, what if they could trace your true body and locate you based on your voice? He had no plans to enter the land of origin again anytime soon. Dead Bone also maintained silence and withdrew its consciousness. The beings inside might harbor ill intentions. This world is indeed too vast, too dangerous. The stable spirit of his own domain even required revising to the 6th edition. After the evolution of Dead Bone, Mu Yuan slightly tidied up the Dragon Mound fertile land secret realm, let the aura dissipate, and then arranged for Duo Lai to evolve. Duo Lai will not disappoint you, Lord, for this evolution. Duo Lai has already consumed a year's worth of food in advance. It patted its slightly bulging belly, full of confidence. Mu Yuan. Is there a direct correlation between stockpiling food and evolution? Aren't you just gluttonous, Hey? Duo Lai diverted its gaze and again clenched its fist high as a sign of trust. Considering the chance to awaken World Seal type abilities when stepping into the Legend 2 stars position, Mu Yuan gave an advance reminder. Go ahead. Yes, Master. Dead Bone, Duo Lai evolved in succession. During this period, the Great War triggered by the Sky Rift calamity subsided somewhat. But the turmoil across the world had just begun. The Professional Association, this iconic building is often the busiest and most well-informed place in official towns. Casual professionals frequently visit here to look for teammates, take on tasks, or simply shoot the breeze. Major professional teams and various lords also send 1 or 2 spies to stay at the association to keep abreast with news from the outside world. In Shilling City, the monster tide had been repelled, and a group of professionals descended from the city walls and headed straight to the association's leisure area. Drinks and food were fully stocked. Today no one was stingy with their spending. Speaking of which, this battle was really tough, even more dangerous than during the period of the Red Fog disaster moon, someone said. Yeah, there was even a monster legend in the tide. At that moment, I almost charged up to face the legend personally. Cough, of course, that's provided I wasn't scared stiff, another boasted. The professionals burst into laughter, filling the leisure area with a joyous atmosphere. A monster legend is indeed terrifying. Just the sheer might of heaven and earth it carries feels like it's enough to suffocate you, let alone confronting it directly. Hey, is there anyone here who has experience fighting or surviving encounters with legendary monsters? Share some tips with us, someone asked. With us coiling dragons and phoenix chicks here, there are only a few fourth-order strongmen, let alone someone who can face legends head-on. For that, you'd need to be among the top talents on the Dragon Gate ranking, someone responded. That's true. Like this time, if the Zhongcheng Big Shot hadn't come to the rescue in the nick of time, we wouldn't even be talking about repelling the monster tide. We wouldn't have held Shilling City at all, another added. Zhongcheng's Big Shot is really badass. Not only is he himself a legend, but he also has a legendary realm giant dragon as a mount. Alone, with his dragon, they struck together and quickly killed the monster legend. Otherwise, the outcome doesn't bear thinking about, someone else said. No need to imagine, even though the mainstream newspapers haven't mentioned much, but I think most people have heard about the numerous territories and towns that have been destroyed, including some critical frontline strongholds, remarked another. For a moment, the entire leisure area of the association fell silent. They were not unaware. They were very aware of how harsh the world had become since the Sky Rift disaster had struck. The Sky Rift still existed. The red mist was denser than in days past. The wilderness had become many, many times more dangerous. As for what to do next, many were undecided or too afraid to think about it. They were lost, drowning their sorrows in alcohol, thinking of escape. But reality was laid bare. Actually, there's no need to be too pessimistic, said a professional. Indeed, the calamity is severe. But our Taizan world has also seen the emergence of many strongmen during this disaster, and has even slain numerous famous monster enemies, haven't we? They continued. Someone pulled out a newspaper and read aloud. The Cold Valley Mountain War Zone has annihilated over 6,000 monster legends, and the regional commander, Lord of Hanyu City, single-handedly slew the nine-headed Hydra Duke and the Rainforest God, two Law Realm beings, winning a great victory and causing the Snake God's vassals to flee in a panic. What was the Law Realm? Most people present didn't understand it. But they all understood the value of 6,000 legends. Just one battle zone on Hanggu Mountain had slain thousands of legends. In comparison, the danger encountered by their cities seemed trivial. And what about this Rainforest God? Those who can have God as a suffix seem to be very badass beings. Even the servants of the fallen god can't bear the name of a god. The professional holding the newspaper continued to read. Lord Qing Xin led her troops to repel a Law Realm being, the Great Devourer Queen, achieving yet another victory. Twilight Elephant City Lord on the Heavenly River frontline killed the Law Realm being, Golden Wing Duke. Sword Lord Lu Shi went 1 against 3, critically wounding 3 monster dukes. Information above legends is usually not made public by officials. After all, it's too far-fetched for ordinary people, ordinary professionals. They wouldn't encounter it in their lifetimes. Mu Yuan also had a paper delivered to him. He was much more informed, very well aware that the victories reported were not all there were. Of course, there were also many fallen Taizan strongmen. Even a Law Realm being had been surrounded and killed. Overall, the number of beings in the Law Realm in our Taizan is far fewer than those in the monster power. But these pillar strongmen are incredibly formidable, he remarked. After all, in Taizan, for a lord to climb to the Law Realm, it requires great talent, perseverance, and fortune. Many geniuses could only stop at the Heaven and Earth realm, the Soul realm. Perhaps the weakest among those exploration generals would still be stronger than the Ice Burial Duke. Lord Hanyu City single-handedly defeated 2 Law Realm beings, and it seems that among them, the Rainforest God was an old-time divine spirit, incomparably powerful. Speaking of which, Hasn't Lord Han Yu City just practiced for a few years? She's simply terrifying? Mu Yuan reflected that he himself could not deal with a Law Realm being. If two Law Realm monsters attacked Tianyuan City, he would have to let Dead Bone and Duo Lai, one to subdue each. The limit capacity for the evolutionary pond has been raised to 8 million. Ding! Notice. Your hero, Duo Lai, has evolved to the Legend 2 stars position and awakened the Legend Power Spatial Imprint. Ability 1. Ability 2. Like Dead Bone's previous evolution to 2 stars, receiving the spatial imprint greatly enhanced Duo Lai's space abilities. This was not merely an enhancement of conceptual power. Dead Bone has already been tested. After awakening the Death Mark, the density of the Death Aura on Wraith's Sacred Mountain has increased by more than tenfold, Mu Yuan thought. Undead beings slaying monsters and converting them to undead have their rates increased several times. After basking in the black fog, the shared power of witheredness among the undead beings can also surge significantly. These are the enhancements gained by the various skills under the influence of the World Seal. The improvement in Dead Bone was not very pronounced. Its combat power was not solely related to death. However, almost all of Duo Lai's trump cards lay in the spatial domain, so the birth of the spatial seal greatly amplified Duo Lai's combat power. The convergence time for Spatial Devour will become faster. The control range and spreading speed of the space-tearing seal will increase manifold. Just these 2 points alone would soar Duo Lai's combat power limits, making it entirely possible to overcome the Law Realm adversaries like the Ice Burial Duke. However, the legendary power of the spatial seal improved more of its potential and the speed of its future progress. As Dead Bone evolved, the power of the concept around Duo Lai surged visibly and skyrocketed at an eye-observable speed. 3,000 strands. 4,000 strands. In the end, it settled at 8,888 strands. At the same time, ding, notice. Hero Duo Lai has digested a vast amount of materials during the evolution process, and the strategic skill, Overlimit Swallowing, has been enhanced. Under the strategic skill of Overlimit Swallowing, Duo Lai could consume a vast amount of food to increase his energy level and control formidable energy within a short time. In the early stages, this strategic skill was regarded as a divine skill. Even mortals could wield powers larger than the legendary realm. But as of today, Overlimit Swallowing was also falling behind the version. Energy level? It already possessed an immense amount of energy. Further increases would not be significant. Besides, battles between Law Realm entities prioritize the concept, followed by the combination of various epic skills. A slightly higher or lower energy level only makes a significant difference when clearing out the riffraff. But now, Overlimit Swallowing, new description. Hero Duo Lai can break through his own limits in a short time by devouring all living beings, dead objects, energy, concepts, endowed by devouring heaven and earth. The range of enhancement includes energy level, domain limit, power of concept. Remark. Through Overlimit Swallowing, new Duo Lai can temporarily break the domain radius limit of 50,000 meters. Mu Yuan. A domain radius of 50,000 meters is the rule limit representing a perfect domain. And it can still be broken through, normally against the Law Realm. The domain isn't much of use, as the pressure it exerts on beings of this level isn't strong enough. But what if, just what if, this pressure were increased tenfold, 100-fold? Worthy of Duo Lai. Burp. On the ceremonial high platform, Duo Lai lay with dull eyes, one hand resting on its round belly. I can't eat anymore, can't digest it, burp. So that's why you were able to evolve Overlimit Swallowing again? Mu Yuan fell silent. At the same time, the land of origin. Another strong being has broken the limit and left their mark in the land of origin. 2 limit breakers in 3 days. What's going on? Since when has breaking limits become so easy? It must be a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. A great disaster is coming. More strong beings will emerge as a response, of course. Many top beings will also perish in the disaster, including possibly you and me. Emerging as a response. That's indeed the case. The number of legendary lives born this year exceeds the total of the past several hundred years. But the source of the disaster is awakening. It's not that a few more legends can bring hope. A certain aged voice sighed. The land of origin fell into silence once more. After Duo Lai's evolution, Mu Yuan made an attempt right away. Attempt to devour the scarlet tendril sprawling across the skyscape of the Ten Directions Island domain. Affected by the scarlet tendril, the entire island domain was now drifting with red mist, and the environment had deteriorated. Many plants in the wilderness withered, and some areas were polluted. Under these conditions, the lower hunting duke from Dragon Sleep Valley could easily come and go, and even the high hunting duke could squeeze in with some effort. The living environment of Tianyuan City had deteriorated 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold in the blink of an eye. I just wanted to build a city peacefully in the eternal world. But monsters kept pressuring him. He had yet to accomplish this modest goal. He looked at Duo Lai. Before evolution, your devouring heaven and earth already had a touch of third-stage legendary power, capable of devouring other concepts. Now, with the world seal, devouring concepts should be like crunching crisps, right? Thumping his chest, Duo Lai affirmed, crunchy for sure. Having said that, it ed and shot toward the azure sky. At speeds like electricity, like light, half an hour later. Duo Lai returned with its silly hair drooping, landing down. Duo Lai has failed. No matter how I fly, I can't close the distance, I don't even know where to begin. The higher it flew, the greater the resistance. It was the world limiting it. In the end, with no other choice, Duo Lai had to perform devouring heaven and earth, high above in the sky. As expected, it devoured emptiness. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. Duo Lai's devouring heaven and earth stands at a very high level, capable of devouring even the tainted red mist easily. But the prerequisite is being able to lock onto the target. Now, that scarlet tendril seems to exist in a different dimension. It indeed isn't that easy. He had merely wanted to try. After all, the entire Taizan was powerless against that scarlet tendril. Not just Taizan, but neighboring Shenyao, the age-old Shen Mu dynasty, Yangqing Empire, even the so-called #1 power of the world, the Holy Griffin Empire, had no solution. Otherwise, these powerful kingdoms would have long since driven out the scarlet tendril. Due to the red mist and environmental degradation, the transportation outside Tianyuan City had become very difficult. With the environment degrading, our mining outposts in the wilderness are becoming harder and harder to hold. Not just the mines, even our homeland is now in a precarious state. The legendary elf Milena was fraught with worry. On her way to Tianyuan City, she even encountered an ambush by 2 legendary monsters. She managed to repel the legendary monsters but was herself wounded in the process. This showed just how hostile the outside world had become. In the entire Ten Directions Island domain, Tianyuan City was currently the only safe haven, including the homes of the elves and giants. But such matters couldn't be blamed on others. Their own lack of strength was to blame, and bringing it up with the Lord of Tianyuan City was pointless. She was well aware of this fact. After all, even Tianyuan City itself was gradually recalling the workers from the external mines. The mines could no longer be held. The cost of defending them was too high. Milena self-mockingly said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you, but I have a request. I would like some of our younger generation to come and settle in Tianyuan City, if that's okay with the city lord." She was trying to preserve a spark of their legacy. She had no confidence in preserving the natural garden during such a major disaster. Mu Yuan certainly wouldn't refuse. The combat power of the elves might not be strong, but these native living beings were not only fighters. Most were multi-talented individuals. Some could practice alchemy, some could farm, and some could enchant. He would never refuse. Mu Yuan pondered for a while before speaking. "Since you have this idea, why not relocate everyone here? I can designate a residential area near Tianyuan City for you." Milena shook her head slightly. "Our ancestral legacy cannot be abandoned. We can leave, but the secret realm has taken root in the earth and can no longer be moved now. Not just me, many in our tribe are reluctant to leave and don't want to." Mu Yuan said, "So what you're saying is, as long as the secret realm doesn't leave you, that would suffice, correct?" Milena replied, "Ah, yes, that seems right." Mu Yuan said, "It's simple, just relocate your natural garden secret realm over here, and all will be resolved, right?" Milena replied, "Ah?" She was stunned and said, "It's not that simple. To harness the power of heaven and earth to maintain the balance of the secret realm, our natural garden has completely integrated with the surrounding heaven and earth. To move this secret realm would mean relocating the area for dozens of kilometers around it. That was simply an impossible feat. Many divine spirits from ancient times were unable to accomplish such a feat." Mu Yuan said, "It's simple, just cut out the land plates for dozens of kilometers around and lift them as we go." Milena replied, "Ah." A dozen minutes later, wrapped in green wind, Milena, who swiftly returned to the front of her own secret realm, was staring blankly at the two people in front of her. The Lord of Tianyuan City, Heavenly Marshal Duo Lai. Mu Yuan said, "Bring out the secret realm." Milena replied, "Ah? Okay." She had control over the secret realm, and with just a few strands of thought, ripples appeared in the heaven and earth before her. Subsequently, a small garden with an area of just a few thousand square meters appeared on the vast land, pushing aside the surrounding trees. That was the natural garden. Or rather, the entrance to the natural garden. Duo Lai. "Leave it to me, now, 1, 2. A total of 5 space-tearing seals appeared around Duo Lai. The seals imprinted upon heaven and earth. Black spatial cracks spread out rapidly in all directions. 10 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 60 kilometers. 100 kilometers. In just tens of seconds, the black cracks formed a giant net that enveloped the area in a 100-kilometer radius. 100 kilometers was merely the current requirement, not the limit of Duo Lai, who already possessed the spatial imprint. Boom, boom, the earth shook, and the space that had opened up cut out the land within the 100-kilometer radius. The next moment, Solidify, Duo Lai clapped his hands together. The once ferocious power of spatial fissure suddenly became docile, and the space in a 100-kilometer radius abruptly solidified. The perfect domain unfolded. The power of heaven and earth across the 100 kilometers also suddenly boiled. An endless surge of energy formed into a giant hand, slowly lifting the massive land plate. "Let's go." Mu Yuan spread out his spiritual power to protect the surroundings. Milena, meanwhile, was completely stunned. The workers at the various mining sites around Tianyuan City are evacuating because Mu Yuan is preparing to relocate all the veins to the vicinity of Tianyuan City. In the early days they had moved veins, but it was too time-consuming and laborious. Now, moving veins is more than 100 times easier, and he can even save on the auxiliary formations. Duo Lai is holding the space steady with one hand and lifting heaven and earth with the other, which is sufficient. Moving veins is moving. Moving a secret realm is also moving. However, if Duo Lai hadn't evolved, it would have been quite difficult for it to lift the natural garden enclave. It might even have been impossible. Leaving that aside. Evolution. Before having the spatial imprint, Duo Lai's space-tearing seal had a mere 32 kilometers range and couldn't cover 100 kilometers. Of course, it could diffuse the space-tearing seal to expand the range, but the control would weaken. Before having the spatial imprint, Duo Lai also didn't have such strong spatial control. At least it couldn't just clap its hands and freeze space in place. A few hours later, bang, bang, bang. The gathering energy from heaven and earth surged like misty clouds, with landmasses appearing within them like floating islands, mysterious and majestic. They slowly landed east of Tianyuan City, 100 kilometers away. Boom! A wave of dust rose up, swirling outward and sending many large rocks flying, while 100-meter-tall ancient trees were snapped by the storm. On this massive island, or rather, atop this mountain, the entrance to the natural garden secret realm was faintly visible. The entrance to the secret realm emitted waves of slightly unstable spatial ripples, but it was largely unaffected. The relocation work was now complete. Is it done just like that? From now on, you'll live here. Any problems with that? No, no problem. Milena, who had been wide-eyed the whole time, snapped back to reality and said blankly. The relocation was only the first phase of the project. After that, they still had to gradually level the landmass and turn it into a continuous mountain range in this region. This was more time-consuming and laborious, but there was nothing particularly difficult about it. But this is a big job, a huge project. Isloa held her forehead. What can you do with a lord like this? Of course, support him. Half an hour later, at Tianyuan City, the city lord's mansion. Malena, accompanied by 3 other legendaries from the Natural Garden, paid a visit to offer their thanks. She took a deep breath. Lord Mayor, if there are any orders in the future, our Natural Garden will spare no effort. Mu Yuan didn't stand on ceremony either. He offered help partly out of unwillingness to watch his allies perish in disaster, and partly because the elves, with impressive cultural and technical skills, could serve as key employees in many positions within Tianyuan City. This was beneficial to both parties. As he was about to say something, a chime from a heavenly reminder suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! Reminder. Lord Malena of the Natural Garden has applied to pledge allegiance to Tianyuan City. Reminder. Do you accept the submission of Lord Malena? If accepted, the force, Natural Garden, will come under the banner of Tianyuan City as an affiliated force. The sovereign will have tax rights over the vassal territory, certain rights to inspect, and certain management rights. Reminder. As a level 5 territory, Tianyuan City can have up to 3 vassal territories at the current stage. Such allegiance is rare within the Tai-Zan alliance. This is because the alliance exists. There is little infighting among the lords, who either join forces to fight monsters or expand outward. However, outside the alliance, in many neutral lands without factions or strong management, it's not uncommon for weak lords to swear allegiance to stronger lords, and for stronger lords to pay tribute to even more powerful ones. Within old-era forces like the Holy Griffin Empire, lords often exist in a hierarchical ladder of allegiance. Mu Yuan looked at Malena. Are you sure you want to do this? This isn't just my idea, it's a collective decision by our Natural Garden, Malena said. Since that's the case, having come this far, Mu Yuan wouldn't hesitate. He wouldn't deny that he'd always been quite envious of those capable and pleasant-to-look-at elves. Back then, at the Players' Association, he had seen lords who had brought nature elves, and he was quite envious. There are many kinds of elves: common wood elves, gray elves. And there are rare, noble nature elves. And the Natural Garden was a force entirely comprised of nature elves. Except, reminder. You have accepted the loyalty of Lord Malena. Reminder. The panel has been updated. You can view the basic information related to the Natural Garden force from the vassal section on the panel, and set the tax rate. Reminder. Because you have gained the heartfelt allegiance of the elf force, from now on, your chance of obtaining high-order items related to elves from the heaven and earth's gift has increased. What principle is this? Mu Yuan stroked his chin, pondering when another reminder sounded in his ear. Reminder. The affiliated Lord Malena has made all their information public, and you can now view all information regarding the Natural Garden force. He glanced at Malena. Malena smiled slightly, her expression possessing the elf's innate elegance and restraint. Her thoughts were straightforward. Since they were going to pledge allegiance to Tianyuan City, it was better to disclose everything instead of hiding some secrets to gain more trust from the Lord of Tianyuan City. Their Natural Garden was a legacy from the old era, inheriting one line of the Elf Empire. With a long history and profound heritage, they indeed had some secrets. But compared to Tianyuan City, she didn't think those secrets were a big deal anymore. She hadn't forgotten that just half a year ago, Tianyuan City was struggling under the fang of the Jackal Wolf's invasion, and now, even top-tier fighters from Dragon Sleep Valley who crossed realms were swiftly dispatched like slaughtering chickens. Mu Yuan opened the panel. Tianyuan City, subordinate territory, Natural Garden. Natural Garden. Level. LV5, defective, Lord Malena, click to view details. Legendary Realm. God Moon Elf High Priestess Hera, Moon Elf God Archer Lin En, Nature Druid Marissa. Click to view each for details. Population. 15,622. Click to expand, down pointing arrow. Number of 4-order nature elves. 96. Number of 3rd-order nature elves. Number of 2-star. Buildings. Natural Priestess Statue, Job Change Building, Wind Chase Hunting Ground, Job Change Building, Sacred Natural Spring, Epic. Well of Nature, Excellence, X3, Flower Field of Nature, Excellence, X3. Sacred Natural Spring. Draws forth natural force, periodically condenses excellent materials at intervals, with extremely small chance to produce epic materials. This sacred natural spring was approximately the dependence upon which the elves were able to birth a few strong individuals even under the siege by overlord powers. Mu Yuan, however, wasn't too envious. What intrigued him was people, not objects. In his view, the entire construction of the natural garden was merely passable. But these more than 10,000 nature elves, they were all living beings of rare rank and above. Among them were many with excellence talent, even some with epic talent. However, due to the natural garden's consistent lack of resources, the vast majority of these nature elves only had the cultivation of the apprenticeship realm. But aside from their cultivation, they had mastered a few skills to some extent, mostly in planting medicinal herbs. Setting combat power aside, those with higher talents also had significantly higher learning capabilities. In the future, let us all work together to make our homeland more prosperous. Yes, my Lord Mayor. A meeting in Tianyuan City was quickly convened, announcing the integration of the natural garden into their big family. In the short term, elves and humans still could not live together harmoniously. The construction of the elves' living area in the east of the city, employment arrangements for the elves, major strategic planning and so on. There were still many troublesome issues to head-scratch about. But this time, Tianyuan City's chief minister, Isloa, not only did not complain but was exceptionally welcoming. Come, Tianyuan City Municipal Department is recruiting, personally overseen by this minister. Capable elves, hurry up and sign up. Doesn't this seem a bit inefficient? She rested her chin on her hand, looking towards a shadow. Crow. How about we organize a group to hold a recruitment event in the natural garden? Sophia. Aren't you a bit too eager? But she could understand, after all. The remaining 3 from the natural garden in the legendary realm had already returned to the secret realm, responsible for coordinating and communicating with Isloa, striving to settle into the new home as quickly as possible. The Lord of the Natural Garden, Milena, was asked by Mu Yuan to temporarily stay in Tianyuan City. Staying here isn't so bad, but what exactly does the city lord have in mind by specifically asking me to stay? Old Mother is no longer young. Though, according to the lifespan comparison between humans and elves, Old Mother would be equivalent to a human in their early 20s. But Old Mother, Milena, do you crave power? Milena was taken aback. She didn't quite understand but maintained the elf's inherent grace and composure. What do you mean, Lord Mayor? Come with me, I will grant you power. The two entered the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm. At the same time, Mu Yuan opened Milena's panel. Milena. Job rank. Divine Moon Elf Swordmaster, Epic 2 stars. Realm. Legendary Earth Realm 2800 meters. Skills. Heaven Earth Crescent Moon / Epic, Nature Cultivation Method. Nature's Healing, Chaotic Flower Sword Technique, 9 consecutive shots, strolling in moonlight. Talent. Body of Moonlight, Body of Nature. Milena was roughly one of those nature elves whose god moon bloodline had regressed. Her innate gifts were exceptional, and her rank was as high as Epic 2 stars. There were no treasures in the natural garden that could enhance one's rank. Without a doubt, Milena was born with high talent. She was a 1-in-a-million prodigy. Only, the combat power of Milena didn't seem too impressive. Being an epic rank 2 life form, she didn't seem to be a match even for a peak of the heaven and earth realm. Her rank is high enough, but her bloodline power has not been fully tapped into. She only has one epic skill. And it seems, in her early years, she suffered foundational damage, which has impacted her combat power and is hindering her future progression. Although she is an Epic 2 star, if she continues to train and grow stronger at the current pace, her journey would reach, at most, the peak of the heaven and earth realm. She has no hope of reaching the soul realm. Even reaching the peak of the heaven and earth realm would probably take a very long time to achieve. Yes, I suffered some injuries in my early years, she said. Back then, due to an emergency, I had to attempt to break through to the legendary realm with little preparation. Fortunately, I succeeded, but then I was injured in a fight against a monstrous legend. However, I'm quite satisfied with being able to cultivate to the legendary status. Niu Yuan checked her condition. Your foundational damage is indeed quite severe, and it's been too long, making it almost impossible to recover by normal means. Then, it was time to cheat and be done with it. Sit up there, calm your mind and body, and maintain your state. Ah, okay. She gathered her skirt, stepped up the stairs one at a time, and walked to the center of the stage. She sat down straight-backed after taking a look around. What's next? Is this some kind of special ceremony? What did the city lord just ask? She said, I'm seated. Then shall we begin? Begin what? What's starting? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a magnificent force descended upon her. The lingering injury in her lower abdomen, the dimness deep in her soul, the remnants of her damaged foundation, were visibly healing at a rapid pace. It was as if she were immersed in the waters of the legendary sacred spring of life, feeling refreshed and transparent throughout her body. She had never felt this comfortable since her injury. Her consciousness started to fade. The power within her bloodline began to surge out, spreading to every limb. Ding! Notice. Your subordinate, Milena, has bathed in the miracle light, repaired her foundation, and evolved to an epic 3-star rank. Notice. Milena received a talent boost during the evolution. The body of moonlight and body of nature merged, advancing to holy body of nature, epic, and awakening the epic skill. Flowers bloom through seasons. Notice. Milena awakened high-order skills, listening to nature, rebirth of the earth, grasp of nature. Flowers bloom through seasons. Description. The sword flowers released by Milena will have the effect of one of the 4 seasons. Spring could proliferate vegetation. Summer could scorch the earth. Autumn could wither the azure sky. And winter could freeze all things. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter all possess a hint of conceptual power. Although she has the noble bloodline of the divine moon elf, it seems that what Milena resonates with more is the way of nature. Whoosh, the evolutionary pure white light receded. And before them, on the ceremonial stage, a sea of flowers had bloomed unnoticed. Petals danced around the elf seated in the middle of the flowers. Her complexion was flawless, and a pair of pointed ears emerged from her emerald green hair. Her long eyelashes began to flutter. The elf, seated in the middle of the flowers, opened her eyes at that moment. Do you crave power? The city lord's words from earlier echoed in her mind. Now, at last, she understood the weight and meaning of those words. Her strength had increased hundreds of times, her energy was vast and full, and she could see the scars disappearing from her body and skin as smooth as white jade. In her mind, numerous insights emerged, and the blood within her seethed. She was filled with boundless strength. Strength that she could not have attained even with decades of arduous cultivation. Strength bestowed by the city lord. Cheat-like strength. So our city lord is a cheater, huh? Milena murmured to herself, stepping down from the stage and kneeling on one knee. Elf Swordmaster Milena, willing to become the sword in the hands of the Lord, to vanquish our foes. Notice. Milena's trust in you and intimacy has greatly increased. Loading the Milena template can unleash up to 80% of her strength. Taishuan Realm, capital city. The 9-colored tower stood tall in the center of the capital, a faint halo emanating from it, encircling it like a rainbow. The sky here was azure blue, without a sight of the crimson river that spread across the azure sky, nor a single wisp of red mist existed. All was peaceful and tranquil. However, even outside the city, traces of red mist can occasionally be seen now. This never happened before. Niu Yuan murmured as he walked under the 9-color tower. This place was the hub of the entire Taizan, where the pioneer group and the headquarters of Taizan Lianji were located. The senior lord meeting scheduled for today was also to be held here. People flocked to the wide open doors of the tower, staff hurried along, and lords with their entourages strode in. It's Lord Hongchen and his Ruby Guard. It's the White Shark Lord. The White Shark Lord himself has come. Dressed in a suit, the White Shark Lord was followed by 6 robust merfolk blade masters. A few lords who saw White Shark immediately went up to greet him. Mu Yuan's attire was quite simple, a set of casual wear coupled with a set of self-repairing inner armor. He was only accompanied by one attendant, the little secretary Mo Li from the city lord's mansion. Currently, some generals from Tianyuan City were still toiling outside, while others were coordinating with Duo Lai and Isloa in the extensive development of the territory. Mu Yuan, who did not fuss about pomp, found no need to bring any guards. After all, coming to capital Taizan from his domain was simply a matter of crossing through the starry skygate once. Once the meeting concluded, he would be able to instantly return to his own residence. Tianyuan. A cool voice pierced into his ears. Mu Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a blue-haired woman wearing sunglasses leaning against a majestic stone pillar in the distance. Are you the Lord of Han Yu City? Mu Yuan did not recognize her at first glance. The Lord of Han Yu City gave a surprised, "Oh," pointing to her sunglasses. These sunglasses are an epic item capable of confusing one's appearance and stature. Yet you still recognized me. You truly are the junior I have high hopes for. Mu Yuan glanced at the Lord of Han Yu City. Her svelte figure was encased in silver-white armor, and her ice-blue hair cascaded down like a waterfall beneath her battle skirt. Her aura was cool, and even with her might restrained, ice element particles in the world still spontaneously clustered around her like guards. With such distinctive looks and aura, it was hard to find a second like her in all of Taizan. How could he not recognize her? Is there a difference whether you wear the sunglasses or not? He teased, but found that the sunglasses were quite useful after all, as the other lords completely overlooked Han Yu, the great star of Taishuan. As expected of the great star who cut down 2 monsters in the Law Realm, indeed you need to hide your identity. You're not too shabby either, kid. I've heard about you. You even have the power to slay Grand Dukes of the Soul Realm, said the Lord of Han Yu City, suddenly revealing a teasing smile. You too are a lord in the limelight. Believe it or not, if I shout, Tianyuan is here, many would crowd around. Mu Yuan's lips curled in response, then I'll have to shout, the Lord of Han Yu City is here. Her fans were far more numerous than his own. He was just a low-key and unassuming ordinary lord. The Lord of Han Yu City's lips twitched. Enough. I was a little worried about your situation, but it seems my concern was unnecessary. However, she paused, your domain is adjacent to the Red Mist Land, right? Mu Yuan nodded. At this stage, affected by the Sky Rift disaster, Grand Duke Hunter-level beings can already enter the 10 Directions Island domain. I know you are capable of dealing with Grand Duke Hunters, even several at a time, but you must still be cautious. When these monsters are stronger than you, they are ferocious and wild, choosing the most direct means. But when they are weaker than you, they become cunning and treacherous. It's not certain they'll confront you head-on. Moreover, this is only the situation at present. Don't forget, in a few months the Red Moon disaster is coming. The double influence of the Sky Rift disaster and Red Moon disaster. I know you certainly won't back down, I wouldn't either, but don't end up dead. Dead? He was the sort who cherished his life the most. It was the Lord of Han Yu City who was reckless and often risked her life. Mu Yuan wanted to advise her, but it would be useless. Each person has their style of fighting, and he was still just a frontier lord. He would talk about surpassing the Lord of Han Yu City later. The Lord meeting soon commenced. This meeting was only open to frontier lords, lords of Taishuan Liang Yi, and a few leaders of large groups. The lords took their seats, with the vast majority participating in the form of projections. This was natural. Mu Yuan took a seat in the second row. In the first row were seated the exploration generals like the Lord of Han Yu City, Sword Lord Lu Shi, and Lord Qing Xin. Further ahead on the main stage were 4 seats. 3 figures sat there, with 1 seat empty. One was an old man with a wrinkled face but bright, piercing eyes. The second was stooped with white brows and white beard. The third elderly man had a robust build, with shoulders broader than the other two combined. He was none other than Lord of Luo Fu Mountain, one of Tai Zon Lianji. This meeting is for three matters. Firstly, to mourn the sacrificed soldiers. Secondly, to award medals to the meritorious lords, and thirdly, not a few soldiers had perished. Very few mighty beings were capable of reviving their god souls. Most of the fallen were buried in foreign lands. But there were also many lords who had made outstanding contributions in slaying the enemies. The Lord of Han Yu City, promoted to 8-star Pioneer Lord. The Lord of Tianyuan City, promoted to 6-star Pioneer Lord. The White Shark Lord, Mu Yuan, stepped forward, receiving the medal from the hands of the old man with the white brows and beard. The elder patted his shoulder and said, "Young man, work hard. The more effort you put in, the sooner I can retire." The award ceremony was brief. Lord Tianyuan was only a few months away from being promoted to a level 5 lord when he ascended to 6-star, boasting the fastest promotion speed in Taizan. Even faster than the Lord of Han Yu City back in his day. I'm not surprised at all that Lord Tianyuan has been promoted. He did lead the battle zone to a resounding victory. If it weren't for the fact that advancing from 6-star to 7-star Exploration General requires more significant achievements than climbing from 1-star to 6-star, Tianyuan might already have taken on the role of Exploration General. Indeed, I don't envy his achievements. I only envy how he managed to recruit so many capable generals. Master of the Starry Sky, Arrow God, Giant Spirit God, Shadow Lord. Any lord who could acquire even one of them would be poised to dazzle on the world stage, yet the Lord of Tianyuan City has 5 or 6 such unparalleled divine generals. Such envy was enough to grind one's teeth to dust. After the award ceremony came discussions about the next strategic developments for Taizan. Affected by the Sky Rift, the balance of Taizan Alliance's peripheral regions had been disrupted, with most territories unable to defend themselves and the alliance unable to aid so many territories. The only solution was to relocate to the hinterlands and establish layers of defense. In the vast and sparsely populated Eternal World, there were plenty of areas suited for building towns and cities, not even considering the rare resources. However, the mass migration of populations was no easy task. Once migrated, it also meant having to give up one's own territory, the foundation built through years of hard work. It meant going from a noble lord to a mere wealthy professional. This migration is not mandatory, it's just our strong recommendation. After all, the Alliance can no longer ensure the safety of the outer areas. The meeting was met with a moment of silence. A lord spoke up, "What about those crimson behemoths? Can't beings of the Law Realm eradicate them? If we could clear out the crimson behemoths and return the tainted red mist to its normal state, we wouldn't need to relocate our territories, would we?" In the eyes of many, the presence of the Law Realm was almost godlike, virtually omnipotent. The awe of the Law Realm could often cover an entire island region, dealing with, cutting down those crimson behemoths. That should be possible, right? Use that conceptual power, but it wasn't feasible. Lord of Luo Fu Mountain said, "You should be aware that the tainted red mist cannot be destroyed or cleansed. It can only be purified through the heaven and earth rules at the right moment. And the status of these crimson behemoths is higher than that of the red mist." Any hope harbored by some lords was shattered. Yet for most of the lords present, this was the expected answer. Moving towns, establishing walls and defensive lines, these were to be the strategy for the foreseeable future. As for the rest, it depended on how the disaster evolved. After the meeting, Mu Yuan followed the guide to a high floor of the 9-color tower, to the office of one of the national pillars. This place was shrouded in clouds and mist. The elderly man who had been at the meeting was now leisurely puffing on a smoking pipe amidst the clouds. One of the Tai Zon Lianji, the Smoky Elder, or rather, the national pillar known as Elder Lin. "Child, take a seat," he waved his hand, and the smoke in the office whooshed out the window, turning into a dragon of mist that danced in the sky. He continued, "I've wanted to meet our prodigious Lord of Taizan for a long time, but various accidents prevented it. Now, in the blink of an eye, you have grown into a commander who can fend for himself, and you've even repelled the invasion from Dragon Sleep Valley. Mu Yuan. This is not my credit alone. It is the result of the combined efforts of all our soldiers. Elder Lin laughed and said, of course, it is the merit of all the soldiers, but you also have great first merits, young man. Don't be too modest. Had we met earlier, I might have tested you to see if you were as excellent as the rumors suggest, but now there's no need. Your combat records, your conquests, they speak for themselves. Besides, you've already entered the Soul Realm, haven't you? And your domain must span at least 30,000 meters in diameter. Outside, they say you're only as strong as a division general, but I don't think so. A lord capable of dominating and subduing mighty generals one after another, how could he possibly be mediocre? As he spoke, he took out 2 items. This first one is a personal gift from me. The second represents Tai Zan for you. Have a look. True Spirit Guardian Stone, Description 1. Even if the holder completely falls and their god soul perishes, a wisp of the true spirit can be retained, allowing for rebirth after a period of time. Description 2. This treasure can only be activated by those in the soul realm or above. The elder said, I can't deny that Tai Zan very much needs you, you strong members of the younger generation, but remember, child, you must live. Only by surviving can there be hope. Not just for yourself, but for Tai Zan as well. We old folks still hope that one day, we can fully drive out those monsters, and I'm sorry to say, that heavy responsibility can only fall on your shoulders. This second item is a key to the secret region, a key to a trial's secret realm. As long as you can get through the secret realm, you can enhance your lord's power. A crescent-shaped key emitted rings of faint golden light. Trial key, description. Can initiate a lord's advanced trial once, restricted to lords level 5 and above, for the lord's use only. Lord's power can still be promoted. Mu Yuan was surprised. Through the newcomer's trial, a lord can obtain lord's power, which is an authority granted by heaven and earth. After that, after passing the promotion trial for a level 5 territory, the lord's power can be enhanced once. This is the only elevation. The promotion for a level 7 large territory and a level 9 peak territory does not require a trial, and the lord's power will not greatly increase. Take it. Lin Guju, puffing on his pipe, said with a chuckle. Since you've put it that way, I will accept it, Mu Yuan replied. Mu Yuan solemnly accepted the 2 treasures. Lin Guju said, that advanced trial may be open to level 5 lords, but don't underestimate it. It's a test of the lord's personal strength. For specifics, you can ask Han Yu or that girl Qinshin. This old man won't keep you with his ramblings. Understood, Mu Yuan replied. Mu Yuan bowed, then Elder Lin, I will take my leave. Mu Yuan left, closing the big door behind him. In the office, the elder puffed on his smoke, watching the departing figure. His eyes slightly narrowed, his face gradually fading into the mist. Suddenly, he blew a smoke ring, such an outstanding young man like Tian Yuan. I wonder if there's still a chance to match him with my granddaughter. The girl is lacking initiative. The 9-color tower, dining area. Mu Yuan thought since he had come, especially in his true body, he shouldn't waste the opportunity for a free lunch. So he dined there with Mo Li. Many lords, present only as projections at the meeting, could only salivate at the sight of the delicious food. Next time, bring Duo Lai along, he thought. But that wouldn't do either. What if Duo Lai eats everything here empty? Mu Yuan pondered and took out a treasure bead to contact the Lord of Han Yu City. Obviously, the Lord of Han Yu City had been through an advanced trial. He dared not take this trial lightly. This wasn't like the promotion of a level 5 territory, where you could try again if you failed. The trial key was a one-time use item. The trial, too, likely had a distinction between passable and perfect. Section B, Table 36. The voice of the Lord of Han Yu City came from the treasure bead. Come over, this lord's treat. The dining area had several sections, and Section B was one of them. But today's meal is free. Mu Yuan arrived in Section B and found table number 36. 2 exploration generals were seated there. Advanced trial? The Lord of Han Yu City smiled confidently. You've come to the right person. I am one of the few who has achieved a perfect ranking in the advanced trial. If you don't believe me, Ask that Qinshin, who only got a good ranking. The Lord Qing Xin at the side's temple throbbed slightly. The Lord of Han Yu City said, "This advanced trial severely tests individual combat power. How about, let's have a lively activity after the meal?" Capital City, cultivation area, the epic building, splendid arena, within. Lord of Han Yu City took out her diamond VIP card, swiped it proficiently, and entered to open one of the top-tier duel rooms. Beep, special duel room has been activated. This battle will use a 1vs1 no-rules combat mode, in a standard arena setting. This battle will not be made public, only invitees may watch. The splendid arena is equipped with instant revival, monster simulation, and law replication capabilities. We wish you an enjoyable battle. Mu Yuan was surrounded by blocks of pristine white slabs spreading outwards, expanding for a kilometer, 10 kilometers, millions of meters. The vast arena had a towering column every 10 kilometers, standing like lines on a chessboard. He stood between two horizontal columns, 6 columns away from the figure opposite him. She spoke. Her voice was soft, yet it echoed like the sound of the world itself, resounding by Mu Yuan's ears simultaneously. Passing the advanced trial, depending on your evaluation, will grant varying degrees of Lord's power enhancement, and Lord's power often forms the foundation of our personal combat power as Miracle Lords. Utilizing the template of a general, solidifying the template, or using one's own division general's strength as a basis to create a personal combat system. Even the latter is closely related to the strength of one's Lord's power. The content of the advanced trial is uncertain, but it will surely involve the application of Lord's power and be relevant to the individual Lord. Her eyes watched the distant young man, clothed in white, wielding a sword, full of youthful vibrancy. Her casual gaze suddenly sharpened, as if two sharp swords were piercing through the azure sky. Tianyuan, your generals are strong, many capable of standing on their own, leading an army. However, this is the advanced trial, a trial that can only rely on the Lord's own strength. Whether you are qualified or not, let me be the judge. With a flick of her wrist, a superior single-handed sword radiating a bone-chilling cold appeared in her hand. She positioned the sword horizontally in front of her, eyes fixed ahead. I, Han Yu, of the legendary skill realm, will not hold back. Mu Yuan raised his sword vertically, its edge glinting coldly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards slightly. I, Tianyuan, of the legendary divine soul realm, would have it no other way. He was eager to see just how strong the peak strongman of Taizan truly was. Here it comes, super excited. In the spectator stands, Lord Qing Xin munched on popcorn with one hand, sipped a soda with the other, appearing as the very image of an enthused onlooker. Brother Tianyuan is impressive. Just over a year ago during the Dragon Court dispute selection battle, he was still so young. She indicated with a gesture as tall as a water cup. And now, he has grown so much taller. She made a gesture half a person tall. He has grown up indeed. In time he might even be powerful enough to preside over the Great War Zone. Very strong. Everyone says that the Lord of Tianyuan City only relies on his generals, but who would have thought that he himself would quietly step into the Soul Realm? But Han Yu, that crazy woman, is unreasonable. When she was at the Divine Soul Realm peak, she defeated a Law Realm fighter, and now, even the fallen gods of an older era like the Rainforest God can be easily defeated by her. Within the same rank, Tianyuan is no match for the Lord of Han Yu City. Especially since there is a full rank difference. Qing Xin's eyes remained fixed on the field, not blinking for a second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Swa, gray dust clouds exploded at the spot where they stood, simultaneously. Their figures had disappeared into the dust clouds and then appeared in the central area of the duel field the next moment. Boom, single-handed swords collided, the ground made of quasi-epic materials cracking crisply. The crackling radiance from the dark smoked blade and the sword wrapped in frosty silver-blue brilliance clashed fiercely, sending torrents of energy scattering to both sides. Power, energy, evenly matched. Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised. The physical strength of the Lord of Han Yu City was terrifying, wasn't it? Kid, What are you surprised about? The one who should be surprised is me." Before her words even fell, her battle boots thrust forward like a spear. The concentrated force exploded, creating a miniature collapsing black hole in the space in front of her. Mu Yuan had timely disengaged and retreated, extending his left hand, crackling thunder glow intertwining to form a roaring thunder dragon that lunged at the nearby figure. Too slow. The thunder dragon tore the quasi-epic material floor asunder, scattering streaks of thunder glow that jumped through the surrounding space. But among the lightning, a nimble figure soared up against the dragon, her eyes reflecting Mu Yuan's figure as if they were millennia-old ice. Bang! Bang! Mu Yuan shattered the incoming icy cold with his sword. Immediately following, he threw a punch, and then another, 3 punches, 4 punches woven together. Beyond the hands holding his sword, his back had now sprouted 4 additional arms. Rishaman moduled tri-phased body tri-body unification. With a 3-to-1 advantage in limbs, he continuously slashed and punched at the Lord of Han Yu City. Aura 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 aura, fist, elbow, shoulder, continuously colliding. The two constantly shifted positions, exploding into rings of smoke and leaving trails of afterimages. Hey hey hey, Tianyuan is actually managing to fight on equal footing with Han Yu? Lord Qing Shen was certain Han Yu wasn't going easy, not in physical combat. Because, Tianyuan's speed was even faster than her full speed. Dozens of seconds passed. The two fought from the ground to the sky, then from the sky to the ground, until the universe itself seemed to crumble. Tianyuan finally fell into a disadvantage. Boom. Got you. The Lord of Han Yu City's flying kick was anticipated. Mu Yuan's hand, mighty as clamps, firmly seized her ankle. His remaining arms swung their fists, their gazes met. No, I caught you. Mu Yuan read this meaning. The body of the Lord of Han Yu City, caught by him, inexplicably spun like a top, skimming past his fist before stabbing out with a sword. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the white robe was pierced, and a fierce gash appeared on the shoulder blade. Pale golden blood dripped down. Mu Yuan skidded across the floor for hundreds of meters, gasping slightly. My power is not inferior to hers. The sword I slashed, the fist I swung, all contained the will and artistic conception of the peak, and I even used the 3 phases body fusion technique, but indeed, in terms of combat experience, skill, and intuition, I am far inferior. Even without falling into this trap, I would gradually have been outmatched. Mu Yuan pondered silently, staring straight at the opponent. There, the Lord of Han Yu City was also breathing slightly. She smiled and said, "Young man, you are naturally far inferior to me, but it's not too bad, there's no need to be discouraged." Discouraged? Mu Yuan was not discouraged. It was expected that his combat experience was far less than Han Yu's. Why should I be discouraged? I am actually very happy, he said. His lips slightly curved up. Now, the real moment of battle begins. Body chains first stage second stage, slash. 4 arms that had grown from his back turned into black smoke and disappeared as the sword also was sheathed. But meanwhile, accompanied by a bang, and another bang, in his body, Mu Yuan's entire stature suddenly swelled, tearing his white robe and revealing the black inner armor and black leather pants underneath. His legs planted firmly on the ground, muscles bulged as if dragons were entwining around him. Blazing red blood erupted from the pores he opened. The blood formed flames that soared forcefully. Like an ancient demon god awakening, an overwhelming aura swept in all directions. Stop! A spider web like crack hundreds of meters long suddenly burst open. Mu Yuan's figure had vanished. There was a howling wind between heaven and earth. Where? Where? On the right. The Lord of Han Yu City swung her sword down, her body swirling with energy that enveloped both her battle armor and sword. She caught it. Boom. Fist and sword collided. The blazing blood flames and the severe cold frost clashed for a moment before the flames devoured the frost. Crack. Boom. The superior grade sword broke on cue. The Lord of Han Yu City parried while meeting fist with palm. Crack. Her arm twisted. The violent force of the fist spread along the palm to the arm, crackling and shattering the silver-white gauntlet into pieces. This outrageous strength. Stomp! The silhouette enveloped in red flames appeared on the left side as if a malevolent spirit. Left, right, above, aura 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 aura. It was a similar move to before, even more erratic in its execution. But then, bang! The hilt of the cold moon sword flew from her grasp. Boom! The armor on Han Yu's hands completely shattered, her entire arm turned bloody. Boom! Han Yu's body flew backward, smashing a grand column, her silver-white armor now full of cracks, the attached energy long penetrated. A deep imprint of a fist was on the front of her armor. She flipped, landing on the ground, licking the blood at the corner of her mouth. Impressive, impressive, I'm getting excited now, she said. Mu Yuan, gasping, had cracks all over his body. Impressive, impressive, to only sustain minor injuries under my combo. Lord of Han Yu City, you are really something. Lord of Han Yu City. You are quite something, aren't you? She had to bring out her real skills now. Sword, come. Cold gathered in her hand, forming a sword. Heaven and earth, extreme cold. She raised her sword high, and the air immediately filled with an extreme chill, rapidly spreading 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters around. Frost covered the sky and the earth, freezing everything in the world. The elemental particles in the air stilled, sank into the frost, and even legends could hardly stir them a tiny bit. Around Mu Yuan, the blazing blood flames also seemed about to freeze. His powerful physique couldn't resist this extreme cold. Meanwhile, sword lights were brilliant in the distance. Sword after sword of 1,000-meter-long ice blades burst forth as if they were inexhaustible and didn't need to charge. Crack! Space split open. Crack! The icy surface cracked, and rising cold like an invisible hand grabbed his body. Boom! Mu Yuan crossed his arms. The battle-intent armor covering them was slashed apart. He had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, a crack spreading from his arm to his eye socket. Cough, cough. He seldom had the opportunity to get injured. Sparring with Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and the others was never fully satisfying. Of course, Tianyuan City did not have a venue that could allow the Soul Realm and Law Realm combat power to be fully unleashed. In the distance, figures shrouded in mist came closer step by step. The ice between heaven and earth moved as if millions of soldiers were charging, forming an unstoppable natural force. The force of nature she stirred up alone was stronger than the combined force of 100 legendary monsters. This was the Taishuan legendary Lord Cold Moon, however. My legend surpasses yours. An invisible force, like a breeze, brushed over the entire scene in an instant. The next moment, dormant elements such as fire, thunder, wind, darkness, and more began to revive, fighting over the control of the ice element between heaven and earth. This control over the domain, could it be? How exactly did this kid train? His speed in breaking through realms is faster than mine. His foundation is more solid than mine. Is there no justice in this world? She murmured to herself, gradually revealing a smile. That's good, it means it won't be over in just a few moves. Sword. She thrust her sword out again, plain as ever. Just like her previous thrusts and slashes. However, this sword was different. Not just in physical strength, not just in artistic conception, technique. As she pointed her sword tip in front of her, space solidified, and a red sun that had just risen thousands of miles away dimmed and then dissipated. Perhaps you can gather more energy, but double, 10 times, dozens of times, it's meaningless before my sword. Ah, I admit, indeed, tens of times the energy is meaningless. Then, lines of energy spread out, covering the entire domain in the blink of an eye. The lines intersected, forming a chess-like array. Epic skill. Mind chess net. Within the chess net, dozens of figures identical to Mu Yuan, created by Nether Raven and expanded by devouring power, pointed at the sky together. Blazing Sun times 65, 66 super spells, Blazing Sun, rose into the sky simultaneously. It was like 66 blazing suns were suspended in the sky, incinerating the earth. Endless light and heat were released, distorting space. The extreme cold ice rapidly melted. The ice elements between heaven and earth were devoured by the fire elements. If skills, realms, and conceptual power were not sufficient, then, let's overwhelm with quantity. To bully the few with numbers, righteous gang-ups, is what Mr. Mew is best at. The Lord Qingshin's eyes widened outside the arena. Inside the arena, the Lord of Han Yu City murmured to himself, "Damn it. Is this ability really normal? Directly copying one's own killer moves including conceptual power tens of times, is this really fair? This must be cheating. I'm rapidly progressing, leaving my peers far behind, but Tianyuan is even faster than me, he must be cheating. Domains, skills, realms, all cheated, this can't go on. If I don't treat Tianyuan as a true formidable opponent, I'm likely to be overturned." Gazing at the 66 blazing suns, Cold Moon's expression became calm. Her ice blue hair began fluttering and turned from the roots into pure white, spreading quickly. Her blue hair turned white. White like snow. White that freezes the world. The world quieted down. Space was frozen. Time was frozen. All things in heaven and earth were frozen. Not an inch of the vast battlefield was safe. Miu Yuan could see, around the Lord of Han Yu City, the swirling conceptual power like great rivers had disappeared. But her conceptual power pervaded the entire world, omnipresent. Impressive. White light engulfed the entire world. Combat room reset. Both Miu Yuan and Cold Moon appeared in the arena in their restored robes and armor. Lord Qingshin descended. She looked at Cold Moon, then at Tianyuan, and couldn't utter a word for a long time. What should she say? What could she say? She felt like she didn't fit in with these two freaks. At that moment, Tianyuan asked, "With this power, I should be ready to take on the advanced trial, right?" Cold Moon answered, "You should be." She then looked at Qingshin, "What do you think?" Lord Qingshin. "What else can I think? Of course, it's no problem." To say it's a problem, does she want to have a real fight with Tianyuan? Before coming here, she indeed had the idea of giving Tianyuan a lesson. But that was then, this is now. Cold Moon had been driven to her full capacity. If she went up and lost despite a higher realm, well, she could only be known as Little Sister Qingshin from then on. Damn it. The content of the advanced trial varies for each lord. My trial involved annihilating monsters, exterminating different types, different stages of monsters, until the limit. Han Yu explained, her gaze suddenly shifting and locking onto him. Your combat level is quite good, that's good, as it should be. She paused and said, your generals might be strong, capable of standing on their own, but I still want to say, don't rely too much on the strength of your subordinates. Only when you are strong enough can you protect everything and not lose anything. Her eyes were sharp, her tone allowing no room for argument. After she finished, she suddenly shook her head. I spoke out of turn. Just ignore what I said in the last half, but be careful. The location of your Tianyuan city might face attacks from creatures of the law realm. You are not weak now, but this strength is far from sufficient against a law realm powerhouse. Miu Yuan nodded in deep agreement. Yes, I am still too weak, powerless. Han Yu meant to praise, but you're just not qualified to fight against the law realm, not that you are too weak. How long have you been in the eternal world? But perhaps it is this attitude of always considering oneself weak that allows Tianyuan to break the limits of people's imagination over and over again, creating a miraculous pace of progress. If I had maintained this attitude from the beginning, some results might have been. Tianyuan is right. Han Yu fell into deep thought. Lord Qingshin looked left and right, beginning to question life as well. Are the two in front of her the odd ones, or is she behind the times? She decided not to worry about it, glanced at Tianyuan and said, Ayu just unleashed all her power, but combat in the law realm is not just about that. Besides direct confrontation, those in the law realm often possess multiple additional tactics. Miu Yuan said, Lord Qingshin, are you referring to epic carriers? She snapped her fingers. You seem very knowledgeable. Epic treasures not only carry conceptual power. Some of the abilities these epic treasures possess are incredibly elusive. Let me give you an example. She blinked and produced an object. A silvery white knight's lance over 3 meters long. The lance was encircled by a deep purple halo. emitting an aura more intense than any epic treasure Mu Yuan had ever seen. Absolute hit gun. Epic. Description. Locks onto a target to throw. The lance will cross space to hit the enemy directly, this hit carrying an absolute effect. Additionally, the attack of the absolute hit gun carries the concepts of piercing and tearing. After hitting the enemy, the absolute gun will disappear and return to the user's hand, unable to be taken. The user can activate the absolute gun with the same type of conceptual power to enhance its destructive power. This ability is utterly ludicrous. Mu Yuan had never seen such a powerful epic treasure that itself possessed conceptual lethality. The absolute hit gun might not be outstanding against large monsters, but if used against unsuspecting human powerhouses, it could potentially kill in one strike. If Qinxin City Lord possesses such an artifact, then powerful monsters likely do too. If an enemy were to produce such a treasure, how should he respond? Indeed, I am still too weak, Qinxin City Lord. She laughed awkwardly. This kind of treasure is called upper epic, and they are extremely rare. You don't need to worry too much. Meaning he still needs to worry moderately, right? Mu Yuan understood. He thought about it and asked the Lord of Han Yu City, just now, did the conceptual power in the final stage enter the second stage? Second stage? Qinxin City Lord, puzzled. Mu Yuan said, the first stage of concept, second stage, third stage. I heard that upon reaching the third stage of conceptual power, one can mark the world. Han Yu. Yes, that's true. Qinxin City Lord said, that doesn't seem right. According to this standard, wouldn't that mean the majority of us are still in the first stage of conceptual power? Maybe even the early or middle phase of the first stage. That made them sound quite inferior. Han Yu nodded deeply in agreement, that's right. She continued, I didn't expect you to have learned so much already. Indeed, you've taken up conceptual power too soon. But, the leap from the first to the second stage of conceptual power is immense, not to mention the third stage. What I just used was indeed the second stage of conceptual power. I apply the concept to a territory, and a single thought can affect the entire territory. Powerful beings in the law realm simple can influence an entire island domain with their extended conceptual power. She pondered, at this stage, the concept can use the universe as a bridge. She pointed a finger. There were no ripples in the elements of heaven and earth. No energy surged at the fingertips of the Han Yu City Lord. Yet thousands of miles away, a blizzard sprang up without warning. The snowflakes quickly blanketed the ground with a thick layer. If one possesses certain types of conceptual power, it's also possible to use an enemy's avatar to strike the enemy's original body from afar. Thus, having an avatar walk outside is no longer absolutely safe at this stage. The third stage of concept can be regarded as using the world as a bridge, which is a bit far off. Mu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. The path of concept is indeed profound. Even Dead Bone is currently stuck at the peak of the first stage, unable to break through. So profound. After leaving the arena, Mu Yuan exchanged a batch of items and blueprints at the Taishuan Alliance's exchange point in the capital city and then returned to Tianyuan City through the Starry Skygate. The dusk had not yet fallen. Teleportation is indeed convenient, he mused. Even if Isloa only had this teleportation ability, her status would be enough to be considered a legendary life. In Taishuan, only the capital city, a few official major cities, and the frontline battle zones are equipped with teleportation arrays. The Lord of Han Yu City must have traveled by teleportation array this time. However, Taishuan's teleportation arrays are not only scarce in number and incapable of mass teleportation but also consume a huge amount of energy when activated. Aside from emergencies, the arrays are only opened at specific times. Unlike Isloa's Starry Skygate, which is conveniently available to be opened and closed at any time. Still, the Starry Skygate shares the common limitation, or rather, characteristic, of the teleportation array. The more people and items teleported, the more energy consumed and the greater the load on the array. Thus, Mu Yuan took only a small number of items and blueprints with him on the return trip. The materials he purchased in bulk with contribution points and soul crystals had to be sent to Shilling City in batches by the steel train. There, the Tianyuan caravan stationed in Shilin City would then transport the supplies back to Tianyuan City. Rumble, rumble, outside of Tianyuan City. Roaring sounds could be heard from time to time as Duo Lai was relocating veins of ore. It had already shifted 20 to 30 veins of ore, soul sand mines, black iron mines, red copper mines, and so on, nearby Tianyuan City using great power. After this grand relocation, the number of mines under Tianyuan City's jurisdiction had increased rather than decreased. These veins were located outside the city, from 100 to 200 kilometers away, so they were not inside Tianyuan City and required warriors to be stationed there. But now, since the mines were not far from the city, in case of an enemy attack, the Tianyuan powerhouses could arrive in an instant, substantially reducing the pressure on defense. A certain distance must be maintained between veins, Mu Yuan reflected. Different types of veins might even interfere with each other, so planning their placement is also a profound science. Isloa had no experience in this area. Mu Yuan had brought back some reference books. Although most contained only rudimentary information, he thought that the capable Isloa would surely be able to handle it. Therefore, the veins could not be placed too closely together. If the size of Tianyuan territory could expand to several hundred kilometers away, then a unified defense system could also be built. This was a distant goal, but upgrading the territory level and expanding the territory size was not far off. It was what Mu Yuan planned to do. He took out the items he had exchanged for with a large number of contribution points, one by one. Refugee recruitment order, excellence, description. Depending on the level of development and the number of guiding landmarks in the territory, using this recruitment order can attract 200 to 2,000 territory citizens. This recruitment order has no side effects. Note: the number of recruited refugees may also be related to the current world situation. Before, Mu Yuan had used recruitment coupons with side effects. After Tianyuan City advanced to LV5, there was a prolonged period when the population did not increase. Even now, the total population, territory citizens, of Tianyuan City was only just over 50,000, even after he continuously erected guiding markers. Advancing to a level 6 territory requires 80,000 territory citizens. Advancing to a level 7 territory requires 300,000 territory citizens. Aside from the strict requirement of the number of territory citizens, which required time to accumulate, he had already met all necessary conditions. The shortfall was in this time-consuming accumulation of citizens. Naturally, attracting refugees yielded limited numbers. Hence, he turned to items. Such recruitment orders, not being hot-selling items, only required 10,000 contribution points to exchange, and there was also a considerable supply available. But Mu Yuan had exchanged a total of 220. He went all out on the purchase. The official in charge even repeatedly asked, "Are you sure you want to exchange for this many recruitment orders?" Even Mu the commander, who had just earned a large sum of contribution points, wouldn't dare to spend like this. Spending money on population in this manner, the cost-effectiveness was not high. No, it was very low. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many available refugee recruitment orders on the platform. Some lords were even worried about having too many people in their territories to support. But for me, elevating my territory from LV5 to LV7 is worth more than obtaining 1 or 2 epic treasures. Upon upgrading the territory, not only does the scope of the territory expand and the territorial power increase, but various miracle buildings also receive a degree of enhancement. In comparison, the epic treasures that could be exchanged for 220,000 contribution points were just mediocre, and he no longer found them appealing. It had been over half a year since Tianyuan City was promoted to a level 5 small city territory. Currently, Tianyuan City covered an extensive area, with residential districts being built one after another. The newly constructed residences could accommodate nearly 100,000 people. Compared to the time it was promoted to LV5, now Tianyuan City had no need to rush to accommodate the influx of refugees. However, to completely utilize these 220 refugee recruitment orders would still take quite some time. So, this honorable mission shall be entrusted to. After assigning the appropriate tasks to his lieutenants, Mu Yuan went straight to the Lord's altar and took out the trial key. He entered the Lord's purview, overlooking the surroundings. Tianyuan City remained calm and peaceful, and outside the fortress of Dragonhead Mountain, only sparse waves of enemies assailed them. But such tranquility could be shattered at any moment. It's time to go. This trial that requires a special item to unlock. Let's see what secrets it holds. Ding! Prompt. You have used the special item, trial key. The gate to the trial secret realm has opened. Please enter promptly. Prompt. You have 1 attempt for this trial of the secret realm. You may exit at any time, and your performance will be evaluated upon exit. Mu Yuan walked through the golden whirlpool gate, stepping into a realm beyond words, seemingly without time and space. If there were a comparison, it was somewhat akin to the land of origin. Ding! Prompt. Advanced trial has begun. Prompt. No troops can be dispatched in this trial, and the use of epic level or higher equipment and items is prohibited. The heavens and earth began to change. Time began to flow, space was no longer stagnant, and light and darkness emerged. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed into a valley enveloped by fierce winds. The green wind converged above, forming a row of large characters. Discern the wind, perceive the wind, find the exit of the valley and walk out to proceed to the next challenge. Whoosh! The howling wind was like numerous sharp knives. The wind blades struck the ground and mountain walls, emitting clangs like metal against metal. Mu Yuan saw countless scratches on the surrounding cliff faces, marks made by the fierce winds. These wind blades are strong, each is as powerful as a full-force strike from a fourth-order leader. And there were far more than just 10 or 100 or 1,000 wind blades howling before him. A fourth-order limit entering this place would not last long before meeting their end. Only those at the legendary realm could survive here for a longer period. To find the exit of the valley, there was a dead end behind him. Ahead, the valley forked, likely with even more branches within each path. He needed to find a way out while being slashed by the violent winds. Is that all there is to it? No, there's more to it. Mu Yuan closed his eyes. Through the concept of wind between heaven and earth, he could clearly discern that the wind in the valley was growing stronger. Perhaps at this moment the heaven and earth realm could resist. In a while, only a peak heaven and earth realm, soul realm, or peak divine soul realm would be able to endure. His time was limited. The longer he delayed, the stronger the storm would grow, and the more difficult his progress would become. To leave the valley within the time limit, that is the rule. Powerful challengers can withstand stronger storms and have more time. This is also quite reasonable. So how should one advance through the challenge? Method 1. Forceful breakthrough. The raging winds and wind blades are all wind. As long as he used overwhelmingly powerful attacks to split the storm, or opened a perfect domain to forcibly suppress it, he could naturally move unimpeded and quickly find the exit. But, I can force my way through this challenge, but what about the next one, and the one after that? To go further, one must understand the rules of the advanced trial and act accordingly. Advance refers to advancing the stages of the Lord's power. The challenge also hinted at discerning and perceiving the wind. Mu Yuan closed his eyes. But the wind was violent, and the wind element particles between heaven and earth seemed like a bunch of unruly fellows, moving in disarray. It wasn't easy to dismantle such wind, so he didn't bother to dismantle it. Load Jun Module. Jun had 3 epic abilities: Wind Trace, Soaring 9 Heavens, and Sigh of the Wind God. Mu Yuan transformed as if he became the wings of the Wind King. The winds of heaven and earth became docile before him. The storm no longer appeared chaotic, but instead had distinct traces and trajectories. No storm could stop the flight of the wings of the Wind King. They were the favorites of the Wind God, kings among the wind. Mu Yuan rode the wind, hands in his pockets as he went with the flow, in a blink arriving at the mouth of the valley. Mu Yuan stood at the entrance of the valley, waiting quietly for 2.5 hours until he was sure that no new rules emerged as time passed. Only then did he step out. Notice. You have passed the advanced trial, first stage. The storm had ceased, and the valley behind him faded like a watercolor painting, losing its color and disappearing swiftly. In its place came the scorching heat, He was standing on rocks that were heated to a sizzle. In front of him, or rather all around, was an endless sea of scalding magma. Sparse rocks dotted the magma lake, providing merely a few footholds. Flying? No, that's not right. Pillars of fire erupted and, in midair, spelled out a line of text. Savor fire, resist fire, and step out of the magma lake. It's similar to the rules of the previous stage. However, this time, energy surged within Mu Yuan, gushing from him and colliding with the fire element particles congregating from the heavens and earth to form a crimson energy shield around his body. Yet even such a fiery shield was distorted under the extreme temperatures. This isn't ordinary magma. It comes from the 9-layered earth core, magma that could easily burn through the energies protecting those in the legendary realm. And this world is filled with a forbidden space, conceptual power. He himself wielded conceptual power. Thanks to his talents of devouring and reaping what you sow, along with his frequent practice with the Division General's templates, the limits to his conceptual power might not be very high, but the types were exceedingly rich. He knew a little about everything. Merely using a flying type concept would be enough to briefly contend against the forbidden space. However, if another lord came here, they could only honestly tread across this extremely hot magma, taking steps towards the outside. Even if there were some rocks to rest on halfway through, he didn't think many lords could manage it. Even a powerhouse in the law realm, without grasping a concept similar to flying, wouldn't be able to take flight here. Only fire element power pervades this world. To freeze the magma lake with sheer force is impossible. That would consume too much energy. The magma lake was vast and boundless. Even if a trialist wielded an ice-like conceptual power, they could only freeze the magma for a very short time. Mu Yuan thought it over and, instead of hastening to start his journey, he slowly crouched down and tentatively reached his hand into the sizzling magma, bubbling red with heat. Hiss! In just 3 seconds, the energy covering his palm was burnt through, and the viscous liquid, like molten iron, began to steep and sizzle over it. At that moment, Mu Yuan was using the Duo Lai template. With this template, he not only had Duo Lai's 4 epic abilities but also possessed the formidable fire resistance that had evolved after devouring a massive amount of fire-related materials. This mere magma. Hiss! His palm turned bright red as the skin on the surface began to curl and peel away. Mu Yuan could not help but retract his hand. Looking at his already healed skin, he sucked in a breath of cool air. To think that even Duo Lai's 80% resistance cannot withstand this test. The magma pool is terrifyingly formidable. The Lord's power could load up to 3 templates simultaneously, but whether he used the power of 1 general or 3, the combined strength he could wield remained 80%. He thought for a moment and rearranged the power of the templates he had loaded. He loaded 2 templates. The Duo Lai template and the Shi Lu template. He activated Duo Lai's devouring enhancement and Shi Lu's dragon princess body. The next moment, crack, crack, Mu Yuan's body abruptly grew larger, his eyes turning into golden vertical pupils as numerous tiny dragon scales sprouted all over his body. His dragon-transformed feet stomped on the scorching hot magma. Fizz, 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 steam rose, and the air was faintly filled with a certain fragrance. But he wasn't burnt through. The water feels a bit hot, but it's bearable. Mu Yuan began to take steps outward. The magma lake was viscous. The endless fire element power surged upward, allowing him to avoid sinking. So this is resisting fire, but what about savoring fire? Come to think of it, the previous stage had a similar hint. Mu Yuan pondered. In the blink of an eye, he had covered most of the distance, and the end of the magma lake was already in sight. He didn't need to keep expending energy continuously, and he didn't need to climb onto special rocks to rest, which naturally made his journey much faster. But he always felt that something was missing. Mu Yuan figured it out and, after hesitating for a while, he steeled himself and bit the bullet. Here goes nothing. The power from the Shi Lu template began to decrease drastically. His dragon transformation began to recede. Without the protection of the upper epic red dragon's power, the intense heat of the magma lake fully erupted. Even after the external energy had been reduced layer by layer, His skin was being scorched to the point of continuously curling and peeling off in blackened layers. At this time, he still used some of Duolai's power. His energy was vast, his physique not weak. Accustomed to tempering, his body was thousands of times harder than gold or stone. Even if he truly fell into the magma pool, it was highly likely he wouldn't die. At most, he'd lose a layer of skin, but it would quickly heal. Strictly speaking, it didn't even count as an injury. But it would be painful. Damn, that really hurts, huh? Along with the scorching heat and fiery intensity, he also felt a mysterious power of fire being transmitted to him. His skin was continuously burnt and healed, his resistance to flame seemed to be rising bit by bit. Notice. Your fire resistance has increased. Notice. Your fire resistance has increased. The successive alert sounds confirmed his own guess. Is this what it means to savor fire? Is the correct way to pass this stage to counteract the magma, gradually enhancing one's flame resistance until reaching the end of the road? If the trialists are too weak to elevate themselves within the trial time to barely be able to walk, is defeat the only path? Mu Yuan already had the conditions to walk out directly. However, he gritted his teeth and continued to immerse his body in the magma. What kind of trial is this? The improvement isn't significant, why should I suffer like this? But, at his stage, even devouring superior materials hardly led to breakthroughs. He had devoured too much. His various indicators were already high, any improvement was rare. Other lords coming here probably have to suffer to clear the levels. If others can do it, why can't I? He was, after all, a leading figure of the young generation in the heavenly Taishuan, a man who controlled miracles, Mu Yuan. Half an hour later, Lord Shepherd, looking indifferent, pulled his legs out of the magma. Is this the limit of improvement? This trial level is just so-so. He, feeling listless, took large strides out of the magma lake. The third stage, absolute frozen land. Lord Shepherd took 35 minutes to pass. The fourth stage, land of thorny undergrowth. Lord Shepherd took 35 minutes to pass. The fifth stage, the sixth stage, the seventh stage, the eighth stage. Mr. Mu blazed a trail through brambles and thorns. He could even reach the eighth stage without using the Lord's power. His process often was to hone for a while, to max out the benefits he could seize, then load the appropriate epic template, and clear the levels with sparks and lightning. The 10th stage, the 12th stage, the 14th stage. Damn, how many stages does this advanced trial have? He forgot to ask. The Lord of Hanyu City didn't say. Exactly how many stages do I need to go through to get a perfect score, Or how many to clear them all? Mu Yuan didn't know. He only knew, from the 12th stage onwards, he could no longer afford to worry about honing. He had to go all out in the stages, trying his hardest. A slight carelessness could lead to failure. He hadn't forgotten his original goal, to achieve as high a rating as possible, to earn the reward for a perfect clear. And now, the 16th stage, Land of Annihilation. Before him was a fragmented space, where strands of gray winds suddenly appeared, slashing down. This was Annihilation Wind, a storm one might encounter in spatial turbulence. Containing spatial characteristics as well as the conceptual nature of annihilation. And before him, the entire broken realm was filled with immense conceptual power. Just like when the Lord of Hanyu City entered the second stage, making the concepts cover the heavens and the earth. No, this place's conceptual power was perhaps even stronger. Annihilation Wind was also known along with Destruction Thunder for its ultimate destructive capacity. Having spatial characteristics as well, the strands of wind came and went tracelessly, almost like teleporting. Mu Yuan could only load the Duolai template, relying on the space-tearing seal to control the surrounding space, to predict where the annihilation wind would come from. Even so, it was still hard to guard against. He could only dodge 90% of it. The remaining 10%. Brace, endure it hard. Mu Yuan used the Rakshasa module and transformed into Evil Ether Prison Sea. His body became formless and shapeless, possessing the characteristic of the prison sea not withering and life not perishing. However, swipe, 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 as the annihilation wind swept through, The evil ether prison sea diminished bit by bit. The body he formed from evil ether was becoming increasingly tenuous, like an evaporating cloud of smoke. Bang! The prison sea dissipated, Mu Yuan fell back flat. 2 seconds later, he leapt up, dodging a strand of annihilation wind that suddenly appeared. The light of will in his mind flared up like a pillar of fire reaching to the sky. He continued to sprint forward, even though his body was damaged, it didn't slow down in the slightest. Sometime later, swipe, crack, snap, the light of will shattered like a column of glass. Mu Yuan's legs were severed, and he fell forward with a thud. 2 seconds later, I don't believe this, Crescent Moon Giant Wolf. Scythe Moon Armor, merge, Mu Yuan transformed into a giant wolf, his body radiating the sacred light of the moon, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. He ran at a speed almost like teleportation, treading on the moonlight. But soon, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the moon high in the sky, like a backdrop, was being sliced by the annihilation wind, section by section. Gashes appeared on the full moon, and it quickly burst into oblivion. The crescent moon giant wolf was slashed with several huge wounds, and Lord Shepherd fell to the ground once more with a thud. This time, his body was even more mutilated, damn it. Lulu armor, undying golden body, Mu Yuan rose to his feet. Dazzling golden light burst from his body, transforming him into a golden statue. The annihilation wind rained down, clinking harmlessly off his body. He flew forward, fearless like a war god. But soon, the light of the golden body began to fade. Before the golden light completely vanished, the annihilation wind sliced through its protection. Mu Yuan adjusted his posture and lunged forward. Cough cough, truly worthy of being, at least equivalent to the second stage of the law realm. And numerous, endless, akin to dozens of beings of this level constantly attacking. I'm a bit in a sorry state here. Mu Yuan suspected that even the Ice Burial Duke, if he were here, would be cleanly slain within a few seconds. If it weren't for his use of the space-tearing seal, devouring, wither kingbone, soaring 9 heavens, evil ether prison sea, and other epic abilities, he wouldn't have managed to struggle for so long or to have traveled so far. Thinking this, he slumped to the ground like a lump of mud. His life force was very weak now, and his vision began to blur. But in his hazy sight, he saw a gleam of dawn, thousands of meters away. Thousands of meters. This place was a horrific land of death, but just thousands of meters. It might work. Physical shackles first, second, third stage, all cut. His body, like a cosmic singularity, surged with endless power. His drained body instantly revived, his complexion turning rosy, and his severed legs regrew in the blink of an eye. He stomped the ground, twisting his waist, eyes fixed ahead. Ripples in the space resonated in his mind. He quickly estimated the points and paths of thousands of potential annihilation winds, assessing the best route to weave through. He had no more time to analyze and decide. Let's go. The ground cracked, the storm howled behind him. Lord Shepherd, his body steaming with intense energy, tore through space and time, charging forward along the predetermined trajectory. Peefed PFFT PFFT PFFT. The wind blew. His hands were annihilated. His feet were also annihilated, but his remaining torso crossed the finish line. The wind ceased. Time and space froze. The world behind him, filled with the annihilation wind, gradually faded. The pain in his body vanished, his mutilated body rapidly healed, and his drained energy replenished. Only the mental and conscious fatigue lingered, unable to be shaken off. Ding! Frontline, Cold Valley Mountain Warzone. Tianyuan probably finished the trial, right? The difficulty level of the advanced trial adjusts slightly based on the trialist's own realm. With Tianyuan's capability, as long as he dares to fight, he has a chance to pass all 13 stages and achieve a perfect rating. The trial content is brutal, requiring one to dare to risk their life and throw everything into the conflict to pass. At least, that's how it was for her. She was a lord who had passed all 13 stages, although the experience wasn't very pleasant. What about Tianyuan? I don't think I told him how many stages he needed to clear. But that's exactly why he'll give it his all until the end. That's how she had done it in her time. Notice, since you passed the territorial promotion trial with a unique rating, you may clear additional stages in this advanced trial. Notice, you have cleared 13 stages, plus 3 additional stages for a total of 16 stages. Notice, you have completed the advanced trial rating, unique. Awards settlement in progress. Niu Yuan returned to the beginning, to the mysterious space where time seemed to stand still and space did not exist. After a momentary pause, the prompt sound rang out once again. Ding! Notice. By passing the advanced trial, you have received the basic, perfect level reward. Your Lord's power has been sublimated, and you now possess miracle territory authority of a higher rank. 1. Lords can borrow the strength of their own troops and, depending on the level of loyalty, intimacy, understanding, can exert up to 100% of the troops' talent or skill power, and receive a huge basic ability amplification according to their own rank. Currently, you can preload 10 templates, or you can individually draw upon general skills. After advancement, the Lord's power's borrowing limit can be significantly elevated. Depending on the Lord's own variety of abilities, the borrowing limit can be further increased in the future. This is the first and most crucial ability of the Lord's power. The majority of green hands and low to middle ranked Lord's combat power originates from the general power. The maximum they could borrow was 80% of the general power, but now has increased to 100%. However, Niu Yuan valued more the explanation that the limit had been raised. Previously, when I borrowed epic skills, I couldn't exert 80% of their power. For upper epic skills like the Wither Kingbone and the Space Tearing Seal, managing to exert 50% of their power was already good. But now, he tried it briefly, and these upper epic skills could now exert 99.8% of their power. Even the legendary power, he could grasp it in strands and bundles, rather than it being illusory like a mirage or the moon reflected on the water. Just this point alone greatly enhances my personal combat power. Being able to simultaneously borrow the power of multiple generals and use their skills individually, I will also have much more room to maneuver. Just now, when Niu Yuan maintained the space-tearing seal, he had to focus most of his strength on the Duo Light template, and abilities like Evil Ether Prison Sea, Crescent Moon Giant Wolf, and Undying Golden Body had to be further reduced from an already limited power base. Now he might be able to use Death Remains Territory and Nether Ghost Market at the same time, and even combine them together. How delightful. 2. Lords can use their Lord's power to crystallize the talent, skill of their own troops onto themselves, with a maximum of 3 crystallizations. These talent, skill crystallizations are irreversible, but can improve as the troops' abilities enhance. 3. Lords can use their power to temporarily amplify their own troops, which includes enhancements to physique, spirit, energy, mind, light of will, life, domain, not exceeding their limits, and skills. This amplification can be comprehensive or focused on augmenting one specific aspect. 4. The duration for Lords borrowing troop power is greatly extended, and furthermore, while under template attachment, Lords can have an immersive experience of their troops' power. This 4th point. Niu Yuan stroked his chin. Using the Duo Light template in its complete form, he immediately noticed a difference. It wasn't the increasing of the power limit but rather, in the past, when borrowing power, it was more like using a weapon or donning a suit of armor. He was simply using that power. And that was all he could do. Use it. But now, he could deeply experience the power as though it were exchanging bodies, truly owning that power himself. Not only that, Niu Yuan saw the spatial law patterns of the heaven and earth realm, incredibly clear. Hundreds to thousands of times clearer than what his own eyes could see. No wonder the Lord of Han Yu City, Lord Qing Xin, have said that the rewards from the advanced trial are enormous. It enhances the Lord's potential limit while elevating their all-around capabilities. Even if normal Lords are not as extraordinary, each with different strengths in their domains, those who can pass the advanced trial will have at least several or a dozen epic generals of their own. A Lord who possesses the wings of the Wind Cane, When cultivating wind element abilities and comprehending them in the midst of raging storms, could borrow the power of the wings of the Wind Cane, achieving twice the result with half the effort. And all this is just the reward for achieving a perfect rating. Mu Yuan stood in the land of nothingness, counted sheep silently for a while longer, before the prompt sound rang out once again. Enhancement. You have passed the extra trial, and your lord's power has once again been sublimated, granting you new territorial powers. 5. When using general power, you can additionally exert 20% extra talent, skill power. 6. You have obtained mysterious power, which allows you or your generals to enter a state of mysterious cultivation. This power cannot be recharged and can only recover slowly as time elapses. Current mysterious power, 1/3. 7. Your territorial power has advanced to Lord True Body, with its storage limit and recovery speed greatly increased. Moreover, you can also use your territorial power outside your own territory. In an intangible sense, Mu Yuan watched his territorial power expand like a river rising higher and higher. Since the area of his Tianyuan territory remained unchanged, the power limit he could burst forth with as Lord True Body was still the same as before. But the endurance had increased at least threefold, eightfold. If he could previously unleash 8 sky-vaulting handprints continuously using his territorial power, now it would be a full 64. Wow, incredible! The other 2 powers. He hadn't tried the mysterious power yet, but the extra amplification effect. Mu Yuan immediately gave it a try. He borrowed the space-tearing seal skill from Duo Lai and, following an instinct from within, he infused even more power into it. Instantly, 1, 2, 3, 6 space-tearing seals lined up in front of him. The limit for Duo Lai was 5. He was able to condense 6 of them. From 6 greater than 5, it can be inferred, he is stronger than Duo Lai. Truly worthy of me. It feels like I'm already invincible. Perhaps I should find a monster at the Law Realm to test my blade. Cough, calm down, calm down. After all, he couldn't borrow the true power of the legendary power. Just like Wraith Sacred Mountain, River of Stars, Underworld Ghost Market, these development-type skills or epic talents, he couldn't unleash their true power either. Using the Dead Bone or Duo Lai template, he also couldn't gain any boost in conceptual power. Most importantly, how could he possibly duel a Law Realm monster alone? His creed had always been to engage in group combat. Wouldn't it be beautiful when all the generals of Tianyuan City possess the power to contend with the High Hunting Duke, and then a group of them duel a duke together? After Lord Shepard returned from the secret realm, he went straight to the bed and fell into a deep sleep. This had been the most difficult battle he had faced since the start of his career. "Where is the Lord? Didn't he come back?" Isloa muttered outside the corridor, sticking her head in only to see Mr. Mew sleeping like a dead pig without even changing his battle clothes, his soul submerged in slumber. "I haven't slept in more than a dozen days, this is so frustrating." Isloa clenched her small fists, took 3 steps away, then sighed and walked back. She approached the bed and lightly tapped on the battle clothes. Instantly, the battle clothes clicked and flew off, landing on a rack nearby. She pulled up the blanket, watched for a long while before turning and walking out, closing the door completely behind her. Leaning against the door, Isloa hummed softly to herself. "Forget it, upgrading the territory is just a minor matter, I'll take care of it myself." At this point, several days had passed since Lord Shepard had entered the secret realm. At the same time, in the Red Mist Land, Dragon Sleep Valley, the Fire-Winged Duke, a being of the Law Realm, was snorting with waves of scorching breath through his nostrils. He had already gained the king's trust, being entrusted with the important task of exterminating the humans of Tianyuan. He had even appointed a full set of strategies, high, medium, and low, to deal with the humans of Tianyuan. He had also activated many of his plants within the Tai Zan alliance. He was so close to advancing, but, despite receiving the news that Tianyuan was heading towards the capital city, I couldn't intercept him. I clearly laid traps at hundreds of main stations, but couldn't detect the human Tianyuan passing through. Where is he? What? Tianyuan has already returned to his territory. He's overseeing the territory's upgrade. What are you all doing? Mother %. The Fire-Winged Duke cursed at his subordinates and all his minions. He had studied the information about Tianyuan in detail. Knowing that he was a recluse, he hardly ever traveled long distances, let alone wandered around the 10 Directions Island domain. This human just stayed holed up in his own city, with no longing or interest in the outside world. Secluding himself for months, half a year, was probably nothing unusual for him. This time, the human Tianyuan attending the meeting in the Taishuan capital was probably the only opportunity he would have for a long time to come. And yet, his useless subordinates failed to seize it. If all else fails, I will have to resort to the medium or low strategies. But it won't be easy to push into the 10 Directions Island domain, and if the Red Moon descends again. Given the development speed of Tianyuan City, he feared that in a few more months, this annoying human would be able to confront him head-on. He couldn't wait. If I have to resort to the medium or low strategies, I still need to figure out a way to get some help, just like Ice Burial, who met his end due to his arrogance. If he had been willing to pay a little more and get gluttony out of the headquarters, he might have already crushed this human. However, I must not rush. Haste is the greatest enemy. Think about it, the whole human society is in turmoil now, and this Tianyuan might not be able to stay in his territory all the time. He will have to travel far, and that will be my chance. The Fire-Winged Duke flew out of Dragon Valley. This time he wanted to personally supervise and perfect the operation. Tianyuan City, City Lord's Mansion. Residential area of the mansion. Mu Yuan stretched his limbs and spread his spiritual power to sense the world. Did I actually sleep for a full 48 hours? It's indeed nice to sleep once in a while. I feel extremely refreshed. But to have slept this long without anyone disturbing me? Mu Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He opened the Lord's panel and looked at the diary entries. Tip. Hero, Isloa, has used the refugee recruitment order, recruiting 1160 refugees, including one superior talent. Tip. Hero, Isloa, is using the energy well from the Miracle Blueprints, and is currently under construction. Tip. The population of Tianyuan City's territory citizens has broken through the 80,000 mark. Tip. Hero, Isloa, has built more cultivation quiet rooms and breakthrough dojos. Tip. Hero, Isloa, has started to promote her territory. Tip. Your territory has been promoted to level 6. Tip. Your territory has had a minor heaven and earth baptism, and a certain number of troop types has broken through to 3rd order and 4th order. Tip. Tip. Compared to a few days ago, there were at least hundreds of tips accumulated on the panel. More than half of them were related to Isloa. She didn't wake him up? Shocked.jpg. Mr. Mew swallowed hard. He donned his robe, draped a cloak over his shoulders, and strode outside. It's time to fulfill the responsibilities of a lord. Half a day later. Taizan, the capital. Mu Yuan had come here again, only this time, he arrived merely as a projection of light and shadow. He went to the headquarters of the Pioneer Group. Now, the Shattered Isles warzone had been downscaled and there were no significant conflicts, and with many areas in Taizan in need of reinforcements, the Pioneer Group intended to offer him even more positions. Our thinking is this, said General Chen, the one-armed, with the power of your Tianyuan City. To be honest, presiding over a medium-sized battle zone is a bit of a waste. Moreover, your Tianyuan City is located on the outskirts and is not secure, and could use the strength any time. So, we thought of having your Tianyuan City form its own battle zone and use it as a mobile force. Battle zone? Mobile force? These two terms don't seem to equate? General Chen smiled and produced an item, a flag that gleamed with a purple hue. Battlezone Sky Patrol Banner. Description. A special epic artifact, capable of unfolding a small-sized battlezone in the designated area, obtaining benefits and rights not inferior to a medium-sized battlezone. The battlezone possesses a certain number of defense structures, city defense weapons, and a medium-sized enchantment. Additionally, the user can incorporate unappointed lords and troop types into the battlezone, allowing the entire battlezone to accumulate contributions and amass a more substantial heaven and earth's gift. So, it's this kind of combination. Mu Yuan could see a bit of the principle behind it. This Sky Patrol battle zone was somewhat similar to the Wraith Sacred Mountain, a movable territory. Of course, it wasn't just that simple. Tai Zan is still brimming with heavyweights who can create such treasures. The one-armed General Chen said, "The situation is urgent right now. Some battle zones are contracting and retreating, and we are also planning to establish several Sky Patrol battle zones. Considering that Tianyuan City is also in a dangerous area, the Pioneer Group won't assign you fixed tasks but instead allow you to freely choose rescue missions, timing, and patrol areas. What is your intention?" he asked gravely. The Sky Patrol battle zone was a new plan, and in terms of power, it didn't quite match up to the commander of a medium-sized battle zone. After all, the Sky Patrol battle zone would only be formed by a very few powerful individuals. In his view, Tianyuan City, after all, was a rising power that did not have the strength to preside over a great war zone. But if they took on the task of aiding everywhere, Tianyuan City had more advantages than Hanyu City. Even if the Lord of Hanyu City was powerful, he was but one person, while Tianyuan City had several who could rival those in the Soul Realm. The Pioneer Group had also upgraded the benefits for the Sky Patrol battle zone. However, whether the Lord Tianyuan would shoulder this burden, General Chen was unsure. Taking responsibility for an entire battle zone was a heavy load to bear. He had also approached several other suitable lords before, most of whom declined due to insufficient ability. What about Tianyuan? Defending the land of Tai Zan is our unshirkable duty. The young man's eyes were ablaze with dedication, fearlessness, and nobility. His gaze was unwaveringly firm. His conviction was fervently intense. He was even looking forward to it, looking forward to fighting monsters. General Chen was filled with respect and saluted with a clenched fist. Defending the land of Tai Zan is our unshirkable duty. The welfare benefits of the Sky Patrol battle zone, in addition to the growth of martial merits and contributions, include more than just the Heavenly Patrol banner. After all, a standard battle zone has epic buildings, a variety of miracle buildings, and war supplies sufficient to build a dozen or dozens of guard camps. The Sky Patrol battle zone is less well equipped, but it also has some rare items. Heavenly Patrol battle robe, grade, quasi-epic, description. Allows the wearer to open a super miniaturized version of a battle zone territory around themselves, remotely receiving power from the battle zone. The wearer can gain battle zone enhancement effects and has a strong resistance to erosion by the red mist. With the battle zone effect enhancement, the Heavenly Patrol battle robe has defensive capabilities equivalent to epic level. Strong, very strong. Mu Yuan looked at it and almost drooled. This was equivalent to a treasure with half the effects of an epic item. The reason it was rated only as quasi-epic, he guessed, was partly due to the scarcity of epic materials, and on the other hand, true epic level needed the recognition of heaven and earth, making its birth a much more difficult process. The Alliance had adopted some kind of shortcut to create such Heavenly Patrol battle robes. After all, he wasn't a scientific researcher, and he wasn't that curious about how the robes were made. He was particularly interested in one of the explanations: opening a super miniaturized version of a battle zone territory around the wearer. No matter how small the territory was, whether the size of a basketball court, a single-room apartment, a bed, or a wooden board, it was still miracle territory. Besides gaining battle zone enhancement, it could also acquire many powers extended from miracle buildings. For example, the power of the Hall of Martial Souls. I don't seem to have seen this banner and Heavenly Patrol battle robe on the exchange platform before? He asked. General Chen said, "This is a new product, and there's a very limited production, only 10 robes allocated for each Sky Patrol battle zone. Not only that, but the majority of the Heavenly Patrol battle robes are still in production and will take a while before they can be delivered." However, the general smiled and said, "This also means you can customize the Heavenly Patrol battle robe to some extent, like setting the appearance and style of the robe. Isn't Tianyuan City in charge of managing an entire battle zone? Doing so can also help promote the reputation of the battle zone and boost morale." In the Sky Patrol battle zone, Only Tianyuan City itself was responsible for managing a battle zone. As General Chen said, top-level lords like Sword Lord Lu Shi and Lord Qing Xin had to handle the front lines of the war. And lords like Green Mountain didn't have the power to support the entire Sky Patrol battle zone on their own. They often combined the strength of several powerful territories to form a small but elite combat team. He heard that the first Sky Patrol battle zone had already been established and was currently being integrated. Their Tianyuan battle zone, however, saved the trouble of integration, and the dispensation of power was also several times more direct and convenient compared to other battle zones. The style of the battle robe? Mu Yuan thought for a moment and then remembered the vision of division generals evolving amid the purple cloud from the east. He said, then make it in a white base with purple cloud design. The pioneer group was highly efficient with their work. That very night, the battle zone's banners, 2 newly made white base purple cloud robes, and a batch of military supplies for the battle zone were delivered to the Tianyuan base in Panchi City. The total value of this batch of supplies was very high, and it concerned the establishment of a battle zone. Normally, according to the standards of the pioneer group, these supplies and the appointment documents had to be delivered directly to the domain of the commander for a face-to-face handover. But Tianyuan City was too far away. The Logistics Development Department's main and deputy captains in charge of delivery were both from the senior legendary realm. It was an easy task for them with their capabilities to cross vast wastelands and reach Tianyuan City. If the external environment was still similar to what it had been in the past. The batch of supplies was very valuable, and the pioneer group could not allocate more manpower. And now, they truly didn't have the confidence to safely deliver this batch of strategic supplies all the way to Tianyuan City. When the Lord of Tianyuan City suggested delivering them to Panchi City for exchanging hands there, they also felt this was more appropriate and agreed. Inside the Tianyuan base, Captain Yao, with his title as Duan Chen Swordman from the senior legendary realm, said with a serious expression, General Luo Cha, I entrust these supplies to you. Please make sure to deliver them intact. He paused and added, be careful. Several breaches have emerged at the front lines recently, and numerous bloodthirsty legendaries have infiltrated our Taishuan realm, including numerous spy elements from overlord powers. Even within the Alliance's territory, some of our transports have been plundered, and it would be even more dangerous once we're outside the national borders. If it wasn't for this situation, they wouldn't have agreed to the handover in Panchi City. It showed that their transport team was not capable enough. But compared to a little pride, safety was more important. If they lost these valuable supplies in transit, they would not only lose face but also substance. Luo Cha took over the supplies, leave it to us, if we encounter any monsters attacking. The transport team of Tianyuan City was led by General Luo Cha, known as the Evil General, with the not yet famous Xie Yi legend serving as the deputy captain. They were accompanied by an escort of 30. The scale was similar to that of the Logistics Department's transport team. However, the Evil General was infamously ruthless. During his service in the Great War Zone, he had killed no fewer than 20 legendary monsters and even rode 1,000 miles to slay a great faceless one hidden within the battle zone. The Evil General also took the opportunity to apprehend and execute numerous wicked individuals. Because of this, General Luo Cha earned the nickname Evil General, a name that inspired dread in countless people. With the Evil General in charge, they could be at ease. This batch of supplies was substantial and couldn't be transported through the starry Skygate. They had to make the long haul the honest way. Leaving Panchi City, Rakshasa and Xie Yi boarded the steel train heading north, reaching the final stop at Shilling City Station. There, they continued northward in the vehicles the Merchant Association had already prepared, journeying through the vast wilderness. Such a convoy, around Shilling City, wasn't conspicuous, save for its guards who appeared somewhat stronger, better equipped, and more imposing. But if someone paid close attention, they might guess that this convoy was transporting a batch of critically important materials. Never underestimate the intelligence of monsters. Usually, they just prefer to use brute force, but if that fails, they'll definitely start using their brains. In the battle zone, there are lurking monsters like the Faceless Ones and Heart-Eaters that infiltrate our base camps. Even within the Tai Zon territory, the hinterlands, and even the capital city, it's possible that there are spies for the Overlord power. These spies might not necessarily be monsters like the Faceless Ones. They're too conspicuous. They might be ordinary people or professionals whose minds have been corrupted, though we can't rule out uncorrupted individuals willing to act as pawns for the monsters. With such a large human population, any sort of person might emerge. Some even embrace the filthy forever life, believing that monster transformation is cool and can grant them power. These are often those who have never been on the front lines or even fought against monsters. All this was a reminder from General Chen. His Sky Patrol battle zone had a wide area of responsibility, and he likely had to deal frequently with various cities and territories. One must always be wary. Once his whereabouts were leaked, it wasn't impossible to be ambushed by a group of legendary monsters. Now, if enemies were constantly monitoring the movements in Tianyuan City, this small transport squad could be their target. Was there anyone out there? Duo Lai certainly hoped there would be. Munching on a bun after bun, he couldn't help muttering. This batch of supplies was very important. Mu Yuan, of course, wouldn't have just Rakshasa and Xie Yi responsible for it, despite both being quite formidable combatants capable of handling the Soul Realm without issues. Mu Yuan had dispatched General Duo Lai. General Duo Lai could use the dimensional pocket to collect all the supplies at once. He didn't do this, that was Mu Yuan's request. Beside Duo Lai, Division General Sophia, with eyes closed, was manipulating the crows outside. 1 hour, several hours, the sky gradually lightened. The transport convoy entered the 10 Directions Island domain, reaching the territory near Tianyuan City, and had encountered no disaster. The tuft of hair on Duo Lai's forehead drooped down, very disappointed. There were no enemies, not necessarily, Sophia said. I did find a slight trace, but the hidden enemy is very cautious. They were just observing and had no intention of attacking. Even their observation was done through many lower-level monsters. I also spent a long time watching those lesser monsters, but I couldn't track down the controlling legendary force. Duo Lai. Asterisk, could it really be like this? Damn, he noted this grudge. Sophia also looked grave. This hidden enemy was undoubtedly a formidable foe. Twilight Domain. In a certain place outside the Tai Zon territory, 2 small-bodied legendary creatures were hiding in the deep mountains, muttering to each other. Is what we're doing appropriate? Weren't we supposed to ambush the transport squad heading to Tianyuan City? Ambush? With what shall we ambush? We are just 2 weak creatures at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. We need to know our limits. The big-headed monster said, do you know who's escorting the transport squad? It's the evil general from Tianyuan City, someone who could flay and debone us monsters alive. Without the Duke of Hunting leading, we would just be delivering ourselves to defeat. That other Tianyuan legend might not seem much at first glance, but he's also defeated a flesh giant dragon, and his combat power exceeds ours. Tell me, should we still fight? The other legend kept shaking his head. He hesitated but still asked, but big brother, shouldn't we at least try to get close and scout out the situation? Otherwise, how are we going to explain ourselves to the Grand Duke? What are they doing now? They have outsourced the task through layers to the intelligence monsters in this region. Not only that, after handing off the task, the big brother had completely severed all outside contact. He also had no plans to re-establish contact. Isn't doing this a bit unprofessional? The big-headed monster grunted, just make up some stories when the time comes, that will be enough to get by. Little brother, this is what we call the wisdom of survival. Inside Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan activated this batch of war supplies using his own spiritual imprint. One by one, the dimensional boxes opened, revealing the valuable items inside. 2 white-based purple cloud robes. Mu Yuan took them out and shook them. These quasi-epic treasures could be big or small and could also transform into invisible objects to attach to oneself. No matter if it was ordinary humans or a frost giant dragon like Sario, they could use them without restriction. After all, quasi-epic treasures could hardly be considered inconvenient. He took out the Heavenly Patrol banner and registered it for use. He then took out another extremely important treasure. Heavenly Patrol Mirror. Grade. Quasi-epic. Category. Special utility item. This treasure connected to the core system of the Pioneer Group, enabling access to a plethora of information. The current situation, dangerous areas, tasks available for claiming, etc., were all displayed on it. This Heavenly Patrol Mirror even possessed a group chat feature, allowing communication across domains with other Heavenly Patrol Mirror holders. Though it was not on par with his Spirit Seed, this was still a top-notch communication tool. Beep, you have logged in. Welcome to use the Heavenly Patrol system. On the mirror's surface, the vast map of the Taishuan Alliance Twilight domain slowly unfolded. The map only displayed the Alliance territory, beyond that was a murky haze. However, even just within the Alliance territory, many areas were marked with light red or deep red. Light red represents high-risk areas with large numbers of fourth-order bosses and even legendary realm monsters active. The deep red markings, on the other hand, indicate extreme danger zones with extremely terrifying creatures present in these areas. So many extreme danger zones? Not only that. On the map, around military strongholds such as Shilling City and Lujiang City, several territories were already marked with red crosses, shocking to the eye. Xingrong Town, an official stronghold close to Shilling City, had also fallen. Mu Yuan might not feel much for other places, but these areas around Shilling City were also where they had once lived. The former Tianyuan territory, now marked with an eye-catching deep red. The data showed that this area and several surrounding areas had a fearsome creature active named the Deep Red Double-Headed Dragon. The Deep Red Double-Headed Dragon was the prime culprit behind Xingrong Town's fall, being assessed as likely at the peak of the Heaven and Earth Realm or the Soul Realm. The Deep Red Double-Headed Dragon had not shown itself for several days, as if it had completely disappeared. But various traces indicated that this terrifying creature was still active, still a tremendous threat. In the Pioneer Group system, the extermination task for the Deep Red Double-Headed Dragon isn't as urgent as the rescue missions in battlefield areas or major cities, but it's also imminent. Currently, in various places of the Alliance, there are not so many urgent battlefield areas or defense lines, thus the focus has shifted to eliminating these big bosses. However, there are so many. Just in the Twilight domain, there are quite a few creatures suspected to be at the Soul Realm. The Soul Realm, they are the strong among the strong. Apart from the battle zones and a very few top territories in the entire Taishuan, where else could one find Soul Realm beings? Even Pan Shi City does not have a Soul Realm presence. No wonder it's necessary to concentrate forces and establish the Sky Patrol battle zone. Even in Tianyuan City, the number of beings that can securely subdue a Soul Realm creature are few and far between. What's more, these marked, already apparent bosses are among the foolish of the legendary monsters. He could not rule out the possibility that there were smarter, better hidden formidable enemies on this land. He needed more powerful forces. Mu Yuan opened the panel and started pondering the team arrangements for his division generals. On the panel, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Isloa. The avatars of one Tianyuan powerhouse after another flashed by. Mu Yuan pondered, the most urgent task at present is to eradicate those legendary monsters that are active within the Alliance's territory. Although, considering his interests, the mission he desired the most was to rescue various cities that were in imminent danger during monster waves and monster attacks. He could gather a significant amount of miracle power. However, there were not so many cities in imminent danger. Other strong members of the Alliance were not idling about, and not all legendary monsters that crossed the front lines into the Alliance's territory were fools. These powerful monsters also seldom launched direct attacks on human cities, clearly understanding that the more frequently they committed crimes, the easier it was to attract the attention of Taizan's powerhouses. Nevertheless, even if these monsters did not directly attack cities, their mere presence was like a series of nuclear bombs planted around, each capable of exploding at any moment. They were major crises themselves and needed to be eradicated in a timely manner. This was also the responsibility of the Sky Patrol battle zone. Since he had taken on the task, he would see it through. First, the team must have the power to not just defeat, no, to strongly subdue beings of the Soul Realm. After all, the battlefield was within the Alliance territory, and they didn't have the luxury to fight the enemy for hundreds of rounds. If they could not subdue and eliminate the enemy, the legendary monsters that escaped would become more cautious and create more disasters. Second, the team must have strong tracking abilities and quick mobility. Mu Yuan locked in the first candidate, Sophia. As the head of the intelligence department of Tianyuan City, Sophia was responsible for various intelligence tasks inside and outside the city, but she was also the best tracker in Tianyuan City. In executing such tasks, Sophia was far more efficient than anyone else. Neither Dead Bone nor Duo Lai could compare. To eradicate these powerful monsters, we don't need many people. That would just make the team cumbersome, but one person is still too few. At least two are needed to form a team, to better surround the enemy, and to help each other in case of an emergency. His gaze swept over and finally, it settled on a name. Lian Yu. Among the legends of Tianyuan, Sophia was one of the weakest in combat power. Lian Yu, below the legends, ranked within the top 3 in combat power. Sophia was skilled in tracking and control. Lian Yu excelled in combat. Moreover, Lian Yu often acts recklessly. Apart from himself, only a few people like Isloa and Sophia could make this wild girl listen obediently. Having the two team up for the mission couldn't be more appropriate. The second team member for the battle zone, Mu Yuan thought, and quickly a figure took the forefront. It was Jun. This veteran of Tianyuan, in the increasingly star-studded Tianyuan city, had begun to fade into the background. However, in tracking and hunting legendary monsters, Jun was the perfect choice. When it used Soaring Nine Heavens, its flying speed was even 2 notches faster than Duo Lai, not to mention catching up with a mere Soul Realm being. However, Jun's combat power is limited, not enough to deal with a Soul Realm existence. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and then paired Jun with a teammate. Lu Lu. As one of Tianyuan City's top 5 legends, General Lu's combat power was beyond doubt. Though skilled in defense, with a domain radius of nearly 20,000 meters, subduing most formidable enemies was merely routine for him. Lu Lu was not fast, not adept at flying, but his abilities complemented Jun's perfectly. That's the meaning of teaming up. As for how to handle his role as Heavenly Element City's Guardian General, which Lu Lu was responsible for, Tianyuan City was currently not so short of manpower. Some vice-generals within the garrison and the patrolled troops formed from selected territory citizens were already enough to ensure the order of the city. If Dragon Sleep Valley launched an attack, Tianyuan City, now equipped with a city defense barrier, wouldn't really need Lu Lu's Heavenly God's Rampart anymore. Dead Bone could travel to and from Tianyuan City anytime through the Starry Skygate. It was the main force stationed in the city, guarding against Dragon Sleep Valley. Of course, Mu Yuan wouldn't dispatch all his powerhouses and leave his home base vulnerable. Apart from Dead Bone, he would stay in his domain himself, which was enough to ensure safety. That gives us 2 teams. Duo Lai has strong mobility, combat power, and survivability. It alone can form a team. With that, he formed 3 Sky Patrol teams, but next. Dead Bone had the strongest combat power and needed to be responsible for defending the territory. As for Isloa, she had both combat power and tracking ability, making her quite the suitable candidate. However, her workload was already not light, and Tianyuan City was currently accepting a large number of refugees, so Mu Yuan really couldn't afford to send Isloa on a campaign now. Though theoretically, Isloa could manage the city's affairs with just 1 brain and a few dozen avatars without any impact on her main body going forth to eradicate sinister monsters. I really am too conscientious, Lord Shepherd sighed deeply. Because he was too conscientious, he found it hard to assemble a 4th team. While Uta's combat power was not bad, Uta's weakness was also clear, and pairing him with Xie Yi or Rakshasa to form a team seemed still somewhat inadequate. Without absolute combat power at the helm, it indeed fell short. So, it's time to evolve a new legend. Evolution points, 498 W. Mu Yuan prepared to accumulate over 500 W Evo power to try evolving the statue of the six-wing angel Lapis. But, having more legends, and sending one or two more Sky Patrol teams into combat not only could effectively contain the spread of disaster but also continuously gather evolution miracle power. This is definitely not a loss. The Evo power had merely transformed into a more tangible form, remaining by his side. Mu Yuan reached out, and a magic sphere inside the City Lord's mansion, strikingly similar to Ysiloya's star-like magic ball, slowly floated toward him. This was a co-creation he had crafted using homogeneous power and technology roughly akin to that of the star-like magic sphere, capable of storing information and gathering data, among other functions. Mu Yuan lightly tapped, and a light screen projected from the star-like magic sphere. Following that, were the names of the Tianyuan soldiers listed in order of their contribution points. Below the legends, none of the division generals had accumulated enough contribution points to meet the requirements for promotion. That was normal. If he had given out too many contribution points, and a division general applied when he lacked Evo power, it would have been rather awkward. Now, however, division generals who still lacked enough contribution points had received baptism, a grace bestowed by Lord, effectively boosting the general's work enthusiasm, probably. According to the amount of contribution, the names of the Tianyuan division generals below the legends were listed one by one. Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, Uda, 17. The one with the most contribution points is Tree Demon Granny? He was somewhat surprised since Tree Demon Granny's true form was rooted in Treeman Forest, and her physical size was even comparable to the Ice Burial Duke. Being unable to venture out, her efficiency in earning contribution points was naturally lower than that of other division generals. After all, she was just a tree. Mu Yuan checked Tree Demon Granny's contribution records. Her enemy slaying count wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Tree Demon Granny, possessing the Seed of Tree's destiny, regularly participated in various major battles. Though her killing prowess wasn't strong, her contribution in group battles wasn't trivial. Beyond that, Tree Demon Granny also crafted life seed tools, arranged city defenses, managed the Great Blood Tree Forest, and led a type of treeman. In the vast underground waterways of Tianyuan City, she made significant contributions. The Treeman Forest overseen by Tree Demon Granny increasingly produced materials, not short of superior treasures. Simultaneously, her expenditure was minimal, almost non-existent. Her contribution points only increased without any outflow. On the opposite end was Uda. Uda's kill count was high, but so were his expenses. He frequently used training grounds and battlefields, and at times, his daily training even accidentally demolished city walls. He truly, single-handedly, substantially boosted the internal demand of Tianyuan City. Then, let's evolve Tree Demon Granny and Rakshasa. Tree Demon Granny couldn't easily travel to the Dragon Mound Fertile Land Secret Realm. However, Tianyuan City now had a city defense barrier, concealed by Ysiloya's starry sky scepter. Whether or not it was within an enclosed secret realm no longer mattered. Currently, there are only two Heavenly Patrol battle robes. The first Heavenly Element team, comprising Nether Crow Sophia and Moon Wolf Sickle Moon, had already arrived in Panstone City through the Starry Sky Gate, heading quickly toward the Clue area. The legendary evolution had also begun. Inside Treeman Forest, the majority of the Lord Treeman had not dispersed. They still stood tall in this somber forest, gathering heaven-earth elemental force from both within and outside the secret realm. The whole forest was permeated with a dense, rich life essence. Amidst this essence, a colossal tree shadow loomed, its presence climbing steadily, gradually spreading a profound and noble air. Notice. Tree Demon Granny bathed in miracle light. During the evolution process her realm greatly expanded from 8,100 meters category to 14,000 meters category. Notice. Tree Demon Granny bathed in miracle light. I am the forest. Crimson Tree Demon, Seed of Tree's destiny, received enhancements. Seed of Tree's destiny, evolved new ability, Ancient Tree Avatar. Ancient Tree Avatar. Tree Demon Granny can condense life seeds into a target plant and transform it into her avatar. The avatar has shape-shifting capabilities, can draw upon plant essences for sustained maintenance, and can move long distances. Previously, the seed of tree's destiny could only manifest its own massive tree body in the outside world. The tree body could exert 90% of its power, which wasn't weak, but the tree avatar had to take root, presenting a clear disadvantage. Now, it seemed that this disadvantage was resolved? He thought. After a while, a celestial melody resounded, and brilliant golden light burst forth. Golden light streaked across the sky, reviving all things on the land below. Notice. Your true Tree Demon Granny has evolved through divine baptism to a legendary one-star life, Ancient Tree Monarch, also awakening the legend power, Ancient Tree Authority. Ancient Tree Authority. Description. Since ancient times, the Ancient Tree Monarch has wielded the vast authority over trees. They are the kings of forests, seated high upon thrones woven from countless grasses and vines. Ability 1. Ancient Tree Monarch can use most materials, stones, metals, rivers as nurseries for plant growth. Even in deserts depleted of elements, the Ancient Tree Monarch can still spontaneously create forests. Ability 2. With its dominion over the surrounding forest, the territory becomes the monarch's domain, where it can forcefully command all heaven-earth elements. Within this range, Tree Demon Granny's wooden conceptual power will hold a higher position of influence. Ability 3. Leaning on the authority's power, the avatar can summon strength directly from the original body without loss or delay. The avatar can also be considered the original. Previously, the seed avatar could exert 90% combat power. However, whether or not a plant-based troop can control its environment significantly changes the power it can exert. Tree Demon Granny had been managing Treeman Forest for many years, many months, rooted deeply. She herself was the master of this entire realm. Though the avatar claimed to have 90% combat power, in reality, at most, it was only half of the original form's Forest Kings. This is too different. Now, under the Ancient Tree Authority, the avatar is as the source itself. The vast power congregated within the Treeman Forest could be directly dispatched to the outside world, to foreign domains. Just thinking about it is terrifying. At the heart of the forest, the already huge and magnificent ancient tree had become even more ancient. The leaves rustled. A figure emerged from the split crevices of the trunk. It, or should I say she was wearing a cloak woven from dark brown tree bark, with distinctive human female contours. The Tree Demon Granny's voice was that of an old woman, and it seemed reasonable that the metamorphosis took the form of a human female. But had the ability of the ancient tree avatar advanced so significantly that not only could it move over long distances, but even take on a human form that was more convenient for movement? Mu Yuan had just thought of this when his gaze moved from the cloak to the face of the newcomer. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was a face shaped from countless intertwining tree roots and stems, something that could be described as a human face only with some generosity. The ancient tree avatar was formed from thousands upon thousands of tiny roots woven into a humanoid figure. Well, anyway, at least it was very convenient for striking out. In the Twilight Dominion, on the outskirts of Panchi City. Only tens of kilometers away from the populous city called Cedar City. The gray-haired young man, known by the titles of Cedar City Sword Saint, Copy Sword Saint, Young Generation New Star Lord, Panchi City Cultivation Academy Honorary Dean, had a trembling hand gripping his sword. He was the pride of the whole Cedar City region. He was the strongest in the surrounding 100 towns and 10 cities. However, to his left, a legendary giant dragon was charred all over, with a huge gaping wound in its belly, perilously close to death. To his right, a black armored general had fallen into a deep pit, bloodied and unconscious. But Chu Shifang, the Cedar City Sword Saint, dared not go to their aid. His gaze was fixed firmly on the massive figure not far away, not daring to slacken for even a moment. There, a deep red double-headed dragon with scale armor was nonchalantly licking the blood off its claws. Even though the deep red double-headed dragon appeared careless, A suffocating aura still emanated from all directions. Instinct told Chu Shifeng that with the slightest moment of slackness, he would be completely torn apart by the next blink of the deep red giant dragon's eyes. The disparity was too great, he could only strain every muscle and ounce of willpower to barely confront it. But he was on the verge of collapsing. Giant dragon, this is Tai Zan. Chu Shifeng squeezed blood from his gums. The deep red double-headed dragon looked down upon him. So what, Ant? Its casually watching dragon eyes suddenly narrowed as both heads opened their jaws and spat out two streams of scorching torrent, like two rivers of magma, rolling to the left and right. Vegetation and rocks were melted by the lava. The searing heat was approaching from behind. The ground where Chu Shifeng stood seemed like an island in a lake of magma, and he dare not use his sword. This sword was his only support, and the deep red double-headed dragon's presence had been locked onto him from start to finish. The deep red giant dragon soared into the sky, clang. The Chu sword saint made his move, his sword light illuminating the heavens and earth, cutting through the magma, piercing space, and striking the deep red giant dragon. A splash of blood bloomed. The next instant, he was sent flying, the hand gripping the sword now twisted. The deep red giant dragon stroked the wound on its body, longer than a foot, its vertical pupils becoming even more bloodthirsty. This ant that dared to wound him would be skinned and stripped of flesh, then refined into a nourishing feast completely devoured. Ant. It was about to spew out flame breath. Suddenly, the sky darkened. No, not just darkened, but became utterly black. Pure black night enveloped this realm. Not even the scorching magma could bring a speck of light. The deep red giant dragon folded its wings, stepping back several paces, its dragon eyes emitting red light, scanning the surroundings continuously. 2 seconds later, some light appeared. It was the silver light like gauzy moonlight. A full moon hung high in the sky. Under the night sky and amidst the bright moon, two figures dressed in large cloaks walked upon the moonlight. Chu Sword Saint, leaning on his sword, looked over. The robes of white with purple clouds caught his eye, with the words, Sky Patrol, upon them. They were the powerhouses from the Sky Patrol battle zone. They had arrived. Sophia and Lien Yu arrived in the Panxi City region a day ago. Even with thousands of black crows continuously searching, it took them a full day and night to intercept this powerful monster, which was constantly moving, at a location quite distant from the area of the clue. It seemed they were not too late. Sophia pressed down on Lien Yu, who immediately wanted to charge forward, and focused her gaze on the deep red double-headed giant dragon, continually probing with her phantom night eyes ability. She could vaguely see the sparkling, brilliant soul light beneath its massive body. It's a divine soul realm crow. The deep red giant dragon stood firmly on the ground with its legs, its indifferent and bloodthirsty pupils fixed on the two figures approaching by stepping on the moon. White robes, purple clouds, Sky Patrol. He did not understand what the Sky Patrol battle zone was, but humans appearing in this place at this time must surely be reinforcements from Tai Zan. Although he was bloodthirsty and could not restrain his desires, he was not foolish and would never stay in a region for long. He constantly changed locations and left behind many pieces of information that could mislead the pursuers. He once ran rampant within a medium-sized country, hunting time and time again before leaving nonchalantly. Tai Zan had its fair share of strong individuals, among them one stronger than him. However, such strong individuals were few and far between when scattered across different regions. His stay was always short, making the chance of encountering a world-famous powerhouse extremely low. Compared to the vast benefits of blood food, these little risks were completely worth it. And now, the deep red double-headed dragon did not believe that a famous powerhouse could arrive in such a short time. He did not recognize these two people. Have more ants come to offer themselves up for death? His dragon's eye narrowed, and his thunderous voice echoed between heaven and earth. Lien Yu showed her teeth. Awoo? Sophia understood her completely. Yeah, go ahead. As she spoke, two nether ravens had unknowingly flown close to the dying green giant dragon and the black armored general. Countless black feathers fell, circling around them in layers. lifting them up and flying off into the distance. The deep red double-headed dragon noticed this scene, but before he could do anything, the figure above the moon darted towards him like a flash of lightning. The moonlight was bright, and in front of Lian Yu's bared teeth, a silver moonlight long knife was formed. Lian Yu bit the blade, and her hands covered with fuzzy hair stretched out with sharp claws. She wrapped in moonlight, landing on all fours, and leapt down from the ladder of moonlight spread beneath her, dragging behind her a long trail of flowing light and moon shadows. In an instant, the scales of the deep red giant dragon stood erect, and he could no longer care about anything else. Blazing breath. A massive column of flame gushed forth. Under the micro-control of the deep red double-headed dragon, the column of flames spiraled in the air, tracing a helical path that made it harder to predict and avoid. However, the figure of the wolf girl racing under the moon was even more agile. She seemed to be running on the flames themselves, reaching the front of the deep red double-headed dragon in the blink of an eye. Her speed surged once again, flashing past the enormous dragon as if teleporting. Flash strike moonblade. A silver moonlight slash swept across the sky. On one side of the deep red double-headed dragon, the hard scale armor was effortlessly sliced open. With a single sword strike, burning himself out, the Cedar City Sword Saint Chu Shifeng managed to inflict only a small wound a few inches long. The Moonlight Wolf Girl, in her flashing strike, caused a large 2 to 3 meters long wound. Blood spurted out. The deep red giant dragon let out a pained roar, its dragon's eyes suddenly contracted, and a tinge of fear appeared. So fast, he felt some fear, but even more so, he was angry. From their brief exchange, he had already deduced that this wolf girl was only at the heaven and earth realm, with a domain rank of merely 2 to 3 kilometers. He had just shed blood at the hands of a heaven and earth realm human. Now, he was even more grievously wounded by a heaven and earth realm wolf girl. Roar! The other dragon head suddenly roared, waves of sound imbued with terrifying power rippling outward. Visible ripples like blades could easily shatter mountains. The wolf girl, moving swiftly and returning on her path, hesitated for a moment before dodging to the side. The wolf girl was faster than him, significantly faster, but he was not without experience in dealing with speed-oriented powerhouses. As the roar sounded, his dragon claws opened and closed. Visible red particles gathered, signifying the birth of a fiery storm, intending to envelop the silver moonlight figure within it. The storm blossomed, but at the same time, Lian Yu disappeared. Bright moon escape. The bright moon in the night sky suddenly shone brilliantly as Lian Yu's figure vanished, only to plummet down from the moon in the next instant. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. Lian Yu repeated the actions of disappearing, reappearing on the moon, disappearing, and reappearing on the moon. With her speed already formidable and continuously vanishing and reappearing under the moon, the ferocious double-headed giant dragon now seemed like a cumbersome target, being constantly toyed with and helpless to respond. So fast, so powerful, the Cedar City Sword Saint exclaimed in admiration. What an art this was! If this continued, they could defeat this despair-inducing great enemy. However, the agile wolf girl, with her sharp and forceful attacks, was also dancing on the knife's edge. Her margin for error was very low. He couldn't help but clench his fists. The flames that filled heaven and earth burst forth in his vision. The night could not hide it. The flames turned the entire azure sky red, and all the vegetation and land within a kilometer were incinerated, mountains crumbled with a rumble. The deep red double-headed dragon used a wide-ranging attack to deal with the agile wolf girl. Burn! Perish! The giant dragon chanted the incantation, and his golden red dragon's eyes suddenly contracted. Amidst towering flames, a figure slowly emerged. She was clad in a white-based purple cloud robe, draped over with a veil made of pure moonlight gathered together. Moon garment. Under the moonlight's glow, the power of the moon garment was inexhaustible. The fire, the rolling shockwaves, could not even tear apart the outermost layer of the moon garment. Her robe remained intact, her short hair still perfect. Only that piercing killing intent rushed forth. Gurgle. In the dragon's eyes of the deep red double-headed dragon was reflected the figure that was gradually approaching. It couldn't help but feel fear. It could not think of any strategy to defeat this wolf girl. Wait a minute, why should this dragon entangle itself with this wolf girl? The Tai Zan strongman has arrived. I can't stay here. Must retreat, must withdraw quickly. Having now calmed down and regained his senses, he remembered that the ones wearing white-based purple cloud robes who appeared here were not one, but two. And it seemed, he recalled the previous scenes, the black-haired woman's status was clearly above that of the silver-haired wolf girl. Who exactly were they? Why were these two individuals not among the renowned Tai Zan powerhouses he knew of? Roar! The deep red double-headed dragon roared, its body gradually radiating a dazzling red light, with a terrifying energy rapidly rising within it. It was about to erupt. It was well aware that if it tried to flee directly, it would hardly escape the moon wolf who harnessed moonlight. The giant dragon's skin cracked, and sweltering magma gushed forth. Its body was also expanding. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. In the blink of an eye, a colossally huge magma giant dragon, towering over 300 meters tall, stood upon the land. Its body was composed of a great amount of magma and just a little flesh. Magma continued to flow from its body, flesh constantly falling off, yet new magma burst forth at every moment. What kind of monster is this? Chu Sword Saint, as well as the Fourth Order strongmen in Cedar City observing the battlefield from afar, were dumbfounded. They had no doubt that even if this monster did nothing, simply passing over the land of Cedar City, the entire city would become ruins. The monster was radiating endless light and heat, turning the surrounding area into scorched earth. Lands and mountains collapsed, quickly melting away in the tide of magma. Awoo! Lian Yu bared her teeth, somewhat at a loss for what to do. She looked towards Sophia. Before heading out this time, Lord had instructed her to carefully heed Sophia's words and not to casually unleash her big move. Sophia had refused Lian Yu's request to use her big move. Let me do it. His body is swelling. Energy is rapidly growing within a short time, but his soul has become even more fragile and unstable. She spread her arms open. From the wide sleeves of her robe, one after another, black crows burst out in a flurry. In a blink, hundreds of black crows, nether ravens, lined up all around. Unlike the last rush to snipe the legendary monster army, at that time Sophia had just advanced to legend, and the powers of the Lord of Crows had not yet been unleashed. Now, her created black crows still had room to improve, but the new generation of black crows and nether ravens she had already accumulated quite a bit. Domain unfolded. The night that had just been in its ordinary state plunged into a conceptual black night in an instant. In a flash, the world turned completely dark again. The fiercely burning magma giant dragon was unable to penetrate even half a meter with its light. Only the moon in the azure sky still existed, shedding strands of moonlight. Power of Seal descended. The magma giant dragon staggered. The deep red double-headed dragon hidden within had its pupils shake again. It could not see its surroundings, but it could clearly sense the majestic and immense power of Seal. Over 10,000. No, a tens of thousands meter-level domain strongman. It was just a run-of-the-mill Soul Realm giant dragon. Why had it attracted the pursuit of such an entity? Just as the power of Seal had landed, in the next instant, within this pitch-black night where no fingers could be seen, a pair of crimson eyes opened. They were the eyes of the Black Crow. Another pair, the third pair, the 10th pair, the 100th pair, the 1000th pair. Densely packed crimson eyes appeared around, forming a ring and surrounding him. This was the only scene under the night sky, 1,000 eyes gazing. The double-headed dragon's expression became somewhat vacant, and in the daze, he heard the call of the storm, as if some windstorm was rolling towards him. Raindrops hissed as they fell on his body, they were black feathers. Hiss, black feathers pierced through the magma, and as the heat of the magma receded, the light dimmed. Hiss, black feathers pierced through the magma, and the scorching flames dissolved, extinguished by the howling storm. Hiss, black feathers pierced through the magma, and the massive magma giant dragon crumbled to pieces. Beneath the dark crow storm, That vast and fiery energy was devoured in no more than a few seconds, revealing the awkward-looking deep red double-headed dragon within. Its dragon's eyes were wide open, filled with extreme terror. No! No! The sound of the storm sweeping through rang loudly by the ears, drowning out the roars of the giant dragon. After a while, when the night gradually receded and the day returned to its usual appearance, what appeared before everyone was desolation, still flaming plots of scorched earth, and the black storm that was gradually dissipating over the scorched land. And the familiar, enormous dragon skeletons, broken and fallen from the black storm. Thump! The dragon bone hit the ground, burying half into the earth. Blue light balls slowly emerged from the wreckage. Chu Shifeng swallowed hard and looked toward the figure standing under the azure sky in the distance. Black hair, commanding the black crows. She was retracting the black crows swirling around her into her sleeves as if it was a trivial matter. Nether Raven. This Tianyuan powerhouse he had heard about, but today his understanding was thoroughly updated. With ease, he obliterated a being of the soul realm. This is the Tianyuan Nether Raven, tens of kilometers away. Cedar City also felt some repercussions, a slight tremor. Inside the city, some citizens were panicking, professionals were gathering their belongings to flee. Next to the professional union, the Big Bird Bar. The bar lacked its usual happy and bustling atmosphere, the air was heavy with dread and solemnity. People were sweating profusely, beads of sweat dripping down. "How's the situation looking?" an elite-level professional asked. Someone answered, "Chu Sword Saint has already gone to meet the challenge, but it seems that the danger warning our city is facing is marked as an extremely high-risk terrifying being, deep red double-headed dragon, on the list." Thump! Someone stumbled in, his face filled with horror. The two legendary commanders under Chu Sword Saint have been seriously injured. Even Chu Sword Saint himself is in critical danger. Like thunder striking the earth, many people turned deathly pale, their bodies shaking. A former lord clenched his teeth with hatred and trembled. "We might as well fight that giant dragon to the death." They might not lack the resolution to fight desperately, and some didn't want to flee so disgracefully anymore. However, even the green dragon under Chu Sword Saint is no match for it. What could we do if we went up, other than serve as snacks for the deep red double-headed dragon? That said, the professional who spoke didn't leave but gripped the handle of his blade tightly, as if hoping for more courage. Time ticked away relentlessly. No more battle reports came from outside the city. They faintly heard a loud noise. The atmosphere in the bar was oppressive, like the agonizing wait before an execution. The only consolation was that they also didn't hear any sounds of the city being breached. Perhaps that deep red double-headed dragon had already left? After all, their Cedar City is Taishuan City. Thump! Someone pushed the door and entered. It was a tall young man wearing a gray robe. This man was a regular customer of the Big Bird Bar, and also a high-level professional adept at scouting. "Brother Lin, hadn't you gone to scout at the front line? What's the situation now?" Some acquaintances tentatively asked. Seeing that Brother Lin's expression wasn't bad, their hearts also didn't hang as heavily. Could it be that the double-headed dragon thought Cedar City too tough to chew and left on its own? Brother Lin's lips curled into a smile. "Not quite, there's been strong reinforcement. A warrior from the newly established Sky Patrol battle zone has arrived." "So what? Did Chu Sword Saint and the reinforcements together drive back that twin-headed giant dragon enemy?" "Not quite." Brother Lin's smile grew, and only when he saw the surrounding eyes turning increasingly hostile did he continue. "There were two powerhouses that arrived. Tianyuan Moon Wolf and Tianyuan Nether Raven. And that terrifying deep red double-headed dragon, as soon as Lord Nether Crow made a move, it went up in smoke." Dusk Domain, Red Maple Official City, Chasing Wind Tea House. The spacious tea house hall was crowded, pairs of eyes filled with anticipation, fixed on the storyteller in blue on the stage. At that time, the deep red two-headed giant dragon's body swelled 10,000 times, transforming into a demonic god of destruction capable of shattering the sky and the earth. Lands within 1,000 miles collapsed, turning into a molten wasteland. As such apocalyptic scenes were described, gasps reverberated through the audience. Cedar City actually faced such a catastrophe? The storyteller continued. But then, the woman in white robes with black hair chuckled lightly, "You are indeed too dangerous." With a clap of her hands, the entire world seemed to freeze, and darkness swallowed everything. A colossal hand of dark heaven, wider than the skies and thicker than the earth, grasped the 10,000-meter-tall giant dragon as effortlessly as picking up a chick. The apocalyptic dragon didn't even struggle for a moment before it quickly vanished into the great darkness. A terrible disaster, thus, was thwarted by the hand of Lady Nether Crow. The room fell silent for an instant, only to erupt in exclamations like a tide. However, some expressed their doubts. Old Man Lee must be drunk. 1,000 miles? A 10,000-meter body? This is blown way out of proportion. We have people here who have witnessed battles among legendary figures, isn't that right, Brother Red Spear? The young speaker looked towards a rugged man at the same table, who was carrying a large red spear. Hardman Red Spear, the leader of the Red Spear mercenary group and a Fourth Order leader strongman, was quite well known in the vast Red Maple Grand City. He had led the mercenary group more than once to assist legendary figures in battle and had naturally seen the might of legends up close. When asked, Red Spear didn't immediately answer. He remained silent for a moment before saying, "The legendary realm, under normal conditions, can gather the power of heaven and earth within tens of thousands of meters." But before the young man could clap his hands and say, "I knew it," Red Spear continued. "However, there is a vast difference between levels within the legendary realm. How strong the peak of the legendary realm is beyond our imagination. A 10,000-meter tall creature, I too have heard from a legendary figure, does indeed exist." Hardman Red Spear wasn't certain whether the storyteller had exaggerated. But to easily destroy the sky and the earth, possessing power seemingly capable of ending the world, such a powerful figure indeed exists. The youth's eyes widened as he looked at Brother Red Spear and then back at Old Man Lee on the stage. Old Man Lee snorted coldly. Lady Nether Crow's achievements go beyond just that. He picked up a cup of lukewarm tea and drunk it to moisten his throat, then said, "The story happened just a day before, at the summit of the Withered Leaf mountain range, where hundreds of legendary realm monsters mysteriously appeared. Just beyond Withered Leaf Mountains lies the western part of our Red Maple City, a thriving area with hundreds of cities and thousands of towns. The situation was so dire at that time. You saw Lady Nether Crow riding a massive black crow, soaring like a giant rook reaching for the heavens, and in a blink, she was upon Withered Leaf mountain range. Standing at the summit of the mountain, Lady Nether Crow looked out over that vast army of legendary creatures without a hint of fear. She simply smiled lightly and said, 'Merely fleas and ticks.'" At her words, Lady Nether Crow once again clapped her hands, and her form split into two into three, and three into hundreds of thousands. In an instant, thousands, tens of thousands of stately and mysterious figures stood in the sky. "It is you who are surrounded by me," she said. Her myriad incarnations charged together against the vast host of legendary beasts. The battle raged until the mountain fell, the great Tao annihilated, the universe returned to nothing, and in the end, not a single one of those terrible legendary creatures escaped. Lady Nether Crow recalled her incarnations and, along with her companions, stepped on the moon and left without a trace in the sky. This is a story, yet it is not just a story. It was a stunning battle that happened the day before yesterday, not far from them. It is just that this Chasing Wind tea house has special channels to obtain first-hand information. Had it not been for Lady Nether Crow's intervention, by now, many towns would have been reduced to ruins. Indeed, praise Lady Nether Crow. Praise Lady Nether Crow. Right, I heard Lady Nether Crow has a companion. What was that powerful figure's name? Oh right, what was it again? In the tea house, the audience was either exclaiming or marveling. The world of legends was gradually becoming clearer in their eyes. The storyteller continued with other tales. The tea house was bustling with excitement, but the most popular story remained that of Lady Nether Crow's legendary battles. In a corner of the tea house, two inconspicuous Third-Order warlord-level experts huddled together, whispering. "What do you think? This Lady Nether Crow Sophia, and that one called Moonwolf, They are both Tianyuan generals, right? Yes. They appeared to be regular customers of the Chasing Wind tea house, but in fact, they were intelligence officers of Shen Yao's Eye of Shiny, who had been undercover in Taizan for many years. They collected various kinds of information and relayed them back to Shen Yao. Among them, information on Tianyuan was always highly valuable. This Lord Tianyuan retired from the ordinary Battle Zone command and seemed to directly take up the command of the Sky Patrol Battle Zone. No, I meant, what do you think about the battle described by storyteller Li just now? Nether Crow and Moon Wolf? 2 against hundreds? Causing the earth and sky to shatter? The older Shen Yao's Eye Scout asked. The younger one replied, it must have been an exaggeration, of course. Even a peak heaven and earth realm or a soul realm couldn't oppose hundreds of legends, let alone annihilate them all. This Li and the people in this tea house know too little about the legendary realm. They actually took it seriously, no questions asked. The top existences within the legendary realm indeed possess the ability to destroy heaven and earth. However, how long has this Nether Raven practiced? Even if she was recruited by Lord Tianyuan halfway through, or was a reincarnated person with a naturally high level, it is impossible for her to have reached this realm now. Yes. The older scout nodded, but legends are based on reality, even if you discard the exaggerated parts. The military achievements of Nether Raven and Moonwolf are still astonishing. When you use this to estimate the comprehensive strength of the Tianyuan territory, it leaves you tongue-tied, it really does. Our Shen Yao has vigorously promoted the 7 heroic lords, but their true military achievements, I'm afraid, are not even close to 1/10 of Tianyuan's. As of today, this Lord Tianyuan has already grown and stands atop the peak. At this time, it was the 3rd day since Sophia executed the deep red double-headed dragon. Pioneer Group Headquarters. General Chen, with an amputated arm, had been staring here, without leaving for a moment. There are already 3 brilliant victories. He gazed at the map, on which a line moved irregularly. That was the path swept by the first group of Tianyuan Sky Patrol Battle Zone fighters. The Tianyuan Battle Zone had only sent out 1 group so far, and this group only had a mere 2 people, yet their achievements had already far surpassed the earlier formed Sky Patrol Battle Zones. One time was the execution of a Soul Realm Deep Red Giant Dragon. The other 2 times were each the execution of 3 and 4 legendary creatures respectively. If hundreds of legendary monsters came surging over en masse, the Alliance wouldn't be afraid, and they could just call back a top expert from the frontline battle zones using the teleportation array. However, most legendary monsters do not show off. Another Sky Patrol battle zone has already dispatched 3 groups, each consisting of 6, and 4 individuals from the legendary realm as well as dozens of leader-level experts. Several days passed, yet they only secured 1 victory. General Chen was well aware that this couldn't be blamed on them. The Alliance territory is vast, and legendary monsters each have their methods of hiding, making them not easy to find. But this comparison also highlighted the efficiency of the Tianyuan group. Securing 1 victory might be luck, but securing 2 or 3 is certainly a matter of ability. At this time, someone reported, Elder Chen, a new batch of 10 Heavenly Patrol battle robes has just been finished. According to the plan, we were to send 4 more pieces to the first battle zone to complete the set and also send 4 pieces to the Tianyuan battle zone, with the remaining 2 going to the newly formed 3rd Sky Patrol battle zone. No, Elder Chen immediately negated and paused before continuing, allocate 8 of those to Tianyuan battle zone, and distribute the remaining 2 according to the plan. The young man opened his mouth, but this doesn't comply with the regulations, does it? Elder Chen swung his hand authoritatively. In times of war, special circumstances require special handling. Whoever has a problem, let them come and confront me face to face. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, the young man, after initially freezing, responded loudly and then quickly stepped away. In the 10 Directions Island domain nestled among the mountains, Tianyuan City was becoming increasingly prosperous. These mountains had formed gradually from the convergence of countless veins of ore. After the efforts of a certain Lord Treeman, the terrain of Tianyuan City had also risen slightly, Now, Tianyuan City overlooked the Wolf Head mountain range to the north, gazed at the elf forest to the east, looked towards the giant ridge to the west, and to the south had built a small town that combined mining, transportation, and restocking functions. This was to facilitate the transportation of various materials. A railway, stretching 200 to 300 kilometers, connected the small town to Tianyuan City. In fact, if it weren't for the turmoil, with Dragon Sleep Valley coveting our lands, I originally wanted to extend the railway to the southernmost tip of the island domain. Mu Yuan pondered. He had even considered extending the railway all the way to Shilling City. Constructing such a long railway would be costly, but it would benefit the entire Taizan, with at least half of the expenses potentially covered by alliance funding. With his current authority, the railway and the steel train could almost be obtained at cost price. Unfortunately, with the rupture of the sky, the environment deteriorated by more than a dozen times in an instant. His yet-to-start plan died in the womb. Lord, a message just came in that the new batch of 8 Heavenly Patrol battle robes is in transit, expected to arrive at the Panchi City base before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, said Mo Li, the secretary. Mu Yuan, that's good news. He continued to arrange for Duo Lai to go for the escort. Additionally, Mo Li brought over a pile of documents, stacked higher than her. These are the important documents from the day before yesterday and yesterday that need your review. Mu Yuan's mouth twitched. After all, Tianyuan City was expanding rapidly, and various troubles were inevitable. They planned to increase the population of the territory by 4 to 5 times within 2 months. Which territory would dare to do such a thing? The construction speed of Tianyuan City was already rated T0, and now they were running full steam ahead on that basis. A car crash could easily happen if they were not careful. If not for having quite a few capable generals at home, I would wear my head bald and still not dare to do this. Mu Yuan flipped through the documents. A large influx of outsiders inevitably led to a surge in conflicts within the city. Fortunately, Tianyuan City didn't need to divert territory citizens to form corps, and those with talent, now gradually gaining some strength, could form patrol teams. The Security Bureau of Tianyuan City continued to deal with territorial disputes. Some members who had joined the bureau early in the territory were getting quite adept at handling these disputes. However, it seems there's not only ordinary strife or ordinary homeless refugees. With the emergence of the Sky Rift disaster, many towns were destroyed, naturally leading to a lot of refugees. The refugees of Taizan were primarily resettled in nearby official cities. Should the official towns be unable to accommodate them, they could also be sent to other cities by steel train. The eternal world was vast with sparse population, and there was no shortage of land for building cities. What was lacking were safe places. However, outside of Taizan, and beyond the 7 great countries, there were numerous neutral and small-scale forces. Once these Fosses cities were destroyed, the strong people would lead their soldiers to flee, forming exile forces. Some of these exile forces could be recruited, while others represented unstable elements. Some might come from external origins, yet some could be intermingled among the refugees. Mu Yuan had not yet understood the logic behind the rules governing the admittance of refugees. But now, some of the exiled strong people within Tianyuan City could potentially become unstable elements. Therefore, the process of accepting refugees in Tianyuan City was very strict. Outside the South City Gate of Tianyuan City, the registration center for newcomers. Holy Light Sage Tina currently served as the director of the Newcomers Registration Center, and her smile, brimming with holy light, always managed to gradually calm many of the enormously anxious refugees. This was the natural charm of the nun series profession. The staff in charge here were also either nuns by background or patient individuals with affinity, selected from among the territory citizens. The deputy director of the Lingmen Security Bureau, Bamboo Stick, led a team to assist, publicizing the laws of Tianyuan City and maintaining order at the registration center. Maintain the line, personnel with injuries or disabilities, and the elderly and children have priority for registration. Violators of the regulations will be warned at minimum, imprisoned if more serious, and in the most severe cases, our patrol team has the authority to kill on the spot. Registering your information is to maintain order in the city, and also to prevent disguised monsters from infiltrating our ranks. Bamboo Stick patrolled back and forth with the sword at his waist, tirelessly repeating these instructions. He was an early settler in the Tianyuan territory and among the first batch to receive the warrior legacy. He never imagined that a farm boy like himself could one day gain supernatural power or climb step by step to the fourth order leader level. Moreover, after receiving the Lord's blessing, the leader level was no longer the limit of his life. In his memory, the incredibly powerful nobles of the past seemed insignificant now. All of this stemmed from the Lord's gifts. Bamboo Stick understood profoundly. He also recognized that what he could do at this moment was to perform his duties well, to perfection. Come, old man, just explain your personal information, and place your palm on this crystal ball. He assisted an elderly man, speaking to him. Before the registration desk was a long table, on which sat a crystal ball. A staff member sat beside it, explaining and registering information for the new territory citizens. Your level, where do you come from, what is your profession, and what are your skills? Please place your palm on the crystal ball and channel a thread of energy into it. 4 lines were processing registrations at the same time. At one of these desks, the recording nun suddenly frowned. Sir, are you sure your level is professional level 6? Of course, the middle-aged man said. He carefully channeled only a trickle of energy into the crystal ball, concealing his presence with a mystery skill. But he hadn't noticed, or rather, even if he wanted to notice, he couldn't. The crystal ball before him was merely a decoy. The true detection method was a covert array engraved on the floor and connected to the city's defense matrix. Its detection result was 4 order level 9. The nun narrowed her eyes. The middle-aged man, feeling the gaze upon him, began to sense a chill. Sir, I must ask you once more, are you sure that your level is indeed the 6th official rank? The nun asked with a smile, seemingly just to confirm again professionally. Yet inexplicably, the middle-aged man began to feel a chill. It must be an illusion, he had indeed only infused a very weak energy. Such a crystal ball for testing levels wasn't so easily deceived, but that was only true for ordinary lords and professionals. For him, a senior lord who had cultivated up to the 4th order peak, an expert exceptionally familiar with all kinds of artifacts, deceiving a testing crystal ball was simply a trivial matter. He was merely astonished by the tediousness of this territory in accepting refugees. This Lord Tianyuan was really a waste of time and energy. Yes, my level is just that. For us, mere 2nd star rank warrior professionals, reaching this level is already the limit. He spoke like one of those common, somewhat downtrodden professionals, his words laced with self-mockery. After he finished speaking, he asked, May I enter the city now? I see many people lining up behind me, it doesn't seem right to hold up their time. The nun narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly, not yet. Her voice was gentle, yet at this moment, it had a cutting chill, as if a cold wind was sweeping through. She pointed to a nearby area. According to the laws of Tianyuan City, misreporting one's own level, especially when it greatly differs from the actual rank, will be regarded as an intent to disturb public order crime, and actions will be taken. Tianyuan City was not unwelcoming to foreigners. If one entered Tianyuan City as a visitor, the inspection would not be so strict, there would be no need to report one's rank. Of course, they would still covertly detect the energy level of the newcomers and supervise them to a certain extent based on their identity. But this is the refugee registration office. The refugees registering here will be officially integrated into the Tianyuan City system. For ordinary refugees, it's nothing more than finding a place to settle, but for a strong man, it is a submission. Either refuse and turn away, or enter, genuinely and sincerely. 4th order peak, this is standing at the pinnacle of the mortal world. The middle-aged man glanced around and saw a few members of the Tianyuan City patrol team dressed in uniform, already approaching and separating the other refugees. He wasn't sure where he had slipped up. He was a level 6 territory lord, a noble of the Tower Federation. Unfortunately, his territory was destroyed in this disaster. He was forced to flee and got separated from some of the surviving leaders of his territory, inadvertently arriving in this region. He was not sure where this place was, only learning through his own means that this was the territory of Tianyuan City. And Tianyuan City, too, was a level 6 territory like his. Since he had ended up in Tianyuan City, which also seemed to be on the front line of the disaster and could collapse at any moment, there were potential benefits to be seized. Having just lost his territory, he urgently needed the capital to rise again. And Tianyuan City appeared to be very wealthy. He noticed that this section of the city wall was of superior grade. But it seemed his plan had been exposed before it even started. He was somewhat panicked. After all, he was on someone else's turf, and a hard confrontation would only result in loss. But he wasn't overly panicked. After all, he was a 4th order peak strongman, one of the very top elites just below the legendary realm. The middle-aged man dusted off his clothes, and a superior's authority emanated from him. He dropped the act. Indeed, I, Earl, am not a common man, but you civilians have no right to speak with me. Bring your lord here. I have a deal to discuss with him. His gaze swept around. The surrounding refugees lowered their heads, some even to the point of kneeling on the spot. Let alone the refugees, even the mud-legged patrols, and the hired workers at the registration center, were all insignificant civilians in his eyes. Yet these civilians didn't pay him any heed, slowly closing in the circle around him. After tightening to a certain distance, a young man with a sword at his waist stepped forward from the crowd. Security Bureau Deputy Chief. The middle-aged lord had heard others call the young man by this title, but to him, the Security Bureau was but a rudimentary department at best. Still not worth mentioning, until the young man slowly drew his sword. A chilling aura spread, and the middle-aged lord's eyes sharpened. I misjudged. A 4th order strongman. Could it be that in Tianyuan City, the Security Bureau is the City Defense Army? But there was a world of difference between one 4th order and another. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and his inconspicuous robe suddenly shimmered, radiating circles of light patterns. A magnificent staff appeared in his hand. Gravity 9-story building fall. Earth spur sharp needle hell. He unleashed 2 advanced techniques in a flash, using his equipment's effects. Invisible ripples spread out, the air turned sluggish, the ground sank, and shattered rocks turned to dust. Following closely were dozens of spurs bursting through the earth with a spluttering sound. The earth's spurs sealed off the space, aiming at the limbs of the young swordsman. The middle-aged man intended to hold back. After all, he didn't want a life-and-death struggle with the lord of this place. Piercing the limbs to teach a lesson was enough. But just as he thought this, he saw that within the gravity field, the young swordsman's figure had already vanished, as if the overwhelming gravitational pressure didn't exist at all. What? Where is he? Clang. A gleam of cold light broke through miles, and the sword chant split the air. The simple longsword slashed horizontally, piercing 18 times in an instant, and the protective shield of his top-tier superior robe shattered like a bubble. Bamboo Stick wielded his longsword, slashing out sword lights without the slightest pause. As he avoided the sharp needle hell and instant stepped here, he had already conceived several counter-strategies for the enemy and the tactics he would need to adopt. However, not until he easily punctured the shield, and his sword light was about to sever the neck of the middle-aged lord, did the enemy in front of him seem to be dumbfounded. Bamboo Stick, briefly stunned, promptly shook his arm. Pu Kai. A faint bloodstain spread across the neck of the middle-aged lord. He wasn't faking it, he was truly inexperienced. How could he be this bad? In his routine training and sparring sessions, the 4-order superiors he encountered were all very strong, weren't they? Was this person really at the 4th order peak? Bamboo Stick fell into contemplation. But he also felt relieved that he hadn't chopped directly down. According to the law, this middle-aged man didn't deserve to die for his crime. He despised nobility, of course, his own lord aside, but he wouldn't let emotions control him. The middle-aged lord snapped back to reality from his shock. He had been defeated? What kind of power was this? He hadn't seen it clearly at all. His staggering body struck the desk, and in his mind, a thought flashed: I can't stay in this damn place any longer. He had an ominous feeling but didn't believe he could escape from the hands of this young swordsman, who seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, the middle-aged man caught sight of a figure. It was the nun behind the registration desk, no more than 2 meters away from him. "You'll do." With a thought, the light flashed from the incomplete lord's seal on the back of his hand. Suddenly, 6 personal guards, the rare, silver Iron Guard, were summoned. 3 Iron Guards stood in front of him, and 3 appeared behind the nun, brandishing their swords. "Let I, Earl." He had barely begun to speak when he heard the sounds of clang, thump, as weapons fell and bodies toppled to the ground. The 3 silver Iron Guards had, at some unknown moment, all fallen unconscious, and the nun, who just a moment ago had a gentle voice and sweet appearance, was now standing with one foot on a chair, cracking her knuckles. Bang! Another silver Iron Guard was sent flying and fell unconscious on the spot. The middle-aged lord suddenly understood why he had felt a chill when he saw the nun smiling just before. This damn thing was a 4th-order nun, and certainly not an ordinary one. An ordinary clerical worker tasked with registering refugees was a 4th-order leader level. How was that different from having a great general sweeping the yard? Lord Tianyuan must be insane. And you too, nun. How could you, a dignified 4th-order strongman, be content with such work? Lord Shepherd hadn't required that the staff at the registration office must possess 3rd order or 4th-order strength. The patrol team and city defense army were responsible for security. The registration office was only responsible for registration. It was just that every nun who could read and write happened to be 4th-order. The soldiers of Tianyuan City, after completing elementary education and learning to read and write, were basically already 4th-order. Becoming 4th-order was easy, but passing the basic education graduation exam was difficult, which was the consensus among the soldiers of Tianyuan City. The middle-aged lord wasn't aware of these facts, he only knew his situation was perilous. "Wait, I am a lord of the Tower Federation. My uncle is one of the 9 Tower Masters of the Federation, I can negotiate." Before he could finish, the nun knocked him out with a punch. "Can't take a hit." The nun flexed her fist, looked around with a gentle and sweet smile, and said, "Then let's continue working." In the city lord's mansion, buried among folders, Mu City Lord soon heard about the incident. How to handle it, the subordinates couldn't decide. Lulu, the Legion commander, was now also teaming up with Jun for an outing. Mu Yuan contemplated that instead of letting Duo Lai escort items like the Heavenly Patrol battle robe back to the territory, it would be better to have Lulu, Hong Yi, Uta, and Tree Demon Granny, these generals, head directly to Panchi City. Once equipped, they would rush to execute tasks in various places, which would be more efficient. Without Lulu to make decisions, it would only mean more work for the great Lord Shepherd. Although he felt like overworking Isloa, after considering that he had some spare time, he decided to do it himself. What else can be done? Just lock them up in prison according to the law, he said. Naturally, Tianyuan City had a prison, but in the past, not many criminals were detained, as most of them were sent to dig in the mines. The prison in Tianyuan City, if wanting to detain a 4th-order peak, would indeed be somewhat difficult. Execution was simple. However, their Tianyuan City was a place that abided by rules and logic, and he, Lord Shepherd, was also an advocate of peace. How could he rashly kill? At most, he thought of ways to drain the value of the detained. Before this person was knocked unconscious, he was still clamoring that he was a lord of the Tower Federation and had a tacit relationship with one of the 9 Tower Masters. The secretary Mo Li said, "I have checked the information already. Indeed, there is the presence of this power called the Tower Alliance, which is a moderately high-ranking force. However, as it does not possess authority of a faction, its territory is fragmented, east a slice and west a slice. The 9 great Tower Masters each rule over their respective areas." Mo Li was also very capable. Without waiting for Mu Yuan's instructions, she gathered all the potentially necessary information. Mu Yuan flipped through it. The Tower Federation was a power established around the same time as one of the 7 great countries, the Qi Cheng Federation. Just like after Langxing arrived in the Eternal World, aside from the 2 great countries Taizan and Shenyao, there were many other medium and small forces. The Tower Federation was one such moderately sized force that had been established for over 100 years and had known decent development. Under the Great Countries, it also had some fame. The 9 Tower Masters of the Federation were even strong enough to step onto the world stage. If what that person said is true, he does have some value. Anyway, keep him detained for now. I will see if I can upgrade the prison. Mu Yuan said. After speaking, he took out the heavenly patrol mirror and charged it with energy. This valuable item, aside from locating robes, accepting tasks, sharing information, and communication, could also directly shop online, saving him the trouble of visiting the secret realm to find official commissioners. Upgrading the prison in the simplest way was to find a suitable miracle blueprint and place an order directly. However, Mu Yuan looked down on even superior prisons. A prison that couldn't detain someone from the legendary realm, could that be called a prison? Detaining a 4th order didn't actually concern him. He could just arrange for a few prison guards to watch over it. There was no need to waste the money. Mu Yuan pondered. Notification sounds kept ringing in his ear one after another. He switched his view, and sure enough, saw the soaring golden radiance and the sounds of celebration echoing between heaven and earth. Ding! Notification. Your hero, Rakshasa, has bathed in the evolutionary miracle, 3-phase body, slaying evil, decapitating malevolence, evil ether prison C, elevated. Notification. Hero, Rakshasa, has evolved into legendary 1-star life form, Rakshasa King, awakening the legend power, 9-layered netherworld. 9-layered netherworld, explanation 1. Rakshasa King has opened a section of prison soil in the nether void. The prison soil will devour sin and malevolence, growing continuously. Explanation 2. The netherworld has 9 layers. The 1st to 6th layers are tongue-pulling hell, sword mountain netherworld, fire sea netherworld, skin-stripping netherworld, devouring meat netherworld, and shattering bone netherworld, applying physical punishments. The 7th to 9th layers are rebirth netherworld, fallen evil netherworld, and sin prison pool, possess extraordinary great force. Rakshasa King can gather malevolence in the netherworld, forging his own grand power. The netherworld embodies the concept of constant existence. This was an evolutionary ability that could be managed and developed. Mu Yuan, after all, had seen many legendary powers, and could roughly judge their potential. At first glance, the 9-layered netherworld seems similar to the underworld ghost market and wraith territory, but a legendary power couldn't possibly only have these territorial effects. The 9-layered netherworld, the first 6 layers can serve as means of attack, and Rakshasa can also directly absorb enemies into the netherworld, to administer severe punishment. This is the most straightforward use of the 9-layered netherworld. Unlike the Wraith Sacred Mountain, if its territory was destroyed, it would require a substantial amount of time and finances to rehabilitate and recover. The netherworld does not require this. The netherworld is very difficult to destroy, and if it is destroyed, it can quickly be restored to its original state. The netherworld can be restored to as extensive as it was originally made. This is constant existence. The 7th layer of the netherworld can lead a person towards good, allowing the sinner to be reborn within a decaying body. The 8th layer can lead one towards evil, enhancing strength through corruption and incorporating into the netherworld system. The 9th layer can accumulate power of sin, quantifying the concept of sin, materializing it, and using it for oneself. This is the legendary life, Rakshasa King. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. What he was contemplating at this moment was, if my vision and experience are not mistaken, isn't this 9-layered netherworld a perfect high-level prison embryo? The netherworld possessed the constant existence effect and could capture enemies within it, inherently equipped with sealing and subduing capabilities. The Wraith Sacred Mountain still lacked the ability to seal, and its subduing ability only manifested when using the mountain as a great seal to suppress the area. The underworld ghost market did have the capability to trap external enemies, but doing so would continuously drain the energy of Hong Yi and the ghost market. The sealing and subduing powers of the netherworld, even the concept of constant existence, were naturally existing. Enhancing these forces or activating the effects of the 9-layered netherworld prison might require energy, but simultaneously, the netherworld could devour evil deeds and form a power of sin several grades higher than the energy of heaven and earth. In some ways, imprisoning felons in the 9-layered netherworld could achieve a self-sufficient perpetual motion effect. Similarly, imprisoning criminals was also beneficial for Rakshasa himself, as the netherworld needed to continuously absorb sin. However, it's hard to find so many guilty people in Tianyuan City. No, I was wrong. Why limit it to people? Legendary monsters can serve as energy batteries, and we need not hold back when extracting from them. How perfect. If he wanted to act, he would act. Mu Yuan continued to sift through the heavenly patrol mirror in his hand, thinking of finding a suitable host for the 9-layered netherworld. Finding a host to integrate the netherworld and constantly magnify it with the power of reality wasn't an easy task. Mu Yuan immediately formed a small group with Dead Bone, Isloa, Hong Yi, and Rakshasa to discuss this matter. Dead Bone. A quite feasible idea, worthy of Lord Isloa. We do indeed need to construct a high-level prison in Tianyuan City, but I always feel that our Lord is aiming for the top end. What could she say? Of course, she agreed. Sigh. Rakshasa. Currently cultivating, not online yet. Hong Yi. Z's. Suddenly, Duo Lai burst in. Why does no one ask for my opinion? Upset.jpg. Clearly, being the second strongest in Tianyuan City with a high standing in the use of legendary power, the reliable old senior had constructive opinions to offer. Mu Yuan said, "All right, then please share your thoughts, Duo Lai." Duo Lai first sent an emoticon of no problem.jpg, with its hair tuft perking up, looking spirited. Then, various expressions of Duo Lai's avatar appeared, thinking, deep thinking, frowning in contemplation, and frantic pondering. After a while, Duo Lai chuckled sheepishly. Duo Lai doesn't really have any opinions. It tried to sneak by, acting cute. Mu Yuan let it slide as expected. If Duo Lai could provide any substantial suggestion, it wouldn't be the unadulterated Duo Lai. He resumed the discussion with Dead Bone and Isloa and woke up the feigning sleep Hong Yi. The discussion lasted a day and a night. Duo Lai didn't leave either. After all, it was the one who barged in. Leaving midway would be too embarrassing. Besides, it was curious about the construction of the new prison in the domain. However, the more it listened, the more it felt dizzy. It was literate, but put together, it understood nothing. Damn it! It was a senior after all, Duo Lai sank into thought. It was because it hadn't finished reading a single book from the reproductions collected in the academy. After Hong Yi and Irene returned to Tianyuan City from their advanced studies at Lakehaven Academy, the city's academy had also turned over a new leaf. Not only did it hold several times more books, but it also taught some more sophisticated cultivation skills and knowledge. Ordinary professionals didn't need to learn these, but if high-order professionals wanted to refine or adjust their skills, and those in the legendary realm wished to perfect their cultivation methods or create self-made skills, this knowledge was indispensable. In Tianyuan City, these contents were pretty much junior to intermediate level required courses. In the world of high-order cultivators, they were also akin to common knowledge. Mastering these basics wouldn't necessarily yield effective suggestions for netherworld prison construction, but at least, one wouldn't be completely clueless during discussions. However, although these were merely junior to intermediate level required courses, the majority of elites in Tianyuan City hadn't completed them. Too little time. Too difficult content. Mu Yuan was a considerate lord. It was okay not to learn, as long as it didn't obstruct one's path to becoming stronger. For most people, learning these basics was merely to avoid hitting a wall during cultivation. For someone like Duo Lai, who became stronger as it went without even knowing how, and became invincible just by eating, being illiterate was not an issue. Being able to fight was what counted. That's what Duo Lai thought too. It was the second most capable fighter in the entire heavenly element. But now, in the distant Twilight Dominion, within a caravan en route to Shilling City, Duo Lai sat inside a carriage, its expression changing multiple times. It clenched its teeth and with a resolute determination pulled a huge hardback book from its pocket. It flipped open the cover, turning to the bottleneck it had been stuck on for half a year, the second page, and started reading seriously, a fire seeming to burn in its pupils. Sitting in the carriage with it, who was openly in charge of this caravan expedition, was a four-order peak lord of Frost, Red Frost. At that moment, her mouth agape, she seemed to witness something unbelievable. Duo Lai Sr. is actually reading a book. In the Academy of Tianyuan City, Senior Duo Lai was known for failing every minor test, once accomplishing the extraordinary feat of eating an entire book in exam paper yet learning nothing. To believe that Senior Duo Lai could voluntarily read a book was less credible than believing Senior Duo Lai could instantly kill a monster of the law realm. Oh my gosh, big news! Red Frost carefully took out her diary that she always carried with her, recorded the scene she had witnessed today, and marked it as one of the 7 wonders of Tianyuan City. The construction plan for the 9-layered netherworld was quickly perfected. The chosen construction site was outside Tianyuan City, yet still within the range covered by the Radiant Barrier. Mu Yuan planned to dig a concept channel from the skeleton cemetery to channel the power of death to the construction site as early consumables for the early stages of construction. At the same time, he placed an order for superior-grade miracle blueprints, Bone Prison, along with a main construction material not available in Tianyuan City. Beep, contribution points deducted, your order has been placed. The miracle blueprints, Bone Prison, and the material, Chilling Bone, are expected to be delivered to Panchi City within 6 hours. This order has opted for pickup, delivery, wishing you a pleasant estate construction. In less than 4 hours, both items were delivered to the official warehouse of Panchi City. Subsequently, the person in charge of Tianyuan stationed in Panchi City came to pick up the goods and brought them back, sending them to the estate through the Starry Sky Gate, all in one go. Construction in the west of Tianyuan City began swiftly. The building to the west of Tianyuan City was completed in the blink of an eye. Next, it was time to integrate the 9-layered netherworld, or rather to use this building as a vessel, to wield more potent powers in this world. Within the miracle building, shaped like a skeletal tower, a crack suddenly appeared, as if a giant was opening its eyes, with its pupils reflecting a sea of knives and flames. Immediately after, the crack spread and expanded, covering the entire tower. Some mysterious transformation quietly occurred. From the outside, the entire bone tower appeared unchanged, only about 10 meters tall. This prison building chosen by Mu Yuan had a locking ability that ranked as T0 within the superior grade, and could even rival some epic buildings of the same type. The flaw of Bone Prison was that it occupied a small area, and despite its strong locking capacity, it was meaningless when the internal space was cramped. But now, the Bone Prison was merely an external appearance, and anyone who stepped inside would discover a much larger space underneath the structure. The space seemed to have multiple layers and was expanding rapidly in circles. Mu Yuan wanted to continue watching to see what this newly formed prison building would turn out to be, but suddenly an urgent matter arose. "Are you saying we have visitors?" he asked. Secretary Mo Li said, "Yes, and they are not ordinary visitors. They claim to represent the Shen Yao Empire." Tianyuan City, outside the city. A group of 3, looking travel-weary, finally reached this place. The 3, 2 men and 1 woman, seemed to be lords, and it was only now that they dismounted their steeds and stored them in the marked space. "So this is Tianyuan City? It looks pretty ordinary," the brown-haired youth muttered. Beside him, the blonde woman glanced and said, "This is not ordinary at all. The entire Tianyuan City uses superior-grade city walls, and outside the city, relocated mines can be seen everywhere. What's more, Tianyuan City has been established for less than 2 years." Yes, right. The brown-haired youth responded perfunctorily, but he was well aware that the ability to build a city to this scale in just under 2 years was incredibly rapid. Though, admitting that the Lord of Tianyuan was powerful would mean admitting their own inferiority, right? Even though Tianyuan indeed possessed strength. But even so, I don't think there's a need to woo Tianyuan. Our Shen Yao doesn't lack strong people, and Vivian, among you 7 super lords, who isn't as good as this Tianyuan? not to mention the high price we're offering Tianyuan. The blonde woman replied, most of our 7 super lords are very self-aware and know that they are not as strong as this Tai Zan prodigy, so why do you have so much confidence? She didn't want to say more. If it weren't for the funding of the Super Lord project, she wouldn't have accepted such a pointless mission. This mission wasn't even led by her, she was just a messenger to relay a message. Although she came from a noble family, it was only a minor one. Now, she was the backbone of her entire family, naturally lacking the power that those backed by large financial families possessed, even though many of them were far less capable than her. Like some, who dare not come in person and can only project a temporary avatar through a medium. She took out a golden treasure bead and activated it. Immediately, strands of golden lines spread on the bead, and within seconds, they intertwining to form an imposing old man with white hair and a suit. Have we arrived? Why are we still outside the city? The old man looked towards the blonde woman. The blonde woman, Vivian, said, I think, this could better show our sincerity. Fine. The 4 were soon led into the city and waited in the reception building next to the municipal building. Where is your lord? We have already informed our lord, please wait a moment. Mu Yuan had received the message earlier. With his speed, he could have arrived at the scene even before these divine radiance people entered the city. But there was no need, after all, it was divine radiance. Mu Yuan didn't have a deep hatred for the Shenyao Empire. After all, the spies from the Eye of Divine Radiance hadn't caused him any loss. They were too weak. But he definitely didn't feel positively about Divine Radiance. Cooling them off was appropriate. If it weren't for the fact that Tai Zan and Divine Radiance were still allies in name, and the visitors were significant enough, Mu Yuan wouldn't have bothered to receive them. After all, he now represented Tai Zan to some extent. 1 at the Soul Realm, 2 at the Heaven and Earth Realm, and 1 projection. Now, Tianyuan City has a city defense barrier and a sufficient number of strong warriors. Not to mention 1 Soul Realm, even 10 more wouldn't cause any waves. After observing for a while, Mu Yuan arrived late deliberately. The member from the Shenyao Empire sitting at the end introduced, this is Duke Mika from our empire. This one here is one of the 7 super lords of our empire, Diamond Queen Vivian, this one. He introduced them in order, one by one. Mu Yuan had recognized Diamond Queen Vivian early on, as she was promoted by Divine Radiance as a young generation powerhouse, along with the Fire God, Winter King, and others. These people could also be considered world-class strongmen, having a bit of a reputation globally. As for the others, unfamiliar, including the so-called Duke Mika. Mu Yuan had only heard about several powerful dukes of Divine Radiance, and Mika wasn't among them. Duke Mika looked him over and then said, young man, the Duke will speak frankly. We came here to invite you to join Divine Radiance Empire to forge great strides together. Don't rush to refuse, first listen to our terms. If you agree, we can directly include you in the Super Lord plan, ranking you as one of the 7 lords without any examination. Additionally, the Empire will grant you a Duke's title, and all you need to do in return is perform some minor tasks as directed by the Council. The Duke is well aware that the Tai Zan Alliance can't offer much in the way of resources, even to a talent like you. They are very stingy. Divine Radiance is different. We are stronger and richer. The vast resources that a Super Lord can obtain, you are likely aware of them too. Young man, this is a rare opportunity. The old man, confident, having said his piece, then confidently awaited Tianyuan's response. Half a second later, is that all you have to say? Indeed, the Divine Radiance Empire was richer than Tai Zan because initially, the Holy Griffin Empire invested in the Langsing forces, choosing Divine Radiance. Indeed, Divine Radiance now had more abundant high-end combat power, managing to send a Soul Realm Lord here as a mediator, or rather, as a broker. But that was merely because Divine Radiance had fewer people and had filtered out a large number during the Langsing Doomsday. Now, they had fewer areas to defend. No matter what terms Divine Radiance offered, he wouldn't waver, it was a matter of principle. Moreover, the terms offered by the Shenyao Empire made him want to laugh. Shi Lu, see our guests out. Young man, you'll regret such a hasty refusal. The white-haired old man's projection clicked off. He had cancelled it himself. The remaining 3 no longer wished to stay, and they promptly took their leave. Once out of the city, a brunette youth muttered, "I think the offer was very generous." The blonde woman said nothing. The current momentum of the Lord of Tianyuan City was even more formidable than the Lord of Han Yu City. The Empire was offering a super lord position and a nominal duke title. Were they joking? She would snort at such an offer herself. Duke Mika, such an old fellow, his mind must be muddled. If she could sway the Lord of Tianyuan territory to their side, she would naturally be happy. But it's not that easy. It needed a substantial offer and careful planning to have even a slight possibility. Unfortunately, she's not the decision maker. She didn't speak up for Duke Mika throughout because she didn't want to antagonize Tianyuan. But merely that was not enough. She still needed to establish a bit of goodwill and maintain some contact. In the meeting room, a note slowly appeared on the table. A small token to express my apologies, Vivian, stay. Mu Yuan. Interesting. Among these gifts was a superior-grade communication tool and several items that seemed to be territorial specialties of superior quality. The value was not very high, but they were fundamentally a gesture of goodwill. Mu Yuan then ordered that they be collected. They were accepted, but that was all they were, accepted, not indicating any special deal. Of course, if it were just some commercial cooperation, he would not object. Tai Zan and Shen Yao were far apart, and ordinary lords would not get the chance to cooperate in a lifetime. But above the legendary realm, cooperation, trade between lords of the 2 countries was not too rare nor too frequent. It seems that this Diamond Queen is somewhat dissatisfied with Shen Yao's decisions. However, being able to rise from a relatively humble background to the position of one of the 7 super lords, she naturally is no pushover. After all, in Shen Yao Empire, it is much more difficult for a lord with a common background to make a name for themselves than in Tai Zan. Even the Super Lord program, which ostensibly offers massive investments to talented lords, has its pitfalls. Mu Yuan shook his head. To him, the visit from the Shen Yao envoy was a trivial matter, not worth much attention. Perhaps there was some sinister plot involved, but rather than exhaust himself pondering a possibly non-existent scheme, he preferred to steadfastly continue enhancing his territory, focusing on improving its overall strength. As long as he was strong enough, any kind of scheme would lose its effect. Once these 3 persons left the boundaries of Tianyuan City, they didn't even need to keep an eye on them. The 10 Directions Island domain was now fraught with hidden currents, and he couldn't even say for sure how many legendary realm beasts were lurking. A few more or a few less legendary beings no longer mattered. Ding! Reminder. The Miracle Building, Bone Prison, has received a special great power injection, transforming the structure and upgrading it to the epic level building, 9-layered bone tower. 9-layered bone tower, category, special and defensive building. Ability 1 Confinement. The 9-layered bone tower contains several hundred cells constructed from solid bones, within which continuous control skills, bone bind, can be applied to the target. Additionally, the tower's interior is equipped with various bone traps. Ability 2 Bone Spear. Externally, the 9-layered bone tower can transform into a war fortress, possessing a bone spear sweeping capability of tens of thousands per second. Ability 3 Portal. The 9-layered bone tower is connected to a portal leading to an unknown destination. It actually upgraded. The bone tower was just a bone tower, and did not include the 9-layered netherworld. It simply received some nourishment and underwent an unbelievable transformation. Now, the epic level bone tower was not only considerably larger inside, but it could even confine a being from the complete legendary realm for some time. True villains must still be held in the 9-layered netherworld. But for some not so wicked prisoners, directly sending them to the netherworld isn't quite appropriate, just like the fugitive lord we captured just now. Mu Yuan was still hoping someone would come to pay a ransom. His territory was vast, and many elites were close to meeting the breakthrough requirements of the legendary. He was both rich and in need, never one to shy away from more money. Such prisoners were perfectly suited to be guarded on the surface layer of the bone tower. Meanwhile, Vivian, the brown-haired youth, and another person, 3 lords, were preparing to summon their flying mounts to leave the boundaries of Tianyuan City. They were not in a hurry to leave, and through various covert methods, were quietly observing Tianyuan City. In fact, the Empire had given them a task to try to place spies within Tianyuan City. But neither Vivian nor the other two lords, who were more loyal to the Empire, took this opportunity to send their elites or trusted subordinates. They were not entirely foolish. Tianyuan City was filled with strong individuals. Incomplete records stated that there were more than 10 legendary realm beings, each a powerhouse in their own right. The Lord of Tianyuan City had even developed a God Soul Realm General. To say Tianyuan City was a dragon's den and a tiger's cave was not an overstatement. In such circumstances, sending elite spies was simply sending them to their doom. Even sending their trusted subordinates carried great risks. Even the brown-haired youth, who kept muttering that Tianyuan was ignorant, would not arrogantly think himself stronger than this Lord of Taizan. In case of an accident, losing a trusted subordinate within Tianyuan City would not be compensated by the Empire with another legendary being. Taking such a great risk for such a small matter was entirely unnecessary. Observing now and having some information to report back later was enough. However, in my opinion, Tianyuan City is just so-so, not even as grand as my territory. The brown-haired youth stubbornly said. Suddenly, a black light surged into the sky from afar, invisible and chilling divine rhyme trembling the heaven and earth. The brown-haired youth seemed to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the netherworld. He swallowed his saliva. On the surface, it's not so magnificent, but the real essence must be hidden in places we can't see. I think we should leave quickly. Just now, Duke Mika had a bit of an unfriendly interaction with the Lord of Tianyuan City. He was afraid that what they had just seen was a secret of Tianyuan City. If it were, if Lord Tianyuan wanted to keep them here. Vivian, being a super lord, might escape, but the two of them were in danger. It was all the old Duke's fault. Lord Duke, with our approach, it's indeed unlikely that Tianyuan would agree. That young man also lacks some appreciation. In Duke Mika's domain within Shenyao Empire, his old servant who had followed him for decades expressed confusion. Duke Mika, however, did not deny it. Do you really think I wanted to recruit Tianyuan? Tianyuan truly was an unparalleled lord of his generation, creating many miracles along the way. It's evident that he possessed a number of epic generals, many of whom were recruited early in the territory building stage. This established his miraculous rate of promotion. But hastiness doesn't necessarily lead to longevity. For most lords, Tianyuan is now at the summit, having reached the peak. However, for our entire Shenyao Empire, it doesn't make a difference whether one reaches the Law Realm or even the pinnacle within the Law Realm. The exaggerated cost of recruiting him isn't worth it. Duke Mika didn't feel that Tianyuan couldn't even reach the Law Realm. However, the advantages of the epic creatures in the early stage had been exhausted, and in the future, Tianyuan's rate of progress would undoubtedly slow to a normal pace. The Empire had indeed considered taking Tianyuan by force, a move that would also strike a heavy blow to Taizan. Yet, to dig forcefully by paying an enormous cost for recruitment, then who should bear this cost? The money of the Shenyao Empire belonged to the major conglomerates, the family's money, and no one was willing to pay such a massive amount. Their family was the same. Instead of recruiting Tianyuan, it would be better, of course, if Tianyuan directly agrees. We in the Shenyao Empire would naturally welcome him. Pioneer Group. Compared to before, the number of personnel in the headquarters had increased. Many of these people had previously worked in non-frontline, non-combat departments and were urgently reassigned here to assist in the operations of the organization. General Chen stared at the large screen. He was responsible for the entire Dusk domain, the Sanguine domain. The situation in these two domains had stabilized, of course, but there were still many potential dangers, such as the deep red double-headed dragons, that hadn't been eliminated. Suddenly, the deputy approached him and whispered in his ear. What? General Chen glared. The deputy hadn't expected such a big reaction from the general. It appears that Shen Yao's envoy really entered Tianyuan City, and the leader of the group is none other than Duke Mika, the brother of the Shenyao Archmage, showing how seriously Shen Yao takes this. The deputy pondered for a moment and asked, "Should we call the lord of Tianyuan City to inquire about the situation? Why bother calling Tianyuan?" Ah. The deputy was stunned, then puzzled. "Then, sir, what are you angry about?" General Chen coldly asked, "Where did the news come from?" Deputy. "Just heard it from Group 4, responsible for gathering intelligence." General Chen said, "Then go find it, trace the source of this news immediately, arrest whoever you find and interrogate them. I see now, some people are getting bolder, engaging in dirty deeds amidst the war." It was also time to inspect and clean up certain individuals within the pioneer group who might be crooked or outright spies. Boom! A smoke-filled pit contained the corpse of a legendary monster, reduced to mere pulp. Chasing a legendary creature for 2 whole days just to kill one, this efficiency is too slow. Mid-air, Jun sighed. He and Lulu were an invincible pair, fearing no mighty opponent, but alas, they also needed to bump into them. Compared to Sophia's team's high efficiency, theirs was much lower. Certainly, Jun, known for his unparalleled speed, couldn't accept this. This monster was too oblivious. "Uda, buddy, take it easy." Somewhere, Xie Yi was assembling dozens of mechanical cannons around him. But before he could fire, Uda had already caught up with the fleeing legendary monsters and with 2 loud punches, turned them into blood foam. It ended just like that. 2.5 days of tracking, 2 seconds of combat. Thinking this, Xie Yi lethargically fired a cannon next to him, lighting the cigarette in his mouth. "Let's continue searching. Twilight Dominion, Lakehaven region, somewhere." Hong Yi and Tree Demon Granny's squad were searching for enemy shadows here. Hong Yi fully leveraged her intelligence and wisdom, gathering information from various cities around and even hiring local guides to assist them, thus. Hong Yi squad's current score, 0. Ladies, this is the town that was devastated yesterday. Most of its residents had already moved to Tian City's urban area earlier, but there were a few who didn't want to leave, and these people yesterday. The girl clenched her fists. According to our Feipu City Association's analysis, the legendary creature, Earth Dragontooth, is still likely in this region. The girl, the younger sister of the Lord of Feipu City, a 4th Order leader strongman and a former lord herself, had an even more legendary background. Both her parents were legendary strongmen. In the entire Tai-Zan circle, she was considered top class among 2nd-generation lords, with few having a background stronger than hers. The girl, having observed numerous legendaries alongside her parents, knows too well that all below the legendary are but ants, let alone these 2. She looked towards 2 figures in the distance clad in white-based purple cloud robes. One had flowing black hair and a cold demeanor, holding 2 red ribbons, clearly the renowned Lord of Shadows. The other, hood drawn up and masked, was an unrecognizable strongman, but by the looks of it, he was no less important than the Lord of Shadows. The capabilities of these 2 exceeded even her family's backing. As for whether these 2 could annihilate the Earth Dragontooth, the girl had no doubts. It was just a matter of finding it. The legendary Earth Dragontooth possessed a talent for burrowing and concealing, adept at hiding and fleeing. "We must find it," she had just thought this. Boom! In the distance, a deafening roar erupted, followed by a cloud of dust rising into the sky. The girl looked toward the 2 in red. "Let's go." Hong Yi was well aware of the logic that the sooner you finish work, the sooner you can knock off, and did not dare to delay. She snapped her fingers, and a vivid illusion of a Failuan materialized right before their eyes. The next moment, the illusion turned into reality, carrying the 3 of them towards the source of the sound. On the fragmented earth lay a beast over 20 meters long, shaped like a crescent moon, already completely devoid of life. This was the Earth Dragontooth, the monster that had been ravaging these lands for many days. This creature has no eyes, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered to lift a finger. Boss, this Earth Dragontooth's body has several high-order materials worth harvesting. Killing it was not a loss. It's just annoying to clean up a mess for Taishuan. Next to the carcass of the Earth Dragontooth stood 4 figures. 3 men and a woman, tall and short, fat and slim, were all different. The only thing they had in common was the slight redness in their eyes and the blood spots that had appeared on their faces. The fat man among them plunged his hands into the carcass of the earth dragon tooth and instantly dug out a bloody chunk of flesh. Without caring whether the meat was contaminated, he swallowed it raw. Tastes good. Suddenly, Boss looked toward the distance. Someone is coming. A majestic bird appeared in their field of vision, carrying 3 figures on its back. Hong Yi, in a rush to travel, of course, did not hide her aura. Moreover, in the Taishuan realm, she had great confidence in herself and the tree demon Granny as a combination. They could recklessly slaughter. However, the pupils of the girl on the Failuan narrowed. The earth dragon tooth is dead? It just happened? Was it another Taishuan patrol squad? She shifted her gaze to the other figures, and her pupils narrowed again. It's the Nakor. It must be the Nakor. The Nakor was a dark organization that appeared in the domain of Lakehaven City over a decade ago. At that time, the organization had a very bad influence and caused countless civilian deaths. The leader of the Nakor, codenamed Red Eye, even murdered 2 Taishuan legends and devoured them alive. This dark organization was later extinguished, but that legendary realm boss never got caught. And now, it seems the Nakor already has 4 legends? The powerful Earth Dragon Tooth appeared to have struggled little before it perished at the hands of these 4 people. The girl quickly relayed the intelligence. So there are still people who remember us, huh? Boss licked his lips. The fat man, the cape man, and the seductive woman, the 3 legends seemed to see something delicious. They had originally wanted to take revenge on Taishuan and go hunting. Compared to monsters, human blood was truly delectable. But you seem to not recognize us. Hong Yi crossed her arms, guiding the Failuan to descend calmly. The girl looked left and right, her mouth slightly open, but in the end, she didn't say anything and shrank back. By now, they could only trust and believe again. The people from the Nakor were also long listed on the Taishuan Most Wanted. 2 legendary realms, and the remaining one not worth mentioning. And none of us here are rookie legends. Then, Boss made a gesture with his eyes. Instantly, the fat man slapped the ground, causing the earth to tremble as towering walls rose up like mountains, sealing off the 3 people's escape route. At the same time, the seductive woman held a pair of cold daggers, and in the blink of an eye, she charged forward, dragging dozens of illusions with her. The domain opened instantaneously. The enemy is not only not running but is also charging at us? This is fantastic. It saves a lot of effort. Hong Yi's lips curled up in a smile. The luminescence in her eyes seemed to flow with the passage of time and the changing of space. At that instant, time stood still. The stones that had been shaken into the air, the seductive woman's charging illusion. Everything was frozen mid-air, with only Hong Yi's dreamlike eyes growing increasingly bright. She locked eyes with the seductive woman. Epic skill. Eye of Reincarnation. The next moment, time resumed its flow, as if nothing had happened. But, the seductive woman, who had been charging forward, suddenly collapsed to the ground, already lifeless. Surrounded by mountains that formed a crater-like enclosure, a few human legends with bloodthirsty smiles and eyes reddened suddenly froze on the spot. What had just happened? All they saw was their companion unleashing a series of phantoms, a high-level skill known as Phantom Dance. But just as the dance began, the companion collapsed on the spot. Had he overdone it? The others frowned. No, that wasn't it. Under the watchful gaze of Red-Eyed Boss, whose codename was Red Eye, the enchanting woman suddenly collapsed, her body sliding forward dozens of meters due to inertia. The next moment, a bloody handprint appeared on her body, followed by a second, a third, and dozens more. Her body was covered with dense, bloody handprints, drenched in blood as if she had been devoured. Parts of her body completely disappeared. It was as if, in that brief moment, the enchanting woman had endured a long battle and torture. Got it out of them, these guys aren't monsters, but they're collaborating with the monster power. That's a definite case of treachery. Hong Yi said. She had just used the Eye of Reincarnation, fighting a fierce battle with the female legend in a space that hovered between existence and non-existence. Or rather, it was a one-sided torture. Against such small fries, her ability was exceedingly simple to use. Well, it only seemed simple. She had tortured the enchanting woman in the reincarnation space for hundreds of seconds. She was incredibly exhausted. Her energy was greatly depleted. Such a lethal move could only be used a few more times in a short period. Red eyes, pupils contracted. Don't look directly into her eyes. This kind of power must also consume a lot of energy. As he spoke, his entire body swelled. Another legend, a stout one, trembled the earth, raising dust in the blink of an eye. The last legend in the area flung his cape, enveloping the environment like a dark night sky, plunging everything into darkness at that moment. In the darkness, 3 domains burst forth, filling the surrounding heaven and earth, seemingly setting up myriad barriers to avoid those malicious eyes. Hong Yi curled her lip. The Eye of Reincarnation was not such an inconvenient technique. She didn't need to make eye contact with her targets. She had already locked onto the enemies within her field of view. Even now, as the 3 men obstructed her line of sight, they were still locked on, and she could pull any single one of them into the reincarnation space at any time. But it wasn't necessary. Enshrouded in her coat, Tree Demon Granny stepped forward, her hands covered in tree-like patterns smacking together. There was no thunderous noise, no tremor. Only, unbeknownst to them, the area was suddenly filled with lush trees as if they had always been in a dense forest. What's going on? What's going on? The red-eyed boss grew even more alarmed. He had never feared the powers of Taishuan, confident even against pursuers from the peak of heaven and earth realm. But the sudden appearance of these 2 unknown legends was too strange, too terrifying. Fat man, Cape, do as I say next, we. He hadn't finished speaking when his pupils suddenly shrank and he broke into a cold sweat. His 2 companions, who had just been preparing to coordinate hundreds of meters away, were now grotesquely twisted, with ancient tree roots spiraling upward from the ground piercing their bodies and bearing bizarre crimson fruits on them. Their domains appeared as illusions, utterly ineffective, allowing the tree roots to rampage through them. No, even worse, it was. The domains seemed like soil, being drained by these roots. How is that possible? Aren't domains only supposed to be broken by other domains? In just a few seconds, the moment he realized it, his domain had already shrunk by half. Bizarre crimson ancient trees grew rapidly all around. The red-eyed boss roared, but the surroundings seemed to turn into the dustless land, unable to gather even the slightest bit of the elements of heaven and earth. No, it wasn't the dustless land, but those elements of heaven and earth were being held in the hands of that mysterious powerhouse who controlled the tree realm. He, a senior legend, felt like a child, unable to shake anything however hard he tried. The roots enveloped him round and round. Even with all his might, the red-eyed boss could only cut a few roots before being rapidly pierced through by them. His life force rapidly drained away, becoming nourishment for the tree realm. The gap was despairingly vast. Who was he, she? He had never directly faced such a high-level strongman. This kind of strongman. He suddenly recalled a term, active on the world stage, famous. Devotees spread across the wilderness, totems erected in each tribe by the fallen god's servants. The blood-eating Duke, Shadow Duke, Swarm Queen. These beings are all known by a common title, world-class strongman. Among the entire world, those who are reputed to dance. To be devoured by such a strongman, die not unjustly. Spurt, 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 spurt. Dozens of wooden spikes pierced through him, splattering blood. Time slowly passed, and the situation in the Twilight Dominion gradually stabilized. The number of legendary monsters within the territory was ultimately limited. After the Heavenly Element team had eliminated one after another, the rest either completely hid without showing themselves or fled the Taishuan territory. Everything was slowly getting better. It looks like the most dangerous phase is about to pass. The Twilight Dominion and Agedness Great Domain being able to stabilize so quickly, the Heavenly Element team really played an indispensable role. General Chen praised. Under pressure, the massive machinery of Taizan also squeezed out a great deal of potential, forming 8 Sky Patrol battle zones in a short period of time, and several more are still under construction. Due to their freedom and benefits, Sky Patrol battle zones are considered extremely desirable assignments for the strong. At first glance, serving as the commander of a Sky Patrol battle zone seems to have less power than that of a regular battle zone, where one cannot command large armies or direct many lords. But even with the great power within a regular battle zone, that influence is confined to within its borders. This does little apart from satisfying some vanity and desire for power, as well as making it easier to accrue military exploits, but it's actually not very useful. It's different for Sky Patrol battle zones. The Heavenly Patrol Banner and Heavenly Patrol Battle Robe are tangible benefits that can significantly enhance the combat power of one's own generals. This was something the Lords had long realized, which is why the Sky Patrol battle zones were formed so quickly. Initially, many Lords, including some from the Pioneer Group with few exploits, applied to take command of battle zones. Those with insufficient strength were eliminated from the selection, as were those looking to abuse their position for personal gain. The Pioneer Group doesn't mind if the Heavenly Element team wears the battle robe for their private affairs, but at least they must ensure that their official duties are completed first. What General Chen didn't mention was that by the time he approached Tianyuan for his opinion, many people had already signed up to form the battle zones. He still strongly recommended Tianyuan and prioritized the establishment of the Tianyuan battle zone above others. Looking back, his judgment was very accurate. It was the most correct decision he had made. Even if we enlist the help of several Law Realm powerhouses, the efficiency of eradicating the sources of crisis might not compare to that of a single Tianyuan battle zone. Moreover, not only do these Heavenly Element teams eliminate threats quickly, but they also they virtually never encounter any accidents. Accidents naturally occurred with other Sky Patrol teams. Either they failed to intercept escaping legendary creatures, or they were ambushed by legendary enemies, or the enemies suddenly unleashed unimaginable power. This was normal. A monster that has stepped into the legendary realm will possess extraordinary methods, and no one can predict what kind of terrifying abilities are lurking beneath the surface of what seems to be an ordinary legendary creature. For this reason, the zero accidents record of the Heavenly Element team is surprising. It seems that the Heavenly Element team not only has special tactics but also possesses formidable and balanced combat power. After all, not a single Heavenly Element team has had an accident. They all have the capacity to crush unexpected complications. That Heavenly Marshal undoubtedly is a world-class strongman, even capable of defeating 3 Grand Dukes of the Hunt single-handedly. But perhaps there is more than one world-level strongman in the Heavenly Element team? Some of them might not meet that threshold yet, but they're not far off. For the vast majority of legends, the legendary realm is divided into stages: newly promoted legend, common legend, senior legend, peak legend, and the soul realm at 10,000 meters. However, from the perspective of a major country, the legendary realm only has 3 categories: regular legend, world-class strongman, and top-tier law realm. The combat power of the Heavenly Element team reaching this level is indeed reassuring. Of course, as it is said, this world is full of uncertainties, and even a truly world-level strongman should not be careless. General Chen always tirelessly reminds them to be extra cautious. I heard Old Wang wants our help. They still have a lot of problems to clean up on their side. HMPH, Old Wang's group really isn't up to par. Twilight Dominion, on the outskirts of Taishuan territory. A dark green giant bird was slowly gliding through the lower skies. This giant bird, with a wingspan of 60 meters, was not a real creature, but a precious transportation treasure. Inside the giant bird, several legends and numerous 2, 3, and 4 order operators were maneuvering this flying weapon at a leisurely pace. Their eyes beheld a land riddled with wounds, destroyed villages, and ruined cities. It seems that Tai Zan is in a difficult situation as well. Can we expect to get any assistance from them? A legend spoke with a deep voice. They were strong beings from Gemstone Country, which is also one of the allies of the Tai Zan Alliance. Of course, with the Sky Rift disaster and a large number of powerful monsters emerging from the Red Mist land, Gemstone Country is now on the brink of collapse. Hence, they are forced to turn to their former suzerain, Tai Zan, with the hope of receiving some assistance. Anyway, now that we have finally entered the Taishuan territory, we can feel a bit more at ease," said a young man with a shining blue gem embedded in his forehead, who looked quite extraordinary, letting out a sigh of relief. After all, in these troubled times, the wilderness has become countless times more dangerous than before. Even though their team is extremely luxurious, with several legends and piloting the dark green purple winged bird, a treasure of epic proportions, they cannot confidently say they would be able to traverse the vast wilderness. At least the greatest danger had now passed. Another legend with a gem on his forehead agreed, "Yes, we have entered the interior of Taishuan territory. Even if by some chance we encounter any powerful creatures, I believe it should not exceed our capacity to respond." "No," the young man with the stunning red gem on his brow disagreed. Among the legends present, he appeared the youngest but was the leader of the team. The others had great respect for the young man. After all, Hong Shijing, at just over 20 years of age, had already cultivated to the peak of the legendary realm. He had not yet reached his limit, and his domain could continue to expand. Many in Gemstone country touted him to have the makings of a world-class strongman. Hong Shijing was also the only direct grandchild of the Law Realm powerhouse, Kai Xinglian. From Gemstone country, he could fully represent his nation. Hong Shijing said, "The ruins of the towns we passed on the road all bear the traces of legendary monsters running amok. I think, after the disaster of Sky Rift, many legendary monsters took the opportunity to flood into Taishuan, and now Taishuan realm is lurking with numerous monsters, which may not be safer than the wilderness. Before reaching a truly safe place, you must not let your guard down," he cautioned gravely. His voice was solemn. The other legends did not respond casually, all of them becoming serious. This was not only because of Hong Shijing's identity. Along the way, they had avoided several major crises thanks to his decisive decision-making. This young man had already won their respect. He was the future hope of Gemstone country. The dark green bird flew even more cautiously. However, even though the group was very careful, they still did not notice that dozens of kilometers away, several figures had their eyes on them. Dragon horns, sharp teeth, and flesh wings. It was the flesh and blood dragon from Dragonsleep Valley. "Duke Dark Teeth, should we make a move?" they asked. The physical forms of these flesh and blood dragons were not so massive, but each had distinctive features. Information on Dragonsleep Valley warned, "Beware the massive flesh giant dragons, but even more, beware the abnormally shaped flesh and blood dragons." Distinctive features equate to powerful strength. The three giant dragons respectfully sought instructions from a smaller, dark gray-scaled dragon in the midst, notable only for its exceedingly prominent sharp teeth. Dark Teeth, also known as Grand Duke of the Hunt. The title, Grand Duke of the Hunt, represented his status, authority, and power. Duke Dark Teeth narrowed his eyes. "Stay where you are and remember what our target is." They were sent by Firewing Duke, with the mission to assassinate General Tianyuan. After waiting for some time and failing to see Lord Tianyuan leave his territory, Firewing Duke had no choice but to execute his Plan B. Which was, killing Tianyuan generals to weaken his left and right arms. "Our hunt is for the one known as the Giant Spirit God, who once erected immense barriers and disrupted Ice Burial Duke's schemes, General Tianyuan," he said. "If we can manage to take down this one, I believe, Lord of Tianyuan City will have to take action," Duke Dark Teeth claimed. Indeed, at the top of Firewing Duke's assassination list was not this giant spirit god, but the seemingly harmless, blue-haired and robed General Tianyuan, Devouring Whale Duo Lai. His spies had spotted General Duo Lai multiple times. But Duke Dark Teeth was no fool. If this General Duo Lai was capable of slaying Golden Blade, Blue Sand, and Long Yan, three Grand Dukes of the Hunt, then he was certainly not an easy target. He possessed a powerful weapon gifted by Firewing Duke, which could be used to slay General Duo Lai, but why should he take that risk? He was already a Grand Duke of the Hunt. A High Duke like Firewing Duke couldn't force him to do something dangerous. This was the clout of a Grand Duke of the Hunt. Within their corrupt forces, under the legendary realm, minions were cannon fodder. Even four-order peak intelligences were disposable in large numbers without care. And in the eyes of Grand Dukes of the Hunt like himself, ordinary legendaries were expendable. Only the Grand Dukes of the Hunt were different. Not only did they possess combat power far exceeding the average Soul Realm, but they were also Law Realm candidates. Here they come. Duke Dark Teeth, using some magic treasure, locked onto figures over 100 kilometers away. At the same time, he did not hesitate to use the powerful weapon bestowed by Firewing Duke. A fleeting, gloomy light flashed. Over 100 kilometers away, a majestic, awe-inspiring cyan divine bird was soaring through the heavens, riding the winds with ease. Just think, with one sigh from Lord Jun, I ripped that monster to pieces, truly worthy of me, Lord Jun, it boasted proudly. At the peak of wilderness, I, Lord Jun, will soar 9 heavens alone. Before it could finish its self-praise, all its feathers suddenly exploded outwards. A fatal crisis was upon it. Screech! Jun soared 9 heavens, fleeing dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. However, at the same time, it let out a mournful wail. A faint light had pierced through its wings. The grayish-blue wings began to wither, and Jun plummeted from the sky. Boom! Bang! 2 thunderous impacts followed in quick succession. One was Jun hitting the ground, the other was Lulu crashing down with a mighty thud. It's a must-hit concept, and it also comes with the ability to teleport and the conceptual power of decay. He was a legendary life, capable of perceiving the nature of conceptual forces. Yet, he couldn't intercept the combined might of must-hit and teleportation in time. It wasn't just the suddenness, but the conceptual power contained within that faint light was also overwhelmingly vast. Lulu's face was grave. An enchantment, burning with a dim purple flame, suddenly rose around them. Then 1, 2, 3. 3 immense Soul Realm oars rose, sweeping across the heavens and earth like collapsing mountains and tsunamis. These were 3 flesh giant dragons, their crimson vertical pupils firmly locked onto the 2. The enemy had come prepared. Lulu understood why the enemy had targeted Jun first. If Jun's wings were intact, soaring 9 heavens could have taken them thousands of miles away in a few breaths, beyond the reach of even the most formidable beasts of Dragonsleep Valley. But now, with Jun's wings broken and the enchantment rising, they were like turtles trapped in a jar. 3 flesh giant dragons roared towards them. The next moment, the world seemed to halt as some great terror rose. At the far end of the sky, on a giant nail wrapped in faint light, conceptual power flowed out like a tide, tainting the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the whole world seemed to die. 100 miles away, the Gemstone country's strongmen riding on dark green purple-winged birds felt as though they were being choked, as if they had just died all of a sudden. The concepts of inevitability and certain death. Lulu saw these concepts, and the latter was immensely vast, as if the whole world had turned utterly black. The 3 Soul Realm giant dragons were just a diversion. The giant nail imbued with the terrifying concept of certain death was the real fatal strike. The pointed end of the giant nail was aimed at Lulu from afar. The chill of death surged straight to the crown of his head, as if he had already experienced death. This was inevitable, he was bound to embrace death. In the next instant, the giant nail disappeared, crossing dozens of miles to appear right in front of Lulu. Dang! A resonating peal thundered across the heaven and earth. A radiant golden glow, like the dawn's early light scattering darkness, cleared away death and decay. Duke Dark Teeth, who was just about to celebrate with a punch, paused mid-swing. In his field of view, there was only the figure of a being shining brightly in gold as if made of a golden statue. The giant nail, rising up into mid-air, cracked and shattered. And on that resplendent golden figure, it had left a black scratch the length of a small knife. The horror that seemed to swallow the heaven and earth whole came suddenly and departed quickly. Only that golden figure stood tall upon the earth. Across the golden body shimmering with golden light, the black scratch was strikingly conspicuous, as if it were a golden statue. Whose paint had peeled off? Duke Dark Teeth, hidden in the shadows, widened his dragon's eyes. The destruction nail granted by Firewing Duke was an upper epic item, imbued with powerful conceptual power. Certain hit, decay, death. Aiming at that giant bird, Duke Darkteeth merely expended a quarter of the destruction nail's power. As he expected, the bluish-green giant bird plummeted from the sky on the spot and lost its ability to flee at long range. Next, the core of this hunting mission, to eradicate this human with infinite potential, the giant spirit god. Duke Darkteeth was extremely cautious. For this, he expended all the remaining power of the destruction nail in this one strike. The destruction nail possessed the effects, sure hit, and certain death. But there was a condition. He needed to lock onto the target. This was his greatest concern. The cautious Duke Darkteeth organized 3 capable subordinates to feign an attack and disturb the entire area. His battle plan was very perfect. His destruction nail struck giant spirit god Lulu directly. His sure hit, certain death strike only knocked off a bit of gold paint from giant spirit god Lulu. Was this reasonable? Had that bluish-green giant bird not been severely injured in one strike, he would have believed the destruction nail given by old Firewing was a fake. This human must have been seriously injured. Cooperate with me to kill him in one fell swoop. Duke Darkteeth also made preparations for both scenarios. He had already laid down the enchantment. If the destruction nail failed to kill the human strongman in one hit, he would personally take action. He, after all, was a world-class strongman, titled the Grand Duke of the Hunt. Within the enchantment, Lulu wiped the sweat beads that didn't exist from his brow. Blocking the destruction nail just now seemed easy, but in fact, it wasn't too difficult. However, this was while he was using the undying golden body, and a bit of the heavenly god's rampart, great force. The brief moment and the lack of pre-arranged setup meant that the heavenly god's rampart could only exert very little power, forming a faint, giant-like defensive aura around his body. The aura was penetrated, and the undying golden body also lost some paint. That glowing giant nail was indeed a terrifying killer weapon. And the crisis hadn't passed yet. Lulu scanned his surroundings. Within the enchantment were red, purple, and gray speckled soul realm giant dragons. In his eyes, the souls of these giant dragons appeared as beams of light soaring into the sky, with immeasurable elemental particles clustering around them, exuberant and lively. However, the truly troublesome one was that small dark gray giant dragon. Grand Duke of the Hunt, Darkteeth, obtained the title 22 years ago, once stirred a monster tide to assault the Tower Federation, and after killing 14 Heaven and Earth Realm and 3 Soul Realm strongmen, he coolly withdrew, bringing immense destruction to the Tower Federation. To this day, the Tower Federation is still devising ways to kill this Duke, but numerous plans have been ineffective. 2 years ago, Grand Duke Darkteeth encountered the Law Realm strongman, Meteor Law King, of the Yongxing Empire in Red Mist Land and left unscathed. These were the 2 most famous battles of Darkteeth, although of course, his feats were far more than just these. Information about Duke Darkteeth flashed through Lulu's mind. These generals of Tianyuan had long memorized the notable achievements of each formidable foe in Dragonsleep Valley. It was a required lesson. Grand Duke Darkteeth's notable ability was being invisible in true and false shadows, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake. Even if a distant figure was surrounded by an immense elemental force, he might only be. Duke Darkteeth appeared to still be 10 kilometers away, yet suddenly a lethal danger emanated from behind. Lulu's Sword of Will was alerting him. Clang. The downward slanting giant dragon fangs suddenly emerged and slashed through the air. In an instant the surrounding earth cracked, shattered, and turned to dust, but Lulu, who took the direct hit, was still unharmed, his golden body glistening. The next moment, a towering colossal man appeared, and as Lulu turned around to cleave, the giant delivered a strike that could split a mountain. Boom! The shockwave rolled across the ground, extending for miles and striking a lofty peak. Instantly, the peak was split in half, collapsing with a thunderous roar. But Duke Darkteeth, who was directly hit, shattered and dispersed like a shadow. his true body had already evaded and hidden in the surroundings. The ability of Duke Darkteeth lies in true and false shadows. It was with this skill that he escaped unscathed from the Law Realm's strongman, Meteor Locane. This seemed a bit like Sophia's Black Crow substitute, but in reality, Duke Darkteeth must initiate the move with his true body, then leave a substitute shadow in place, while his true self dives into the darkness. His true self is just good at hiding and is fast, but cannot switch between his own shadows. Lulu, knowing this, decided to face him head-on. Otherwise, even if Darkteeth only possessed the life-saving abilities from Sophia's epic tier era, he would have no chance of defeating him. Now, although it was still very troublesome, General Lulu, who was not adept at dealing with such ghostly enemies, was unaware that Duke Darkteeth was gritting his teeth. His refined and strengthened fangs were now aching faintly. He couldn't break through the defense at all. He glanced towards the distance, staring at the mountain peak that had been split, astonished. Such an invincible slash, he was afraid he couldn't even handle a single strike. Monster. He clearly chose a target that was not so tough, yet it still turned out to be a monster. Plan C. Duke Darkteeth issued the signal. Immediately, two Soul Realm giant dragons cackled as they flew toward the plummeting dark cyan bird. The bird's body was still spreading decay. Although Jun could use the Sigh of the Wind God skill to imbue his wind with threads of conceptual power, he did not control concepts himself and could not eradicate the decay on his body. It exerted all its energy, cleansing itself with dark cyan luminescence, yet it could barely suppress the wave of decay and death intent. Jun. Severely wounded. Combat power -30% -30% to 30%. It was like a weak little boy, while two brutal faces henchmen in the distance cackled as they approached. How terrifying! Thinking back to when Lord Jun was invincible in the sky, in his complete state he wouldn't have feared these two mere lackeys. At the very least, he could keep kiting them. Now, all he could do was, "Brother Lu, save me, don't worry, brother, I will avenge you," Lulu said earnestly. Jun. Upon hearing Lulu say this, he suddenly remembered that he had already bound his soul at the Hall of Martial Souls and was wearing the Sky Patrol robe, though the robe had transformed into an invisible force attached to his body. He could resurrect. He was scared of nothing. He was still scared. After all, it was his first time. But Jun understood the greater good. He gritted his teeth, his expression one of brave sacrifice. Two Soul Realm giant dragons pounced. Boom! A golden light suddenly appeared as another golden giant emerged, swinging a crescent moon blade. But the two prepared Soul Realm giant dragons had forewarned, and they evaded. Duke Darkteeth revealed an, as expected, expression. Lulu deactivated his undying golden body, plugging his shield spear into the ground. In reality, as a former Imperial Guard, it was indeed difficult for him to eliminate Duke Darkteeth, but protecting Jun was not too challenging, and there was no need to go through the trouble of summoning a fearless giant mountain god ranking. He had Glory Guard, he had War Roar Mocking, he had too many defensive skills. However, Lulu had his own plans. The mountain collapsed, birds and beasts fled. 100 kilometers away, people from Gemstone Country, riding a dark green-purple winged bird, naturally noticed this commotion. Strong figures are fighting, shall we go and see? Let's go. This place was after all within the Taishuan realm. Undoubtedly one of the battling parties was from the Taishuan. They needed a favor from the Taishuan. If they could do a favor for the Taishuan at this time, perhaps seeking help later would be easier. Being legendary realm warriors themselves, under the leadership of Hong Shijing, a peak heaven and earth realm, and riding the dark green-purple winged bird, even if their enemy was from the Soul Realm, they were not afraid. In the vast Taishuan, they were insignificant, but for a local battlefield, this small group's power was substantial. The huge dark green transport bird immediately sped up, flying towards the place resonating with violent energy remnants. Suddenly, it braked sharply. The dragon's formidable presence was unleashed unabated from a distance, their firepower fully active, and they sensed those overwhelmingly terrifying presences from afar. It's Soul Realm monsters. If it was one Soul Realm creature, they were fully confident. If it was two Soul Realm creatures, they reckoned they could hold out for a while. But before them, there were three. No, not only that, but that less conspicuous gray-black dragon is the infamous Dark Teeth hunting Duke. Living in the Twilight Dominion, how could they not recognize these notoriously formidable powerhouses? The leader from Gemstone Country, a peak heaven and earth realm powerhouse, Hong Shijing, looked solemn. He truly hoped that via this opportunity he could curry some favor with the Taishuan, but the enemies were too powerful. In front of a powerhouse like Duke Dark Teeth, their dark green purple-winged bird was just a slightly larger toy, and wouldn't last long before being dismantled. He craved this opportunity, but he had to be responsible to his teammates and his country. They carried heavy responsibilities. Still, what strong figure has made a hunting duke venture into the Taishuan realm himself to hunt? Within the enchantment, there was a dying dark cyan bird, and a muscular man wearing a white-based purple cloud robe. The man held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. Even surrounded by several powerful Soul Realm creatures, he still had an indomitable stance. Looking at him, it seemed he could confront Duke Dark Teeth on equal terms. This clearly was also a world-level powerhouse. He actually didn't recognize him? Do any of you recognize this mighty figure? Such a brave warrior, under which lord must he serve, possessing such powerful generals? Surely, he must be among the top tier within the Taishuan. Those top-tier lords, one territory could match an entire country. They were truly influential figures standing at the pinnacle of the world. Thinking this, Hong Shijing's resolve to gamble intensified. If they could help this general through this crisis, they would gain a significant favor. After all, standing behind this general could likely be one of the highest-ranking lords of the Taishuan. To gamble, or not to gamble? Gamble? His thought process wasn't lengthy, just a mere few seconds. On the field, the situation seemed stale. The Taishuan general was at a disadvantage, but he was still managing to repel the formidable enemies time and again. Duke Dark Teeth was filled with uncertainty. Why does this human strength still hold? Wasn't he critically injured under the destruction nail and only sustaining himself with difficulty? He could not believe that someone could be unharmed under the destruction nail. Even if it seemed that way, he was already thinking of retreating. Suddenly, on the battlefield, towering between heaven and earth, apart from the two golden giants, the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth towering figures rose abruptly amidst the burst of golden light, emerging upon the land. The six giants stood in six directions within the confines of this enchantment. By the name of Fearless, Sword of Will, with the heavenly gods as our rampart. Ignite the power of the fearless giant mountain god ranking. The six towering figures seemed to stand among the clouds, wielding crescent blades hundreds of meters long, slashing down with majestic heavenly might. Slash! Golden light surged, filling the entire area. The sturdy purple flame enchantment shattered in an instant under the slash of golden light, and the magnificent power, like that of the heavenly might, was then confined within an even larger enchantment formed by the heavenly god's rampart. The vast, stirring power could not dissipate and kept bombarding and destroying the world within. Beneath the golden radiance, there were layers of disintegrating earth, shattered, and even completely broken, collapsing spaces. Lulu, controlling the fearless giant mountain god ranking, was like a big cannon shooting at a fly. It was very difficult for him to hit the target. So, if that's the case, I might as well just destroy the entire heaven and earth. This was the tactic he developed after thoroughly studying military art, Tianyuan will, and stability. Indeed, quite practical. In Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan soon received news that Lulu's squad had been ambushed and had thrashed the enemies. Jun is seriously injured, but conceptual injuries are not a problem for Tianyuan City to recover from. He had nature spirits of the legendary realm, which could condense the epic treasure, droplet of life, to cure conceptual injuries completely. Of course, it's also simple to have Dead Bone take action. Dead Bone is a master of death. The conceptual power attached to Jun's injuries, compared to what Dead Bone wields, is less than a drop in the bucket. However, the Gemstone Country squad that Lulu encountered is worth noting. The Gemstone Country squad didn't get their hands dirty with assistive attacks, but after all, they encountered them in the wilderness. They respectfully greeted the world-class strongman, Lu Lu, briefly explained the situation, and then set off towards the Taishuan core region. Disaster in the Gemstone Country? It's in danger of annihilation. This is also normal. After the Sky Rift disaster appeared, it wouldn't be surprising if a mid-sized country like Gemstone Country was affected, or even collapsed already. The situation is that volatile. If his Tianyuan city hadn't repelled Grand Duke of the Hunt time and again, if they hadn't already possessed the power to confront the Law Realm, they probably would have become history as well. Taishuan has many allies, but the reason why Mu Yuan particularly remembers Gemstone Country is mainly because Gemstone Country produces a main legendary breakthrough material. Nearly half of the breakthrough materials currently supplied for exchange on the Alliance platform are from Gemstone Country. And this main material is exactly what Mu Yuan needs most right now. After all, he rubbed his head, there are too many at the fourth order limit waiting to be fed at home. Tianyuan City is about to enter a period of legendary proliferation, but the current reserve of legendary breakthrough materials is far from sufficient. He always maxed out the treatment for his own soldiers. One has to work themselves to death, but the treatment can't be lacking. If his elite domain soldiers with the Light of Will don't have materials for breakthrough, it would be too embarrassing. But on the other hand, the shortage of legendary breakthrough materials wasn't 10 or 100 pieces. The initial goal was 1,000 pieces. That will indeed be difficult to gather. He currently had plenty of contribution points, but the breakthrough materials on the Alliance platform could not be exchanged infinitely. After all, there's a limited total supply. He exchanged quite a lot and also entrusted major commerce chambers to purchase more, but in total, he had only acquired a few hundred pieces. Too few, far too few, as an emerging power. Taishuan still lacks material reserves in this aspect, and Mu Yuan had no choice but to look further afield. This Gemstone Country lead could be useful, he thought. Under his command, Lu Lu had already given the Gemstone Country envoys a little hint. Whether they can understand it depends on their own insight. Lu Lu's squad will return for now, and as for the other legends, Mu Yuan pondered whether he should arrange for someone to replace them. He opened the panel and filtered for the legendary realm. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Isloa, Lulu, Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, Sophia, Hong Yi, Uda, 17, Sario, Shi Lu, Jun, Lian Yu, Xie Yi, Laney. A total of 16 T0, T1 ranked division generals. In addition, there were Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Difu, Water Mirror Dragon, Milena, Hua Ling, Wood Spirit, Nature Spirit, Grass Twig, Qing Shuang, Han Shuang, and other T2 division generals. Vice Commander of the Guard Legion Niu Si, Forging Master Li or Niu, Master Chef, Irene, Daisy, and other non-combat personnel. Among the ghosts, there were Bai Li, Sanghun. Among the archers, there was Zhou Yi. Among the vampires, there was Vampire Gibby. Among the treemen, there was Tree Guard 2. Among the giant dragon swordsmen, there was Deng Long and others. Within the wings of the Wind King, there was a being who attempted the legendary breakthrough but ended in failure. After counting, there were only 30-something, no more than 40 legends in total. Such a vast Tianyuan city has only so many in the legendary realm, truly, too few indeed. Mu Yuan was contemplating the current distribution of the legendary realm powerholders. 38 legendary realm individuals, for the current state of the Tianyuan territory, were indeed not many. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce alone would need at least a few legendary powerholders to be stationed. This could only meet the requirements for the formation of 1 or 2 trade caravans. Sometimes, when needing to pass through more dangerous regions, the chamber would have to request top-tier T1 level powerholders like Shi Lu and 17 to assist in overseeing these operations. Some of the large cities within the Tianyuan territory also needed legendary realm beings stationed at their bases. Without the legendary ones, many things were inconvenient to handle. Just like the base established in Panxi city of Tianyuan City, The person in charge often needed to frequently travel back and forth to the starry Skygate coordinates outside the city. Running around like this without the power of the legendary realm was far too unsafe. Mu Yuan's plan was to have legendary realm beings stationed at every major city-level base. Alas, the number of legendary realm beings in his household was far from sufficient, with only a few stationed at areas with starry Skygate coordinates. Within the territory, the management of mineral veins, environmental transformation, and daily patrols similarly required many legendary beings to be stationed. Tianyuan City was not small. The City Gate Registration Office needed 2 legendary realm beings stationed on a 72-hour shift system. Each of the other 3 sides of the city walls also needed 1 legendary being stationed. Outside the city, key defensive areas of the Wolf Head Mountain Fortress also each needed a legendary powerholder stationed. The above were Mu Yuan's ideas, but in reality, there was a substantial gap between reality and ideals. Tianyuan City didn't have so many idle legends available for rotation. Non-combat personnel like Master Li, Chef Ding, and Dean Aileen, unless the territory was in a critical moment of crisis, would not step onto the battlefield. Same with Daisy, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. She was not counted among combat personnel because she was incompetent. With this in mind, the number of legendary powerholders he could flexibly deploy was very few. If it weren't for Tianyuan City's current full-scale contraction, meaning there was no need to station forces at distant mines away from the territory, his legendary realm beings would not have been enough. But full-scale contraction of Tianyuan City also had its downsides. Now, aside from occasionally dispatching legendary realm beings to clear the road through the Twilight Dominion to the south, the areas to the east, west, and north, the vast majority of the 10 Directions Island domain was covered in a hazy fog of war, unclearly visible. The observation base previously established at the foot of the Black Giant Mountain had already been abandoned. The battle armor general took his troops back to report. The alert base stations inside the base were taken over by Tianyuan City itself. Islo had dismantled them and then reassembled them within the bounds of Tianyuan City. Master Xie Yi collaboratively re-engineered the alert base stations and, using his own mechanical evolution ability, enhanced the capabilities of the base stations. The detection efficiency of the base stations did not decrease despite losing the geographical advantage but instead improved significantly. However, they also had drawbacks. Such base stations required Xie Yi's maintenance every half a month. Otherwise, the effects of mechanical evolution would gradually fade. Mu Yuan had reason to believe that numerous legendary realm monsters had infiltrated and were lurking within the 10 Directions Island domain. Dark tides surged, waiting to unleash a giant wave. He temporarily did not have enough manpower to deal with these legendary monsters as if they were cockroaches hidden in the shadows, impossible to completely eradicate. Exterminating these fragmented legendary monsters was too time-consuming and cost-ineffective. Rather than that, it would be better to wait for them to gather together. His current bottom line was not to let the enemy build something like the Heart of Corruption that could allow the Red Mist land to spread its corruption. Lulu's squad is on their way back. They will pass through the Stargate in Panxi City's region, returning to Tianyuan City. As for whether to arrange for a personnel replacement or not, Mu Yuan glanced around. The T1 level powerhouses available for deployment in the territory were only 17, Sario and Shilu. Sario was too massive and still not suitable for undertaking pursuit missions. Since other legendary realm beings were deployed on missions in the Sky Patrol battle zone, their strength was somewhat insufficient. The emergency tasks in the Sky Patrol battle zone have also decreased a lot. Many monsters are either hiding or fleeing. For the time being, there's no need to dispatch more personnel. Since the Taishuan realm was no longer so urgent, Mu Yuan then focused his attention on the more immediate needs of Tianyuan City. That was the legendary breakthrough material. Moreover, what he most hoped for was to nurture more Wings of the Wind King of the legendary realm. The Wings of the Wind King at the epic 2 stars and legendary realm, with their flying speed, were enough to be unmatched in the world. As long as they were not ambushed or too close, they even had the capability to escape from the presence of the Law realm. They were exceptionally good auxiliary allies, perfect flying mounts. Within the wings of the Wind King team, 8 powerful birds had already undergone evolutionary rites and achieved the rank of epic 2 stars. Alas, they were not very promising. Niu Yuan was contemplating where to obtain more breakthrough materials and more advanced training and breakthrough venues. While Tianyuan City was thriving, the neighboring Shen Luo domain was somewhat oppressive. An everlasting crimson tentacle tore through the sky. The red mist drifted, and the monster tide surged. One by one, cities and villages toppled amid the catastrophe. Inside Jewel City, Gemstone Grand Duke, Duke Gold, and 6 other dukes who stood at the pinnacle of influence within the region were gathered together, all with particularly grave expressions. The number of monsters infiltrating has increased again, and many of them are of the legendary realm. Currently, we don't know whether we might suddenly encounter a legendary attack while in the wild or on the road. Not only that, but there has been a sighting in our Silver Moon Lake region of an immensely large serpent with mismatched eyes, clearly the divine envoy, giant serpent. And given its size, it is definitely the true body of the giant serpent. True body. Fallen God's servant. This is a terrifying enemy of the same rank as Grand Duke of the Hunt, Shadow Duke, and Swarm Queen. Orochi even embodies the will of the legendary Snake God. Let's not even mention the Snake God, for it is an existence beyond their comprehension. But even just facing Orochi himself, there was not a single duke present who had the confidence to confront him. To be more precise, even if they had rallied the forces of their entire territories, they likely wouldn't have lasted long in the face of Orochi himself. Our Silver Moon City, after decades of fortification, is as secure as a fortress, so we are not afraid of that Orochi servant, but we certainly can't keep hiding behind the city walls forever," said Duke Silvermoon gravely. Her statement was merely to prevent seeming too disadvantaged. Silvermoon City did possess many high-order city defense weapons and structures, but if Orochi attacked again and again, they couldn't hold out each time. It wouldn't take 2 or 3 attacks before the entire Silvermoon City would collapse. Such was the vast disparity in power. The other dukes were somewhat aware of Silvermoon's tough stance, but they also knew that it wasn't just the endeavor of Silvermoon Duke alone. These duchies might seem distant, but for an existence such as an Orochi servant, such distances didn't instill any sense of safety. It wouldn't be impossible for Orochi to appear outside Jewel City the next moment. "What did the Lord of Star Luo Holy Palace say?" asked a duke. Another person shook his head. "The Star Luo Holy Palace only agreed to help us intercept enemies in the frontline battle zone and to deploy powerful figures to stand guard at Skystar City. The Holy Palace stated that the situation is tense and they cannot deploy more forces, advising us to figure something out on our own." Of course, the more significant reason was, these duchies are, plainly speaking, merely peripheral members and allied forces of the Star Luo Holy Palace. They belong to the Star Luo Holy Palace yet are not part of the direct lineage. The Holy Palace had already provided them with ample protection, and in principle, they should not be asking for more. But everyone wants to live, to survive. In our region, only Skystar City, a direct force of the Holy Palace, has sufficient strength. But the Lord sitting in Skystar City stated that no matter how urgent the situation is, they will not leave the city. We cannot ask that Lord to take action. That Lord was a being honored with the title of Divine Punishment Knight. Divine Punishment Knight Xingpu, a prominent figure with credentials to perform on the world stage, also held extraordinary authority within the vast Holy Palace. In the old era, such a person could even proclaim to rival gods with a mortal's body. Apart from Lord Starfall, there are other powerful figures stationed in Skystar City, but without exception, none of them would step out of Skystar City, no matter how high a price we offered. Those stubborn ascetics. For now, the only course of action remains to seek reinforcements from other places. But where could they find reinforcements? The Sky Rift calamity was a global disaster. If their patron Holy Palace couldn't spare any personnel, who else could? Gemstone Grand Duke suddenly spoke up. What about asking Tianyuan City next door? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Tianyuan City's strength is already remarkable and it has been rising rapidly within the Tai-Zan alliance. Most importantly, Tianyuan City is very close to us, extremely close. These 6 duchies were far from the headquarters of the Holy Palace. What about Tianyuan City? It was just next door. This made seeking help a feasible option. Duke Gold also said, "It's worth a try." A duke pondered, but is the strength of Tianyuan City really enough to handle the Orochi servant? Silver Moon Duke said, "Regardless, we must try." They were out of options. So our current problem is, how can we persuade the Lord of Tianyuan City to take action? Within Jewel City, the Grand Dukes plunged into another round of intense discussion. Fire Wing Duke, Dark Teeth failed. Not only did he fail to hunt down the giant spirit god Lulu of Tianyuan City, but he also lost his own life and is now in the process of revival. After hearing this, Fire Wing Duke fell into deep thought. He was both surprised and not very surprised. He could equip Dark Teeth with conceptual level tools. Likewise, the generals of Tianyuan City could possess such tools. He only found it problematic. The entire Tianyuan City, from top to bottom, inside and out, appeared impenetrable like a solid iron barrel. Was this reasonable? However, under normal circumstances there is no chance, but perhaps there soon will be. Fire Wing Duke looked into the distance. Above the vast red mist, within this region, there also was a huge crimson tendril that pierced the sky. Beneath the long tendril, somewhere high above, the space had torn open yet it hadn't healed. Within the rift, gray fog drifted and golden light flickered. This seemed to be a secret realm's gate. A secret realm's gate that had been forced to appear. Red mist surged into it. Tai-Zan Lianji headquarters. The divine thought incarnation of the Lord of Luo Fu Mountain concentrated and descended here. Tianyuan General Lu Lu has slain the Grand Duke of the Hunt, Dark Teeth, in the region of Panchi City. Excellent, excellent, excellent. To him, the Grand Duke of the Hunt Dark Teeth was hardly worth mentioning. His joy was due to the emergence of another young powerhouse in Tai-Zan. World-class strongman. In less than 2 years since stepping into the eternal world, Tianyuan had already cultivated at least 2 world-class strongmen. Perhaps in a short while, there would be a third, a fourth, even a fifth. He could certainly guess that this was thanks to Tianyuan's uniquely advantageous evolutionary nurturing talents. But, having just this talent alone was far from enough to cultivate so many unparalleled divine generals. The Lord of Luo Fu Mountain had seen too many incredible talents. There are lords who could continuously level up by killing monsters. Some lords could even turn the power of a curse into a positive gain. Some lords had eyes that could see through everything, obtaining the most authentic information. Some lords. There are many exaggerated talents, but talent is just a part of a lord's ability. That Tianyuan could repeatedly defeat monster waves and recruit one exceptional general after another in just less than 2 years was probably due to the unimaginable hardships and efforts that outsiders could barely conceive. Hardships, efforts, a bit of talent, and indispensable luck. These combined created the current miracle of Tianyuan. The Lord of Luo Fu Mountain hoped that this miracle would continue to extend at a miraculous pace. However, the opportunity to gain that in the Holy Griffin Empire will be coming in the near future, but to obtain enough benefits there, you'd need at least to be in the Law Realm. Even being newly entered into the Law Realm was not enough. For Tianyuan, time was ultimately just not sufficient. Suddenly, an aide ran over and said, "Lord, within our nation's borders we've detected several special secret realms that appear to have fluctuations similar to those of the world's origin. Their scale is very vast, and we are temporarily calling them World Secret Realms." Soon, information about the World Secret Realms converged. Outside the Taishuan territory, and even in many areas of the world, the entrances to this one World Secret Realm appeared. However, for now, this secret realm can only accommodate those at the 4th order limit to enter, and we have already dispatched an official expedition team for exploration. According to the Secret Realm Exploration Department's analysis, the capacity limit of this secret realm is gradually increasing. Perhaps in a while, even those in the legendary realm will be able to step inside. There seem to be many treasures within the secret realm, currently hard to obtain. We can only wait for the legendary realm to enter to decide. But there's also bad news. The expedition team has discovered traces of wisdom monsters within this world secret realm. In Tianyuan City, Mu Yuan again cast a batch of evolutionary glory, then lazily sprawled across the desk. The documents were processed, he didn't feel like cultivating for the moment, and this world didn't have short videos to relieve boredom. For a moment, did Lord Shepard actually feel a bit bored? He surely hadn't developed a love for work, had he? Lord Mo Li knocked on the door and entered. People from the neighboring Shen Luo domain have arrived. It's Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke, and they say they have important matters to discuss. Oh, have they arrived? Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. He had established bases within the Gemstone Duchy and Golden Commonwealth and staffed them with personnel, so how could he be unaware of the situation in the neighboring Great Domain? He had long considered doing business there, but he couldn't make the first move himself. He was also pondering, when manpower was more ample in the future, to create opportunities for himself. Unexpectedly, they came to him. It was no less than two of the 6 dukes, Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke. The 6 dukes held the majority of the influence over the Shenluo domain west coast. With both dukes personally visiting, it seems the situation in the Shenluo domain is even more urgent than imagined. Their urgency allowed Mu Yuan to be less so. He said to his assistant, Mo Li, "Let our guests wait for now, and also, inform Daisy to return to the city." He located Daisy using the spirit seed. She was within Panchi City. Fortunately so, otherwise, it would not be possible for the girl to return to Tianyuan City in a short time. Lord Shepard was a generous man. He couldn't just let people like Duke Gold wait indefinitely. Unlike the emissaries from the Shenyao Empire, he had no conflicts with the powers in the neighboring Shen Luo domain. On the contrary, there was quite a lot of cooperation. Duke Gold's reason for visiting was clear in his mind. Indeed, Daisy was constantly moving about outside. If there really was an issue requiring her return, it certainly wouldn't be easy. If only Daisy possessed a high-tier avatar skill like Isloa, it would have been much easier. However, she didn't. Mu Yuan considered, last time we tried to influence the direction of miracle evolution, and it proved entirely feasible. It seems next time, I must heavily infuse Daisy with more miracle power, allowing her to evolve an avatar skill capable of relentless toil. Daisy disliked fighting and was not capable of it. If she could indeed evolve a similar avatar skill, well, it might just really resonate deeply with her. Tianyuan City, Foreign Guests Reception Building. This building was constructed during the town-level era of Tianyuan territory, alongside the municipal building. Even after expansions and renovations, its scale was not considered grand. After all, Tianyuan City was developed over a short period, and most funds were spent on practical uses. Buildings like this were a lesser priority in the territory's development. Nevertheless, even so, the interior of the reception building was uniquely designed after its renovation. What attracted the most attention were the green plants and hangings within the building. This appears to be the superior natural plants, presenting different forms and yields all year round. The one hanging on the wall seems to be from the wings of the Wind King. Not just any feathers, but those born from the leaders among the Wind King species, called the Feather of Wind King, a treasure. I've seen this kind of Feather of the Wind King in a prominent person's collection before. And that ornament over there appears to be the dragon scale of the frost giant dragon, exuding an astonishingly cold breath from it. It must be a king scale. The ornaments, some trophies from legendary monsters, some materials produced by themselves, and some treasures contributed by the natural garden or giant ridge. Mu Yuan simply ordered them to be placed in the reception building. Thus, the heritage of Tianyuan City was instantly elevated. Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke, among other lords, were quickly captivated. The interior of this building hardly matched its ordinary exterior. Was this what the Taishuan people meant by understated luxury with substance? But, preoccupied with seeking strong reinforcements, they had no time to admire these precious collections at the moment. Where is the lord of Tianyuan City? How much longer must we wait here? A lord murmured. Duke Gold frowned, quiet. Present were 6 lords in total, the other 4 representing the dukes they served. While the Gemstone Grand Duke and others who did not come personally sent their trusted aides. But naturally, only Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke were present, and leadership was naturally in these 2 men's hands. Especially Duke Gold. He was the man who had been to Tianyuan City before. Only he knew that relative to his last visit, Tianyuan City had grown grander by many times. Yes, the construction of Tianyuan City wasn't magnificent enough compared to his Golden City, but what was Tianyuan City like a few months ago? The speed of growth was ridiculously fast, covering the journey of several or even a dozen years in just a few months. Had the powerhouses of Tianyuan City also seen a significant enhancement? Duke Gold thought back to a few months ago. A Tianyuan powerhouse single-handedly suppressed the Sand Elemental Lord. Involuntarily, his confidence increased. He said, "We didn't make an appointment, and it's quite normal for someone as busy as the Lord of Tianyuan City to not have time immediately. Don't forget, we're the ones asking for help." About half an hour later, the Lord of Tianyuan City pushed open the door and entered. Following this young and extraordinary lord appeared to be his right-hand man. To the left was a person with fluffy pink long hair, dressed in an exquisite star blue robe, wearing an earring shaped like a star. Most striking were her eyes. Any outsider who caught a mere glimpse felt as if staring into the vast expanse of the starry sky, feeling insignificant and humbled. It was as though a commoner looked up to the stars, as a subject faced their king. Several lords involuntarily bowed their heads. The person to the right seemed to be of a subhuman species, sporting a fluffy tail, and exuding a noble, friendly aura inherently. Were they the right-hand men of the Lord of Tianyuan City? Sure enough, they are noble and extraordinary. The Lord of Tianyuan City is truly fortunate. Mu Yuan beckoned the group to sit down, chatting casually about business cooperation and local customs. They talked about everything except the situation in the Shen Luo domain. The guests from Duke Gold and others were getting restless. Duke Silver Moon broke the impasse. "Respected Lord of Tianyuan City, I have heard that your esteemed city undertakes tasks such as joint defense of territories and eradication of monsters. We have come with a clear purpose and hope to hire a few legendary powerhouses in your city to assist us in exterminating the monsters. For this, we are willing to pay a substantial reward." She was the most anxious one. An Orochi servant had appeared in the territory of the Silver Moon Duchy. If she can't find strong reinforcements in Tianyuan City, she would have to move on to the next place. However, by then, she might need to pay a much higher price, and possibly even accept some things she finds difficult to accept. Tianyuan City is very close to the Shenluo domain west coast, and the reputation of the Lord of Tianyuan City seems quite good. Mu Yuan appeared to be thinking, without replying immediately. Isloa posed the question on his behalf. "We need to understand the real situation in the Shen Luo domain, the actual truth." Duke Gold and Duke Silver Moon exchanged glances. They had discussed before coming here. After a moment of deliberation, Duke Silver Moon slowly began explaining the general situation of the Shen Luo domain, including the Orochi servant that haunted the banks of Silver Moon Lake, and she did not hide or dare to conceal it. "We can exclude the Orochi servant from the targets of eradication, as long as your legends can kill the other troublesome targets." By others, she meant several monsters who are suspected to be at the Soul Realm or at the kilometer-level peak of the Heaven and Earth Realm. These were also beyond the capabilities of their 6 duchies. Even if they gathered all the strong ones from their 6 nations, they could only defeat these troublesome targets, but it was very difficult to kill them. If they could eliminate these few formidable enemies, the situation in their West Coast region would be greatly relieved. Moreover, they were well aware that asking for reinforcements to strangle a world-level strongman like the Orochi servant was unrealistic. The Lord of Tianyuan City still had not spoken, but the woman, whose eyes were like starry skies, said, "Our situation in the 10 Directions Island domain is not stable either, and what's more, our Lord recently responded to the Alliance to establish the Sky Patrol battle zone. And most of our commanding officers have entered the battle zone to fight." Mu Yuan nodded slightly along with Isloa. "We must prioritize dealing with enemies within the Taishuan realm first. The expressions of Duke Gold and Duke Silvermoon turned somewhat ugly. But this response did not come as a surprise. On their way here, they even vaguely sensed the presence of some legendary monsters. It was just the wishful thinking in their hearts that was shattered. Wait! Duke Gold suddenly found a loophole. The Lord of Tianyuan City had only said, must prioritize dealing with Taishuan Realm's enemies, and not, we have no spare strength. He had not outright refused, which means, just the chips are not enough. Increase the offer. He gave a meaningful glance to the Silvermoon Duke. As the leader of the duchy, Silvermoon Duke also came to the realization, we can pay more rewards, as long as your side can eliminate these troublesome targets. The compensation they offered was materials worth 50,000 soul crystal coins, the 10-year operating rights to 10 mines, the 10-year use of special training grounds, and 20 land deeds in the duchy capital city. In Mu Yuan's view, the offer was already quite good. Of course, the 10-year operating rights to the mines were not very useful. It's still not enough, Daisy said in the Web of Spirits small group of 3. Such an offer has not yet reached their bottom line, and some of the conditions we could modify, like those land deeds in the duchy capital. I think it would be better to replace them with established businesses, such as hotels, baths, entertainment centers, and the like. After all, if there is no reinforcement, and the Shen Luo domain continues to be chaotic, these industries won't be worth much either. You certainly have it all figured out, Daisy, so good, so ruthless. Daisy to Isloa. Sister, it's time for you to play the good cop. Isloa. The ruthless one is clearly you, she said. Lord, the situation in our 10 Directions Island domain is very unstable, with Dragon Sleep Valley watching over us closely. At this time, deploying a group of powerhouses poses a great risk. Mu Yuan appeared hesitant. Daisy spoke up, our Lord has always said that the Gemstone Duchy and Duke Gold are allies. And our Lord has never been stingy in helping friends in need, but we are indeed overwhelmed with tasks at the moment, and we are somewhat stretched thin. Just the other day, in order for our territory to have more high-end combat power, our Lord arranged for 2 seed players to attempt breakthroughs, but due to the urgency of time and the lack of sufficient materials for realm breaking, they could only end in failure. Isloa played the good cop and Daisy the bad cop, and in no time, they managed to squeeze out the bottom line from Duke Silvermoon. It was clear, due to the desperate situation of the Silvermoon Duchy, that Duke Silvermoon put forth the most chips. Looks like that's the bottom line, Mu Yuan said. 5W soul crystals have already risen to 7W soul crystals. And, it must contain at least 100 pieces of the main material for breaking through to the legendary realm. So, Daisy said softly, our lords have always stepped in to help allies in danger, and it's not impossible to strangle the Orochi servant if we pay a huge price. I wonder what the lords might offer. What kind of bargaining chip can they come up with to strangle a world-class strongman like the Orochi servant? Tianyuan City, outside the East City Gate, Duke Gold, Silvermoon Duke, and several other lords, still felt somewhat dazed. They always felt they were being overcharged, but had no proof. The chief minister of Tianyuan City is too unsympathetic. If it were not so, we would not have had to pay such a huge price. But to be fair, the situation is very tense everywhere currently, and the cost to hire a strongman to take action is naturally much higher than before. If not for Miss Daisy of Tianyuan City speaking on our behalf, and the Lord of Tianyuan City also intending to support us, we might not have been able to negotiate at all. It's just the price. But then again, does Tianyuan City truly have the capability to slay the Orochi servant? We have signed a heaven and earth contract with the Lord of Tianyuan City, and most of the compensation will be paid only after the target is slain. If the generals of Tianyuan City can indeed slay that Orochi, then the price we paid would be worth it. They waited at the East City Gate, waiting for Tianyuan City's reinforcements to assemble before returning to the Shen Luo domain together. Here they come. The Lord of Tianyuan City really keeps his word. He said he would assemble and he does, without any delay. It's not clear, though, what kind of reinforcements the Lord of Tianyuan City will send. It seems that the blue-haired strongman is not among them. Duke Gold thought to himself. He had just checked on the side, General Duo Lai of Tianyuan City was out on campaign and did not have the time. The reinforcements sent by the Lord of Tianyuan City would be other strongmen. Who could it be? Were they powerful enough? The aura of the legendary realm was approaching from a distance, and the elements of heaven and earth also surged suddenly. They sensed a majestic flow of dark element particles converging in a certain direction, and correspondingly, the element particles outside of the dark shadow were constantly being repelled. It was as if a king wielding the dark shadow was coming on clouds. They've arrived. The black fog surged. A tremendous dragon with scales shimmering cold light tread upon the black clouds, slowly flying closer. It's a frost giant dragon. No, this is no ordinary frost giant dragon. It's at least a dragon at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, adorned with a dark element crown. On top of the black cloud, there are other legendary realm strongmen. Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, leading 20 Lords of Death remains. Sanghun, Bai Li, leading 20 undead ghost generals. Qian Shuang and Han Shuang also lead 10 Lords of Frost, accompanying the army. The elegant vampire Marquis Gibby, serving as one of the combat powers and a diplomat. They did not hide their momentum. No less than 9 legendary realm presences were revealed to the perception of Duke Gold and the others. Perhaps their power was not comparable to a heavenly element patrol team, but capes flying, the ethereal Lords of Death remains, as lifelike as real people, the fierce and ruthless undead ghost generals. The regal Lords of Frost akin to ice princesses, and the impressive, seemingly invincible frost giant dragon. This lineup, this aura, would definitely make the clients feel they got their money's worth, more than their money's worth. Several lords' eyes widened. Frost giant dragon king. 9 great legendaries deployed. Who would have thought the Lord of Tianyuan City would be so generous, sending so many strongmen? Our Grand Duchy only has 9 legendaries, right? Expensive fee to deploy. Where is it expensive? The Lord of Tianyuan City surely is a reliable and solid ally indeed. The 9 great legendaries rode on dark clouds, leading dozens of 4th Order peak and limit elites, as they mightily departed. Just like the first impression of people like Duke Gold, this team was extremely powerful. The Lord of Death Remains and Ghost Leader had combination moves that could gather their strength together. Lord of Frost created frozen ground and stirred up blizzards, which also significantly enhanced Sario's Dirge of Frost and Death. The capabilities of everyone complemented each other, with siege experts, magic masters, and ghostly assassins among them. It was just that there were no legendary big shots. For this reason, Mu Yuan had prepared some little secret weapons for them. With this, at least 120 main materials for legendary breakthroughs can be obtained. The duchies of the Shen Luo domain are indeed quite rich. After all, attempts to break through to legendary status at Taizan happen now and then, consuming a large variety of materials. It's different for the 6 great duchies. How many legends do they have in total? With fewer people qualified for a breakthrough, the accumulated materials naturally become plentiful. The history of these 6 great duchies is even longer than that of Taizan. Looking at it this way, after so many years, only a few legends have been nurtured. Progress seems a bit slow. In any case, next up is to let Sario and the others perform on their own. Before departing, I also gave them a few brocade bags. Among the 9 great legendaries, Bone 4, Qian Shuang, and Gibby are fairly reliable. With 3 brains in this team, that should be more than enough. Not only is a large quantity of materials about to be in hand, but this trip will also gather a large amount of miracle power. Therefore, from the beginning, Mu Yuan would not refuse the requests of Duke Gold and Silver Moon Duke. He, Lord Shepherd, is such a righteous person. He looked into the distance. There's another batch of miracle orbs ready to be gathered. He murmured, having already established a connection with the miracle power in a certain part of the Twilight Dominion, linked by karma to his own existence. His palm gently coming together, shimmering with multicolored light particles visible only to him. The orbs crossed domains and space to converge towards him from afar. Like lanterns drawn together to form a vista of 1,000 homes, creating a bright tide of radiant lights. After a while, miracle power plus 200k, the increase wasn't much. It was because many times, the Heavenly Element Patrol team fought in the wilderness, away from the public eye. But as these legendary deeds spread, he seemed to be able to gather this miracle power through these karmic relationships. In recent times, the Heavenly Element Patrol team has engaged in dozens of battles, large and small. Even if half of these battles had little influence and the remaining half didn't gather many miracle orbs at once, this accumulation was still significant. Miracle power plus 150k, miracle power plus 230k, miracle power plus 400k. Now, with many types of troops in Tianyuan City, even the ordinary 1-star and 2-star expendables were numerous, and the daily output of evolution miracle power was not insignificant. 5.5k plus per day. Even if Mu Yuan occasionally gave a group of elites or young generals an evolutionary baptism, the Evo power still rose rapidly. There were already 6 million, soon, he could try that. Not long after Sario's elite group headed to the Shen Luo domain, the Information Transmission Center of Tianyuan City received a secret message from the headquarters of the Pioneer Group. Mo Li rushed over with the tablet that materialized the information. This is the message that just came in, marked as 5-star encrypted intelligence. Mu Yuan took the tablet. The tablet was a product of some kind of communication artifact. However, this communication device was high-end, allowing the transmitted information to be energized and materialized, and secured with a password lock that only related personnel could unlock. This was for the sake of confidentiality. After all, the personnel responsible for managing communication devices were merely the Lord's mouthpieces, receptors, yet these individuals might not be entirely reliable. Not to mention the group lords, officials from departments like the official territories often hire from outside. Even in an independent territory, a lord might not have the appropriate staff and often had to seek external hires. Mu Yuan placed his hand on the tablet, and through a certain psychic frequency decryption, the tablet quickly revealed its true appearance, with streams of information flowing out. World Secret Realm? It appeared very suddenly. There was no discovery from prior stargazing? But according to analysis by the related departments, this secret realm is very important. It may be connected to parts of the World Treasure Vault. World Treasure Vault. It was just a moniker. Lords purifying the root of corruption or nest of filth could receive gifts falling from heaven and earth. Passing the Lord trial, fighting epic battles, and completing challenges in secret realms, all could grant one treasure after another bestowed from heaven and earth. These treasures varied greatly and might be an ordinary level item, a rare level remnant soul, or an epic level miracle blueprint. Some of these treasures were just raw materials, while others had historical origins. For example, the airships produced by the Bright Empire, treasures used by certain deities, and so on. Mu Yuan's X-2 type passenger airship was a rune creation from a certain historical nation. He had also obtained an epic level feather that was said to have fallen from the god of purity. All had clear provenance. The Alliance thus proposed a hypothesis that there exists a world treasure vault in the eternal world, a vault encompassing everything within the world. When the heavens bestow gifts, the treasures are drawn from this world treasure vault. This is also the root cause of why some are lucky and some are not. It's all random. Many lords have acknowledged this theory, but without evidence, it remains a mere speculation. Whether the tales about the World Treasure Vault are true or not, the Alliance has confirmed that numerous high-order treasures exist within the secret realm, and these are just on the outskirts. According to our estimates, venturing deeper into the secret realm, one is bound to find epic treasures, perhaps even a significant number of epic treasures. Within the entire territorial scope of the Alliance, there are only 6 World Secret Realm entrances. The entrances are rare and inconspicuous. For most lords, they would never even hear about the World Secret Realm. Even legendary lords, only those frontier lords with a merit level of 5 stars and above like him would receive such special intelligence. Of course, some lords with very reliable information and connections spread throughout Taizan likely already know. This information could never be kept completely secret, and as time goes by, more and more lords will hear about it. Currently, only entities at the fourth order limit can enter? But according to the Alliance's assessment, in no more than a week, the secret realm will be able to accommodate those at the legendary realm, and explorers will also have the capability to venture deeper. It's just that the secret realm doesn't only contain treasures, explorers will also have to face competitors and monsters. Monsters have even invaded the secret realm. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and decided to first dispatch a dozen or so fourth order elites to go in and take a look. At the same time, the news of the world secret realm had not yet reached most lords, but it had already caused an uproar in the upper echelons. Within the Shenyao Empire, the first exploratory team emerged from the secret realm. Their numbers halved, but their ore is soaring. Rick has established his own domain. Wasn't he just a very average fourth order entity? He clearly displayed no sign of being legendary. What I heard was, Rick stumbled upon a high platform and unwittingly awakened a domain. He did not break through amidst life and death. He merely struck it big, damn it. It's not just him who's lucky. You know Mitty, right? The third daughter from my second uncle's house. She emerged from the secret realm with a lineage now of epic blood, with a legendary future in sight. If minor fourth order beings can gain so many benefits from entering the secret realm, what about those of us at the legendary realm? I must go now. I have an idea. Can we not use mystery skills to lower our realm and enter the secret realm first to explore? What nonsense are you thinking? Even if a legendary realm being lowers their realm, wouldn't they still slaughter indiscriminately among the fourth order groups? Unfortunately, this world secret realm has strict heaven and earth rules, much tighter than the Apocalypse secret realm. A law realm bigwig from our Eye of Shiny tried to forcibly break through the secret realm's gate. Hey, guess what? The bigwig is already being resuscitated. Yangqing Empire. World secret realm. This is our chance for Yangqing to step further and surpass the Holy Griffin Empire. We cannot miss it. Star Luo Holy Palace. At the headquarters of the Holy Palace, numerous majestic and revered god statues shone with golden divine light in their eyes, as vast divine rhyme rolled out impressively. Indeed, the World Treasure Vault has cracked a fraction under the influence of the taint. Issue my divine order. We must obtain an item from within the secret realm. Holy Griffin Empire. The World Treasure Vault. That is an item of our sacred empire. How could it fall into the hands of outsiders? HMPH, in a corner of the world, at an end that even legendary realm entities could not reach in their lifetimes. A towering figure stood there. He seemed to stand as tall as the sky, shine with the sun and the moon, like an eternal mountain that, despite the vicissitudes of the sea and fields and the alterations of worldly affairs, would never bear the slightest trace of age. He was the very essence of eternity. World secret realm. Inside, there seems to be an extremely precious item. The great being murmured, however, I cannot enter the secret realm, even though over time, the secret realm will open up so that even I could enter. But by that time, the treasures inside would have been long plundered. For the first time, he resented being too powerful. Perhaps this is the helplessness of the strong, the great being pondered. He was a solitary legend, unlike the legends of Star Luo Holy Palace or the Griffin Empire, with enough subordinates to command. He had only himself. No, there was another way. The great being stepped forward, crossing thousands of mountains and seas in an instant, to find his old friend. He vaguely remembered that his friend had taken a disciple years ago. That was the pinnacle of human excellence, in a medium-sized kingdom within the eternal world. A youth who assumed human form, appearing exceptionally handsome and valiant, murmured softly. World secret realm. Although I'm unclear about what it is, it must be a great opportunity. The gate to the secret realm is gradually opening. Will there be restrictions on the heaven and earth realm, and the soul realm one after another? This, isn't it custom made for me? An aura of the soul realm diffused lightly from his body. Yet, beneath the facade of the soul realm, he concealed a mysterious and supreme great force. He was a legendary life born in response to the world's calamity. A young legend. By the time the secret realm's gate would allow entry to those in the soul realm, he couldn't think of anyone who could be his opponent. World-class strongman, Ha, mere chickens and dogs. Tai Zan Alliance, Pioneer Group. General Chen murmured. Troubles never come alone, do they? However, the appearance of the world's secret realm has actually eased the assault of every monster overlord on the front lines. Is this a plot, or are the monster overlords also coveting the treasures within the secret realm? But regardless, the easing assault of the monster overlords is a good thing for Tai Zan. The relocation of residents, the construction of urban clusters, the building of the Great Wall of Tai Zan, all of it needs time. Shen Luo Domain. Boom. You whelp. A mere legendary realm dragon man dares to act recklessly in front of Sir Sario. Sario pinned the legendary dragon man down with one hand, while with the other holding up dark clouds, invincible in all the world. Target enemies eradicated. +1. Sario and his entourage flew towards the next target city, with their massive dragon bodies slowly descending outside the city. Representatives from the various duchies quickly came out. Kid, where's the next target? Hurry it up, too quick. In just a few days, the renown of Death Dragon Sir Sario spread completely throughout the territory of the Six Dukes. Strong. Too strong. Invincible strong. Peak creatures of the heaven and earth realm were easily crushed, and formidable soul realm beings perished in the blink of an eye under the combined attack of the Tianyuan Legion. All 9 great legendaries of Tianyuan were incredibly strong, especially Sir Sario. There is a beauty in numbers. Some have witnessed not even a full force strike from a legendary monster could leave a scratch on the invincible body of the Death Dragon. This Death Dragon, I fear, might be stronger than the blue-haired girl of Tianyuan City. Duke Gold pondered secretly. No wonder the Lord of Tianyuan City is so confident. Indeed, with Sir Sario and the other 8 legendaries, defeating an Orochi servant is not impossible. But, are Sir Sario and the others in too much of a rush? Could they be too impatient, not even needing to rest? That was the question on some people's minds. They also wanted to invite the Tianyuan powerhouses to rest briefly in their cities. Sario waved his claw. Trifling minions, what exhaustion can they cause? Moreover, that was how they always got by in the past. When they fought with monsters, they never had the luxury of rest during their encounters in the wild. When they faced the surges, weren't they often fighting for days on end? Praise our Lord for honing our strong resilience. Furthermore, the legendary secret realm is still waiting for Uncle Sario to grace it with his presence. How could there be time to dawdle? Secret realm. Some were confused. These were the confidants of the great dukes, and their confusion represented that of the dukes. Gemstone Grand Duke was currently contacting the other Grand Dukes. I vaguely heard that something big happened recently worldwide, but what it is, exactly, I do not know. Could it possibly be this so-called secret realm? He promptly ordered his trusted agents in distant cities to inquire tentatively. Sario's head was held high, about to enlighten these ignorant legendaries of the duchies. Vampire Marquis Gibby suddenly flew up saying, "This is world-level information. You want to inquire? Then? You'll have to pay up. Tianyuan City, City Lord's Mansion." Mu Yuan propped up his chin, pretending to doze off, while his consciousness had long since traveled through the web of spirit to various realms and cities. Pan Shi City, Tian's great city, Zandu. Personnel in various places kept summarizing first-hand news about the news of the world's secret realm. Indeed, the existence of the world's secret realm is gradually no longer a secret. After all, the stakes are too high. Lords are all creatures in pursuit of benefits, and Mu Yuan was no exception. Explorers who had emerged from the world's secret realm had turned out one lucky person after another, undergoing transformative changes. Domain creation, bloodline advancement. Mu Yuan had even heard of someone obtaining an epic treasure just around the periphery of the secret realm. And there was already an epic treasure? Indeed, Raven. Sophia said in a mental communication, but whether that lucky person can keep that treasure, that's still uncertain, right? In novels, aren't there often extras who by chance obtain treasures that eventually bring disaster upon themselves? There are such cases, but wait, when did you start reading novels? Before and now, Raven. Didn't we start a company back then? I downloaded all the internet novels I could find. The end times were approaching. Money wasn't worth much, and downloading all the originals didn't cost much. Now, many of them are printed in the Academy's library. I wonder why the blank books in the Academy are always in short supply, even though I have upgraded it from rare level to superior level. Oh well, I might as well build another, no, several academies then. Wait a moment. Mu Yuan suddenly thought of something, and a thread of divine thought flew out, rippling through the city like the wind, through alleyways, over buildings, drifting over the heads of passers-by in a hurry, and finally landing in a secluded place. The grass was lush, and green bamboo swayed. The stream babbled, a few fish swam through, and an ancient stone bridge spanned over it, leading to the dignified gateway that hung the plaque of Tianyuan Academy. Beyond the gateway, stone tables, stone benches, and stone chairs were seen everywhere. In one corner of the lawn, in a quiet and serene spot, a black-haired young girl was leaning on a stone bench, engrossed in reading the storybook in her hands. A breeze fluttered a few strands of her black hair, which conveyed her elegance and intellectuality, as if a scholar deeply focused on study and research. If this was not Sophia, if there were no occasional silly laughs that sounded like those of an ant. Caught you slacking off, didn't I? Mu Yuan's thread of divine thought reached out, but Sophia, being a legendary life, sharply sensed his arrival, and quickly stored her storybook away with a snap, and the entire book disappeared.
Boss. Cough, cough, cough. This is called sourcing material. It helps in deducing the truth at critical moments. It's true, Raven.
Sophia stood up straight, her hands involuntarily clasped behind her back and her eyes drifting skyward, chuckling sheepishly. Mu Yuan gave her a flick on the forehead. Of course, he did not really mind. Sophia was always efficient in certain matters. As long as things got done, he wouldn't interfere in personal matters, even if it meant reading storybooks not suitable for young girls. He was just surprised that avatar skills indeed had many versatile uses. They were not only divine skills for working but also for slacking off. Sophia changed the subject. There was indeed a lucky person who obtained a treasure, but later the person's fate was unknown. Mu Yuan nodded, unsurprised. Taizan indeed had an orderly country, but such order only persisted within the city walls, barely maintained around the city. The wilderness was vast and fraught with dangers. It was unpredictable what might happen, and murders and body disposals, though not common, were definitely not rare. It was impossible to prevent this, especially when it came to a treasure as precious as an epic treasure. Fourth Order leaders were not weak, but an epic treasure was still hot to handle. The recent chaos caused by the Sky Rift disaster made the wilderness even more turbulent. It could be that someone was ambushed, or perhaps hunted by some beast.
What's the status at the entrance to the secret realm?
He inquired. Sophia replied, it's still not very clear. Sister Isloa is leading people there, and I'm taking a ride along, too. It's hard to ascertain the inside and outside of the secret realm until we really get there.
She pointed with her hand, and light and shadows swirled, transforming into a massive map.
On it, a small dot flickered gently. We're currently on the steel train, expected to arrive at the frontline town of Luoshi City, which is under the jurisdiction of West Ridge City, in about 2.5 hours. After that, it'll take a few hours to reach the destination on Wings of the Wind Cane. The Tianyuan City's squad was naturally the same, unable to enter the world secret realm for exploration yet. The entrance to the secret realm was far too distant. Within the Taizan Alliance's territory, only 6 entrances had been discovered, and all 6 of these entrances were located on the periphery of the Alliance's frontier wildlands. No entrances were found in the Twilight Dominion or the Taishuan realm. The secret realm entrance located in the West Desolation Domain, in the West Ridge City region, was practically the closest one to their Tianyuan city. However, the several starry sky gates they had positioned outside, 2 were in the Twilight Dominion, and 2 were in the Taishuan realm. Tianyuan City's business had not yet expanded to other domains. After receiving the news, one of Isloa's avatars, numbered among the top 6, carried a starry sky symbol to open a starry sky gate in a suitable area. Sophia met up on the way and dispatched one of her incarnation of the Nether Raven avatars that stored half of her strength. The power of the Avatar skill was fully displayed at such times. Tianyuan City had no shortage of strong individuals, but without Avatar skills, without starry sky gates, they wouldn't be able to manage at this time. Several hours later, Screech, Wu, Wu, 3 epic 2-star wings of the Wind King, after using the soaring 9 heavens several times in a row, had finally reached their target area. From afar, Sophia could see the world's secret realm that had sent countless forces into a frenzy. An entrance that resembled a crack in space, yet stable, constantly dispersing strands of golden light. The entrance was like an opened eye, with a length of about 16 meters from left to right. 16 meters? When the secret realm first appeared, I heard the entrance was only 6 or 7 meters long. It seems that the length of the entrance symbolizes the degree of the heaven and earth rules restrictions on the explorer's admissions. The entrance to the secret realm was suspended more than 100 meters above the ground. Around it were continuous and towering peaks, with indistinct figures visible upon them. Below the mountains, there were even more figures, some had already set up tents. Are there actually quite a lot of people here? The speaker was Deng Long, captain of the Dragon Power Team, a legendary realm powerhouse, whose combat power could rank within the top 30 in Tianyuan City, which was quite extraordinary. Isloa and Sophia had come in avatars, each with their own missions, but the one truly responsible for temporarily managing the situation here was Captain Deng Long. Aboard the wings of the Wind King, behind Isloa, only she could see the starry eyes revealed, overlooking all directions. Quite a few legends have come. The Sky Wolf Star Exploration Team, Bai Chuan Group, Rock Peak Domain, Lion Scorpion Territory, Wanjing Commerce. And some are forces from regions beyond Taishuan, including Jupo City Forces, Tarola Chamber of Commerce, Eagle Knight Order. Isloa identified the flags and badges of the various forces one by one, broadcasting them in real time through the Web of Spirit. West Ridge City was located on the westernmost side of the Taishuan territory, beyond which lay the wilderness, although not entirely. On this vast wilderness land, there were scattered some neutral forces, with Jupo City among them. Through Sophia's perspective, Mu Yuan also simultaneously saw the scene here. Sophia possessed the Phantom Night Eyes talent, and through her Nether Raven vision, the figures of the legendary realm were clearly identifiable. Indeed, there were many. Outside the secret realm, atop a certain peak, an elite exploratory team was preparing. The Chamber of Commerce has spent a fortune to acquire intelligence. This time, you must obtain that rare treasure. As long as you can bring that treasure back, the chamber will reward you handsomely. A legend from some Chamber of Commerce harnessed the power of heaven and earth to propel a team of 6 people into the sky. Once lifted high, the 6 experienced explorers took a deep breath and leapt down, their figures disappearing into the narrow entrance of the secret realm. On the ground, in a location far away from the entrance, 2 anxious young men and women paced back and forth. It's been 3 days since my second brother entered the secret realm. Could something have happened to him? Now, with so many strong figures outside of the secret realm, even those from the legendary realm, it's still not necessarily safe even if they come out of the secret realm. We shouldn't have gotten involved in this messy situation. Atop one of the mountains, a 4th-tier lord was mustering troops, ready to lead dozens of 2, 3, and 4th-order strongmen into the realm. I will sprint in the secret realm and try to collect as much information as possible, but once out of the secret realm, I'll have to rely on you, Dad. Just explore the secret realm to your heart's content. Leave the rest to Dad, said the muscular legend as he stroked his beard, confident. Eventually, looking towards the distant rift in the sky, he began to ponder, with so many legends gathered here, what if a Grand Duke Hunter-level creature appears and wipes us all out at once? He suddenly felt less confident. Times have changed. Suddenly, several legends gazed towards the distance. More explorers have arrived. There are 3 wings of the Wind King. The legends widened their eyes. Wings of the Wind King, being epic life forms, and now, there were a total of 3 of them appearing. And it seemed that these 3 wings of the Wind King were only mounts. Which force could it be that was such a big spender? It's Tianyuan City. Look, the pink-haired woman on the wings of the Wind King. That's the legendary master of the starry sky, Isloa.
Is that the one leading the group? No, not only that, look there, isn't that Nether Crow Sophia?
The name of Nether Crow carried more weight than that of the Master of the Starry Sky. After all, the latter had only annihilated creatures like the Goblin King of the Peak Heaven and Earth Realm, while the former had strangled the deep red double-headed dragon, with that battle even leading to heaven falling and earth shattering, the universe collapsing. Deng Long was a legend with a bit of fame in the Twilight Dominion, but unfortunately, this was the West Wilderness domain, and no one recognized him here. He wasn't bothered, after all, he was only among the top 30 powerhouses of Tianyuan City, while Sophia and Isloa were among the top 10, even top 5 big shots. The Tianyuan City team landed on a peak. Deng Long directed the team members to set up camp and construct a temporary miracle building watchtower to allow the great force of the domain to extend over. Sophia transformed into a black crow and vanished in a blink of an eye. Isloa had disappeared without a trace at some point. However, even though they were absent, even though they appeared only as avatars, the grand reputation of the Nether Raven and the Master of the Starry Sky still deeply intimidated everyone present. With these two here, we don't have to worry about monster attacks. Indeed, and the Lord of Tianyuan City is upright with a sense of righteousness. No one knows how many cities he has saved. With Tianyuan City's people here, we can rest a lot easier. A location tens of kilometers from the entrance of the secret realm. Two legendary realm powerhouses hid within a precious artifact, observing the distance. It's the people from Tianyuan City, how come they're here? Go! With the Nether Crow Sophia present, if we don't leave now, we might not get a chance to escape. Don't forget, brother, we both are still high on the wanted list in Taizan. Exploring the secret realm often required backing from the outside for protection. But Tianyuan City was the backing in itself, an ancestor-level backing. Seeing the squad reach the intended area, Mu Yuan withdrew his gaze. He didn't have the time or energy to keep his attention there, with Deng Long commanding nearby and Lulu and Dead Bone providing oversight from a distance. Nothing could problematize the matter. The Starry Sky Gate would also soon be anchored. Mu Yuan was more concerned about the affairs of the neighboring Great Domain. According to his estimate, relying solely on Sario's 9 great legendaries, the probability of defeating the Orochi servant was only at 45%, and the possibility of killing the Orochi servant was even lower, at 1.1%. If they located the Orochi servant, the Great Lord Shepherd would initiate the backup plan. It was time to reveal a little of his power, however. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, several days passed, and Sario's squad made no gains. Not to mention seeing the Orochi servant itself, they hadn't even glimpsed its avatar or a single scale. Naturally, Sario and his team couldn't just stay in the Shen Luo domain forever. That would be too wasteful of time. If we really can't find it, let's just take the payment and return. On the other hand, the elites of Tianyuan City were venturing within the world's secret realm and had brought back first-hand intelligence. The secret realm itself holds no direct danger. Danger comes from the other competitors, as well as the wisdom monsters exploring the secret realm. These wisdom monsters were strong, not from some large tribes. Mu Yuan, who had faced monster powers of various levels, knew very well that though fourth-order monsters were considered fodder, there were still differences in their strength. And within the secret realm, loads of fourth-order monsters were tribe chieftain-level powerhouses. Their strength was formidable, and they were numerous, human. Explorers of living beings were, in fact, at a disadvantage, which is why conflicts among creatures rarely occurred, unless a treasure was in question. The secret realm is safe, but many treasures in it require sufficient strength to be acquired. For instance, some treasures required crossing a channel of magma. Some treasures continuously shifted their locations. Some treasures required one to endure psychic coercion to get close. And in certain special areas, one must possess extreme strength to proceed. This was also why the Alliance analyzed that reaching the depths of the secret realm was possible only at Heaven and Earth realm or even Soul realm, Law realm levels. The exploratory team has obtained some superior grade treasures, not many, since the treasures at the outskirts had been taken by the previous batches of explorers. However, once the secret realm can accommodate those in the legendary realm, we can compete for them. Thus, Mu Yuan called Sario back. Lu Lu was already on standby. He was one of the top strongest in the heaven and earth realm of Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan had a bit of confidence regarding the conflicts within the world's secret realm. However, he had just stepped out into the courtyard of the city lord's mansion when, in the next moment, he rose straight up into the sky. Step. Mu Yuan stood high in the air, on the dome of the miracle building, the staff of divine right. Lord's stance, enhance mode. Whoosh, great force surged forth from within his body, and behind Mu Yuan. The starry eyes manifested. His pupils scanned the surroundings, gazing at the landscapes hundreds to thousands of miles away. He frowned. I had a vague feeling that someone was spying, but even with the demeanor of a lord, I couldn't detect it. Could it be because of the great distance? Could it be surveillance through some conceptual power, across the great domain? He pondered, but he couldn't come to a conclusion. These days, he had vaguely sensed surveillance, as if prompted by intuition, or perhaps it was an illusion. Mu Yuan trusted his intuitive judgment. Heading to the world's secret realm for exploration during the heaven and earth realm period, Lulu, Sophia, and Tree Demon Granny will be the main forces. But if the secret realm is open to a level that the soul realm could pass through, then Lulu and Tree Demon Granny, these strongmen, might not be enough. They were world-class strongmen. However, as new talents constantly emerged in the eternal world, Mu Yuan would not assume that there were no competitors left in the soul realm for Lulu and others just because he had killed a few Grand Dukes of the Hunt. The waters in this world were deep. He had not yet seen the peak soul realm strongmen. By that time, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, himself, and Isloa, these soul realm strongmen, might also have to join in. Some benefits and opportunities within the secret realm could only be obtained by going there personally. But if they all went to explore the secret realm, there would be nobody left to guard Tianyuan City. At least one T0 strongman needed to stay to guard. But for Dead Bone, Duo Lai, or even Isloa, this exploration is a rare opportunity that should not be missed. So, Mu Yuan took a deep look towards the end of the sky and then floated down into the air. Whoosh, pat. He fell like a meteor. As he neared the ground, his body became as light as a feather. He gracefully landed not far in front of City Lord's mansion, before a majestic, noble, sacred statue. The guardian angel statue. Lapis. He called the name of the angel. I am here. The six-winged angel statue immediately shrank and transformed into a majestic angel in battle armor, kneeling on one knee. Master, what do you command? Just like when it had been first created, the six-winged angel Lapis had no expression, and her voice was as unemotional as a machine. Apart from a slight increase in strength, this guardian angel remained unchanged, cold and unalive. Even though Duo Lai had stuffed her with a lot of food and taken her around, it didn't give her even a hint of clarity or foolishness. If the evolved guardian angel could have a significant increase in strength, she could be left to guard the realm. Otherwise, Duo Lai, or Dead Bone, or myself, at least one of us must stay behind to guard the territory. He beckoned, and the guardian angel followed him into the Dragon Mound's secret realm. The Tianyuan City enchantment activated, and preparations were set in motion. Evo power -500W. The miracle evolution power cascaded down. A pure white light soared into the sky. In the light, the formerly expressionless six-winged angel Lapis seemed to finally come alive a bit. At the same time, at City Lord's mansion, the base of the angel also glowed, beginning to slowly transform. Warning. Epic building, Guardian Angel, is receiving special power infusion, advancing. In the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm, bathed in miracle radiance, the Guardian Angel Lapis, along with evolutionary state and Dead Bone, had their transformations paralleled by Lest Duo Lai and other generals. However, the angel statue pedestal, not far from the City Lord's mansion, had drastically changed, continuously growing amidst the dazzling white light, seemingly transforming into a massive building structure. It covered such a vast area that it even began encroaching on the adjacent buildings. There were eventually more buildings in the core area. Lord True Body. The moment he entered Territory Power High Order mode, he seemed to transform into an omnipotent divine spirit. With just a thought, an invisible great force descended. The ground did not tremble, nor was there a deafening boom, but the buildings surrounding the angel statue were inconspicuously shifted, as if the creator was tinkering with building blocks. Mu Yuan even slightly adjusted dozens of buildings further away until they were arranged safely and neatly. Only then did he satisfyingly retract his power. The evolution of the life building used up 500 W evolution points, but it took much less time than imagined. In just half a moment, a sky full of golden radiance appeared above the azure sky. Near Mu Yuan's ears, angels chanted, and waves of music sounded as if countless angels were gathering around. Within the Dragon Hillock fertile land secret realm, countless angelic illusions also appeared. In front of the city lord's mansion, the evolutionary radiance began to recede, revealing the transformed epic building. It was no longer just a statue pedestal. What appeared in front of Mu Yuan was a pure white church, roughly the size of a football field. White walls, spires, and arches created a place that seemed like a pilgrim's holy site, imbued with sanctity, loftiness, and tranquility, as if all impurities would be purified here. Flanking the grand entrance of the pure white church stood two splendid angel statues, one on each side. The statues' appearances were different from Lapis's. These were two four-winged angels. Their arms bore swords, holding the holy swords upright in front of them, as if they were ready to exterminate all evil from the world at any moment. Passing through the central arch, Mu Yuan stepped into the great cathedral. The interior of the church was very spacious. Sunlight filtered through an almost transparent dome above and seemed to condense during the refraction process, sprinkling down specks of holy light power. Directly forward from the main entrance, three angel statues could be seen on either side, also bearing swords upright, guarding the figure at the end. The difference was, the first four angel statues had only 4 wings, while the two statues closest to the end had 3 pairs of elaborate wings spread out behind them. 6-winged angels, now on the same level as the guardian angel Lapis before the building was elevated. Suddenly, dong bells tolled, resounding 9 times, echoing inside and outside the cathedral repeatedly. Golden light shot from afar, passing through the golden-lit dome and landing at the very top of the cathedral, guarded by the 6 angel statues at the far end. An ornate, regal angel statue wearing a crown suddenly emerged. 5 pairs of pure white wings fluttered open, extending from either side to the end of the cathedral before gradually fading away, leaving only the 10-meter-tall statue adorned with a mask and a crown, standing tall. A mysterious and extraordinary conceptual charm spread out, filling the entire church, the entire territory, the whole expanse of heaven and earth. Ding! Notification. Epic Building, Guardian Angel, has received special great power infusion, promoted to legendary level building, Observatory Hall. Observatory Hall, Legendary, Category, Defense and Special and Life Buildings. Ability 1 Guardian Angel, Description. Inside and outside the hall, there are 8 great angel guardians, among which 6 are of 4-winged angel level. Current realm. 5,000 meters heaven and earth realm. 2 are of 6-winged angel level. Current realm. 1 W meters heaven and earth realm. All 8 guardian angels, having inherited angelic traits and combat experience and potential for enhancement, lack self-consciousness. Ability 2 Angel King, Description. The special life form, Lapis, has been baptized with miraculous might, and against 1 in a billion odds, has ascended to be the 10-winged Angel King, holding guardianship and the power of judgment. Current realm. Legendary skill realm, can continue to rise. Guardian Angel and Angel King can resurrect an infinite number of times and have a patrol range 1,000 times the size of the territory. Ability 3 Angel Territory, Description. The territory protected by the angels becomes more stable, morale among citizens rises, happiness index of the residents goes up. Chances arise for territory citizens to develop holy light-related talents. Ability 4 Source of Faith, Description. The Angel King Lapis can gather the power of faith, which can be used for cultivation, breakthroughs, or to amplify her own strength in battle. This power can only be used by the angel King Lapis or the Lord himself. The power of faith can also be converted into territorial power at a ratio of 10:1. Is this really a legendary level building? The ability, the effects, were far more powerful than he had estimated. The capabilities of Observatory Hall were actually not limited to those described on the panel. He had already discovered that this place itself was a treasure-level cultivation site, even converting ordinary sunlight into holy water enriched with tremendous amounts of holy light power. This was a business without any cost. Tianyuan City Special Product +1. Mu Yuan was already surprised, but the surprises didn't stop there. Notification. Since you have acquired a legendary level angelic building, you now have the potential to attract angels. Notification. Your chances of recruiting angelic-type troops have received a fixed increase, previously 0%. Hint. You may be able to gain the loyalty of a wild angel. Hint. You now have a higher chance of obtaining angel-related buildings, including troop buildings. Mu Yuan was surprised and stroked his chin in thought for a moment, so that's how it is. Just like the World Treasure Vault speculation, there is a mainstream set of speculative theories regarding the acquisition of soul remnants and the recruitment of troops in the world. For the human lord, the easiest troops to acquire are those of the human race. In Tai-Zan, the majority of lords primarily have armies of cavalry, halberd guard, imperial guard, and god archers, all from the human race troops. This is simply because the output of human soldiers is high. Apart from humans, the Goblin series, Jackal Man series, and Half-Orc series also have relatively high output rates. This theory usually applies to troop types of rare rank and above. Troop types of ordinary rank, the output rates of Little Skeleton, Little Goblin, and the like are actually higher than that of human race troops. Compared to the aforementioned series, elves, elemental life, and even the undead, including high-order soul remnants, are much rarer. An ordinary lord having 1 or 2 nature elves as followers would dazzle the eyes of others and attract numerous envious gazes. The reason lies therein. The chances of recruiting these racial troops may not be many, but they do exist after all. Even for epic life forms such as red dragons, green dragons, cyclops, and god moon elves, lords might obtain them through various opportunities. However, the chance to recruit an angel is 0. No matter how one seeks the opportunity, the chance remains absolutely 0. What's special about angels? What is the connection between the Holy Griffin Empire and the angels?
He always felt that the eternal world was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, even though the surface was already quite deep.
Mu Yuan glanced at the panel and then at the Evo power. The cost was exactly 500 W points, without any overestimation. And just as he expected, along with the evolution, as the buildings were promoted, the rank and realm of Angel Lapis also received a significant enhancement. Perhaps this is the special nature of a life building. He looked forward. A golden light blossomed at the brow of the 10-meter-tall angel statue. The golden light slowly fell in front of Mu Yuan and materialized into the true form of Lapis with a thud. 5 pairs of holy white wings unfolded suddenly, enveloping Mu Yuan in a vast cocoon. Inside the giant cocoon, the angel knelt on one knee, just as before. Master. But it seemed, with a bit more human touch, no longer just a living statue, but a person. Of course, what Mu Yuan cared more about were the abilities of the angel. Talk about your changes. Yes. She hesitated then said, thanks to the great force infused by the Master, I have been promoted to a 10-winged angel and possess 4 epic abilities. The first is, Holy Light Resurrection, which allows for a wide area group resurrection of non-undead, non-dark beings, and has no fixed cooldown. Purification Holy Judgment. Angel's Protection. Haven't changed much. The 4th epic is, Earthly Heaven, a projection type, enchantment type skill. Also, I possess a legendary power, Guardian and Judgment Staff. I can bestow a guardian blessing, either temporary or permanent, to an individual or a group. I can only apply the permanent blessing a limited number of times. Judgment includes the forces of Judgment Power, Judgment Court, Holy Judgment, and more, all of which I am still exploring." As she spoke, she held up her hands. A swirling golden light ball flew out and snapped into Mu Yuan's body. Hint: you have received the Angel King Lapis Maximum Unique Permanent Blessing. You have acquired the Angel King's personal protection, which will activate during times of crisis and can also be activated voluntarily. Once activated, you can gain purification of all negative effects, immunity to all negative effects, and a durable holy light shield. Hint: the effect of this personal protection is equivalent to the presence of Angel King Lapis herself. Hint: after obtaining this personal protection, the recipient's potential will slowly evolve, until a certain limit. The third effect was certainly useless now. Mu Yuan was himself a legendary life, but still delighted at the effects of the personal protection. Did this mean he would have the personal protection of Angel King Lapis for a certain period? So, just how powerful was Lapis? He asked. The angel paused. I'm not really sure. I can't conclude without measurement standards.
Indeed, there were no comparison objects. Lapis belonged to the law realm, already ranking at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, there were distinct levels within the law realm.
Which tier was she? Having never fought a battle since her birth, it was indeed difficult to assess. Mu Yuan had just thought this when he heard her say, "No, but I had branded myself in the land of world origin before. It seems to be some kind of symbol, and somehow, there is a hint suggesting that my conceptual power has entered a certain stage. I possess the concepts of guardian and judgment." Mu Yuan. What? He checked Lapis's panel again and was certain that there was no world seal, a legendary power. That is to say, Lapis, on her own accord, truly possessed the conceptual power of the third stage. What did this imply? The Lord of Han Yu City, reputed to be invincible below the Saint Realm, though it was unclear how much of that was an exaggeration, was merely in the possession of the second stage concepts. Even if Lapis lacked experience, had scattered skills, and a naive fighting style, she still had invincible power. Truly invincible. This was far beyond Mu Yuan's expectations. A worthy evolution costing 5 million indeed. Truly worthy of being an Angel King, no, rather, worthy of being me. Lapis, by her own nature, controlling the third stage concepts? X. Lapis, with Lord Shepherd's cheating, possessing an invincible form? Square root? What high hunting duke, what dragon sleep valley, trifles. Mu Yuan only wanted to say, even if he, the Lord, supported Tianyuan City with his hand, he was invincible in this world. Still can't be careless. But no matter what, with Lapis stationed here, even if all the warriors are deployed, the entire territory can remain completely safe. This was the sense of security that an Angel King of the Law Realm brought. Mu Yuan immediately declared that there was a change in the ranking of division generals of Tianyuan City. Lapis leapt to the first position. Duo Lai. How did my eternal number 2 position just slip away after stepping out? QAQ. Dead bone. Truly worthy of Lord, this should make our territory more stable. After all, Lapis was the Angel King, the territory's ultimate secret weapon, typically not meant to be used. Most of the time, she just quietly acted as a fail-safe decoration for the territory. Observatory Hall, this legendary miracle building, first manifested its effects through Ability 3. Angel Territory. The territory became more stable, and the citizen sentiment index rose, which sounded mysterious, but Isloa, responsible for the domestic affairs of the territory, was overjoyed. Conflicts among territory citizens have significantly decreased. During this period, we've admitted even more citizens than previously across the entire territory, which inevitably caused some instability. We used to lock dozens up in cells every day to cool off, but now, even when conflicts arise, both sides are more restrained, and those who acted impulsively do so with clear remorse. Most importantly, whether it's labor deployment, resident management, or allocation and resettlement, work efficiency has improved significantly and has become easier, with fewer trivial issues. This building's effect was simply a godsend for her. With this, we can further expedite the speed of admitting refugees into our territory. She said. After speaking, she fell silent again. She could have relaxed a bit, so why add more pressure on herself? Could it really just be habit? Isloa became even more silent, and after a long pause she said, "Considering the special effects of the observatory hall, I suggest we relocate this miracle building to the South City district, which would help enhance its effects and also gather some power of faith." That's what I was thinking too. This tough task, it seems Lord Shepherd himself must roll up his sleeves and get it done. Lord True Body, arise. Half a day later, Mu Yuan stood in his office, hand on his aching back, nearly giving out. Underestimated it. I didn't expect the legendary building to be so difficult to relocate. Observatory hall is in position. He also ordered the addition of some tables and decorations inside the hall and selected a group of professional nuns and imperial guards. The church department was in business.